Section 10 of the Chouans by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Catherine Wormley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Part 7. The events of the day had excited such violent emotions in Mademoiselle de Verneuil's whole being that she lay back almost fainting in the carriage after giving the order to drive to Fougères. Francine was as silent as her mistress. The postilion, dreading some new disaster, made all the haste he could to reach the high road, and was soon on the summit of La Pèlerine. Through the thick white mists of morning, Marie de Verneuil crossed the broad and beautiful valley of Couesnon, where this history began, scarcely able to distinguish the slaty rock on which the town of Fougères stands from the slopes of La Pèlerine. They were still 8 miles from it. Shivering with cold herself, Mademoiselle de Verneuil recollected the poor soldier behind the carriage, and insisted against his remonstrances in taking him into the carriage beside Francine. The sight of Fougères drew her for a time out of her reflections. The sentinels stationed at the Porte Saint-Léonard refused to allow ingress to the strangers, and she was therefore obliged to exhibit the ministerial order. This at once gave her safety in entering the town, but the postilion could find no other place for her to stop at than the Post Inn. "Madame," said the Blue, whose life she had saved, "if you ever want a sabre to deal some special blow, my life is yours. I'm good for that. My name is Jean Valcon, otherwise called Beaupied, sergeant of the 1st Company of Hulot's Veterans, 72nd Half Brigade, nicknamed Les Maillanquais. Excuse my vanity, I can only offer you the soul of a sergeant, but that's at your service." He turned on his heel and walked off whistling. "The lower one goes in social life," said Marie bitterly. "The more we find generous feelings without display. A marquis returns death for life, and a poor sergeant—" But enough of that. When the weary woman was at last in a warm bed, her faithful Francine waited in vain for the affectionate good night to which she was accustomed. But her mistress, seeing her still standing, and evidently uneasy, made her a sign of distress. "This is called a day, Francine," she said, "but I have aged 10 years in it." The next morning, as soon as she had risen, Corentin came to see her, and she admitted him. "Francine," she exclaimed, "my degradation is great indeed, for the thought of that man is not disagreeable to me." Still, when she saw him, she felt once more, for the 100th time, the instinctive repulsion which 2 years' intercourse had increased rather than lessened. "Well," he said, smiling, "I felt certain you were succeeding. Was I mistaken? Did you get hold of the wrong man?" "Corentin," she replied, with a dull look of pain, "never mention that affair to me, unless I speak of it myself." He walked up and down the room, casting oblique glances at her, endeavoring to guess the secret thoughts of the singular woman whose mere glance had the power of discomfiting at times the cleverest men. "I foresaw this check," he replied, after a moment's silence. "If you would be willing to establish your headquarters in this town, I have already found a suitable place for you. We are in the very centre of Chouannerie. Will you stay here?" She answered with an affirmative sign, which enabled Corentin to make conjectures partly correct as to the events of the preceding evening. "I can hire a house for you, a bit of national property still unsold. They are behind the age in these parts. No one has dared buy the old barrack, because it belonged to an émigré who was thought to be harsh. It is close to the church of Saint-Léonard, and on my word of honour the view from it is delightful. Something can really be made of the old place. Will you try it?" "Yes, at once," she cried. "I want a few hours to have it cleaned and put in order for you, so that you may like it. "What matter?" she said. "I could live in a cloister or a prison without caring. However, see that everything is in order before night, so that I may sleep there in perfect solitude. Go, leave me. Your presence is intolerable. I wish to be alone with Francine. She is better for me than my own company, perhaps. Adieu. Go. Go, I say." These words, said volubly, with a mingling of coquetry, despotism, and passion, showed she had entirely recovered her self-possession. Sleep had no doubt classified the impressions of the preceding day, and reflection had determined her on vengeance. If a few reluctant signs appeared on her face, they only proved the ease with which certain women can bury the better feelings of their souls, and the cruel dissimulation which enables them to smile sweetly while planning the destruction of a victim. She sat alone after Corentin had left her, thinking how she could get the Marquis, still living, into her toils. For the first time in her life this woman had lived according to her inmost desires, but of that life nothing remained but one craving, that of vengeance, vengeance complete and infinite. It was her one thought, her sole desire. Francine's words and attentions were unnoticed. Marie seemed to be sleeping with her eyes open. And the long day passed without an action or even a gesture that bore testimony to her thoughts. She lay on a couch which she had made of chairs and pillows. It was late in the evening when a few words escaped her, as if involuntarily. "My child," she said to Francine, "I understood yesterday what it was to live for love. Today I know what it means to die for vengeance. Yes, I will give my life to seek him wherever he may be, to meet him, seduce him, make him mine. If I do not have that man who dared to despise me, at my feet humble and submissive, if I do not make him my lackey and my slave, I shall indeed be base. I shall not be a woman. I shall not be myself." The house which Corentin hired for Mademoiselle de Verneuil offered many gratifications to the innate love of luxury and elegance that was part of this girl. The capricious creature took possession of it with regal composure, as of a thing which already belonged to her. She appropriated the furniture and arranged it with intuitive sympathy, as though she had known it all her life. This is a vulgar detail, but one that is not unimportant in sketching the character of so exceptional a person. She seemed to have been already familiarized in a dream with the house in which she now lived, on her hatred as she might have lived on her love. At least, she said to herself, I did not rouse insulting pity in him. I do not owe him my life. Oh, my first, my last, my only love, what an end to it! She sprang upon Francine, who was terrified. "Do you love a man? Oh, yes, yes, I remember. You do. I'm glad I have a woman here who can understand me. Ah, my poor Francette, man is a miserable being. Ha! He said he loved me, and his love could not bear the slightest test. But I, if all men had accused him, I would have defended him. If the universe rejected him, my soul should have been his refuge. In the old days life was filled with human beings, coming and going, for whom I did not care. It was sad and dull, but not horrible. But now, what is life without him? He will live on, and I not near him. I shall not see him, speak to him, feel him, hold him, press him. Ah, I would rather strangle him myself in his sleep." Francine, horrified, looked at her in silence. "Kill the man you love?" she said in a soft voice. "Yes, yes, if he ceases to love me." But after those ruthless words she hid her face in her hands and sat down silently. The next day a man presented himself without being announced. His face was stern. It was Hulot, followed by Corentin. Mademoiselle de Verneuil looked at the commandant and trembled. "You have come," she said, "to ask me to account for your friends. They are dead." "I know it," he replied, "and not in the service of the Republic." "For me, and by me," she said. "You preach the nation to me. Can the nation bring to life those who die for her? Can she even avenge them? But I will avenge them, she cried. The awful images of the catastrophe filled her imagination suddenly, and the graceful creature who held modesty to be the first of women's wiles forgot herself in a moment of madness and marched towards the amazed commandant brusquely. In exchange for a few murdered soldiers, she said, I will bring to the block a head that is worth 1,000,000 heads of other men. It is not a woman's business to wage war, but you, old as you are, shall learn good stratagems from me. I'll deliver a whole family to your bayonets, him, his ancestors, his past, his future. I will be as false and treacherous to him as I was good and true. Yes, commandant, I will bring that little noble to my arms, and he shall leave them to go to death. I have no other rival. The wretch himself pronounced his doom. A day without a morrow, your republic and I shall be avenged. The republic, she cried, in a voice the strange intonations of which horrified Hulot. Is he to die for bearing arms against the nation? Shall I suffer France to rob me of my vengeance? Ah, what a little thing is life! Death can expiate but one crime. He is but one head to fall, but I will make him know in one night that he loses more than life. Commandant, you who will kill him, and she sighed, see that nothing betrays my betrayal. He must die convinced of my fidelity. I ask that of you. Let him know only me and my caresses. She stopped, but through the crimson of her cheeks, Hulot and Corentin saw that rage and delirium had not entirely smothered all sense of shame. Marie shuddered violently as she said the words. She seemed to listen to them as though she doubted whether she herself had said them. And she made the involuntary movement of a woman whose veil is falling from her. But you had him in your power, said Corentin. Very likely. Why did you stop me when I had him? Asked Hulot. I did not know what he would prove to be, she cried. Then suddenly the excited woman, who was walking up and down with hurried steps and casting savage glances at the spectators of the storm, calmed down. I do not know myself, she said in a man's tone. Why talk? I must go and find him. Go and find him, said Hulot. My dear woman, take care. We are not yet masters of this part of the country. If you venture outside of the town, you will be taken or killed before you've gone 100 yards. There's never any danger for those who seek vengeance, she said, driving from her presence with a disdainful gesture the two men whom she was ashamed to face. What a woman! Cried Hulot, as he walked away with Corentin. A queer idea of those police fellows in Paris to send her here. But she'll never deliver him up to us, he added, shaking his head. Oh, yes, she will, replied Corentin. Don't you see she loves him? Said Hulot. That's just why she will. Besides, looking at the amazed commandant, I'm here to see that she doesn't commit any folly. In my opinion, comrade, there is no love in the world worth the 300,000 francs she'll make out of this. When the police diplomatist left the soldier, the latter stood looking after him, and as the sound of the man's steps died away, he gave a sigh, muttering to himself, it may be a good thing, after all, to be such a dullard as I am. God's thunder, if I meet the Gar, I'll fight him hand to hand, or my name's not Hulot, for if that fox brings him before me in any of their new-fangled councils of war, my honour will be as soiled as the shirt of a young trooper who is under fire for the first time. The massacre at La Vivetière and the desire to avenge his friends had led Hulot to accept a reinstatement in his late command. In fact, the new minister, Berthier, had refused to accept his resignation under existing circumstances. To the official dispatch was added a private letter, in which, without explaining the mission of Mademoiselle de Verneuil, the minister informed him that the affair was entirely outside of the war, and not to interfere with any military operations. The duty of the commanders, he said, was limited to giving assistance to that honourable citoyen, if occasion arose. Learning from his scouts that the movements of the Chouans all tended towards a concentration of their forces in the neighbourhood of Fougères, Hulot secretly, with forced marches, brought 2 battalions of his brigade into the town. The nation's danger, his hatred of aristocracy, whose partisans threatened to convulse so large a section of country, his desire to avenge his murdered friends revived in the old veteran the fire of his youth. "So this is the life I craved," exclaimed Mademoiselle de Verneuil, when she was left alone with Francine. "No matter how fast the hours go, they are to me like centuries of thought." Suddenly she took Francine's hand, and her voice, soft as that of the first red throat singing after a storm, slowly gave sound to the following words: "Try as I will to forget them, I see those two delicious lips, that chin just raised, those eyes of fire. I hear the hue of the postilion. I dream, I dream. Why then such hatred on awakening?" She drew a long sigh, rose, and then, for the first time, looked out upon the country delivered over to civil war by the cruel leader whom she was plotting to destroy. Attracted by the scene, she wandered out to breathe at her ease beneath the sky, and though her steps conducted her at a venture, she was surely led to the promenade of the town by one of those occult impulses of the soul which lead us to follow hope irrationally. Thoughts conceived under the dominion of that spell are often realized, but we then attribute their prevision to a power we call presentiment, an inexplicable power, but a real one, which our passions find accommodating, like a flatterer who, among his many lies, does sometimes tell the truth. End of section 10. Section 11 of the Chouans by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Catherine Wormley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. A Day Without a Morrow, Part 1. The preceding events of this history having been greatly influenced by the formation of the regions in which they happened, it is desirable to give a minute description of them, without which the closing scenes might be difficult of comprehension. The town of Fougères is partly built upon a slate rock, which seems to have slipped from the mountains that hem in the broad valley of Couesnon to the west, and take various names according to their localities. The town is separated from the mountains by a gorge, through which flows a small river called the Nanson. To the east the view is the same as from the summit of La Pèlerine. To the west the town looks down into the tortuous valley of the Nanson. But there is a spot from which a section of the great valley and the picturesque windings of the gorge can be seen at the same time. This place, chosen by the inhabitants of the town for their promenade, and to which the steps of Mademoiselle de Verneuil were now turned, was destined to be the theatre on which the drama begun at La Vivetière was to end. Therefore, however picturesque the other parts of Fougères may be, attention must be particularly given to the scenery which meets the eye from this terrace. To give an idea of the rock on which Fougères stands, as seen on this side, we may compare it to one of those immense towers circled by Saracen architects, with balconies on each story, which were reached by spiral stairways. To add to this effect, the rock is capped by a Gothic church, the small spires, clock tower, and buttresses of which make its shape almost precisely that of a sugar loaf. Before the portal of this church, which is dedicated to Saint Léonard, is a small irregular square, where the soil is held up by a buttressed wall, which forms a balustrade and communicates by a flight of steps with the promenade. This public walk, like a second cornice, extends round the rock a few rods below the square of Saint Léonard. It is a broad piece of ground planted with trees, and it joins the fortifications of the town. About 10 rods below, the walls and rocks which support this promenade, due to a happy combination of indestructible slate and patient industry, another circular road exists called the Queen's Staircase. This is cut in the rock itself and leads to a bridge built across the Nanson by Anne of Brittany. Below this road, which forms a third cornice, Gardens descend terrace after terrace to the river, like shelves covered with flowers. Parallel with the promenade, on the other side of the Nanson, and across its narrow valley, high rock formations, called the heights of Saint-Sulpice, follow the stream and descend in gentle slopes to the great valley, where they turn abruptly to the north. Towards the south, where the town itself really ends, and the Faubourg Saint-Léonard begins, the Fougère rock makes a bend, becomes less steep, and turns into the great valley, following the course of the river, which it hems in between itself and the heights of Saint-Sulpice, forming a sort of pass through which the water escapes into streamlets to the Couesnon, into which they fall. This pretty group of rocky hills is called the Nid d'Ocroc. The little vale they surround is the Val de Gebari, the rich pastures of which supply the butter known to epicures as that of the Pré-Valais. At the point where the promenade joins the fortifications is a tower called the Tour de Papegaud. Close to this square erection, against the side of which the house now occupied by Mademoiselle de Vanille rested, is a wall partly built by hands and partly formed of the native rock, where it offered a smooth surface. Here stands a gateway leading to the Faubourg of Saint-Sulpice, and bearing the same name. Above, on a breastwork of granite which commands the three valleys, rise the battlements and feudal towers of the ancient castle of Fougère, one of those enormous erections built by the Dukes of Brittany, with lofty walls 15 feet thick, protected on the east by a pond from which flows the Nanson, the waters of which fill its moats, and on the west by the inaccessible granite rock on which it stands. Seen from the promenade, this magnificent relic of the Middle Ages, wrapped in its ivy mantle, adorned with its square or rounded towers, in either of which a whole regiment could be quartered, the castle, the town, and the rock, protected by walls with sheer surfaces, or by the glacis of the fortifications, form a huge horseshoe, lined with precipices on which the Bretons have in course of ages cut various narrow footways. Here and there the rocks push out like architectural adornments. Streamlets issue from the fissures where the roots of stunted trees are nourished. Farther on, a few rocky slopes, less perpendicular than the rest, afford a scanty pasture for the goats. On all sides, heather, growing from every crevice, flings its rosy garlands over the dark, uneven surface of the ground. At the bottom of this vast funnel, the little river winds through meadows that are always cool and green, lying softly like a carpet. Beneath the castle and among the granite boulders is a church dedicated to Saint-Sulpice, whose name is given to the suburb which lies across the Nanson. This suburb, flung as it were to the bottom of a precipice, and its church, the spire of which does not rise to the height of the rocks which threaten to crush it, are picturesquely watered by several affluents of the Nanson, shaded by trees and brightened by gardens. The whole region of Fougère, its suburbs, its churches, and the hills of Saint-Sulpice are surrounded by the heights of Rille, which form part of a general range of mountains enclosing the broad valley of Couesnon. Such are the chief features of this landscape, the principal characteristic of which is rugged wildness, softened by smiling accidents, by a happy blending of the finest works of men's hands with the capricious lay of a land full of unexpected contrasts, by a something hardly to be explained, which surprises, astonishes, and puzzles. In no other part of France can the traveller meet with such grandiose contrasts as those offered by the great basin of the Couesnon, and the valleys hidden among the rocks of Fougère and the heights of Rille. Their beauty is of that unspeakable kind in which chance triumphs and all the harmonies of nature do their part. The clear, limpid, flowing waters, the mountains clothed with the vigorous vegetation of those regions, the sombre rocks, the graceful buildings, the fortifications raised by nature, and the granite towers built by man, combined with all the artifices of light and shade, with the contrasts of the varieties of foliage, with the group of houses where an active population swarms with the lonely barren places, where the granite will not suffer even the lichen to fasten on its surface. In short, with all the ideas we ask a landscape to possess, grace and awfulness, poesy with its renascent magic, sublime pictures, delightful ruralities, all these are here. It is Brittany in bloom. The tower called the Papago, against which the house now occupied by Mademoiselle de Verneuil rested, has its base at the very bottom of the precipice, and rises to the esplanade which forms the cornice or terrace before the church of Saint Léonard. From Marie's house, which was open on three sides, could be seen the horseshoe which begins at the tower itself, the winding valley of the Nanson, and the square of Saint Léonard. It is one of a group of wooden buildings, standing parallel with the western side of the church, with which they form an alleyway, the farther end of which opens on a steep street skirting the church and leading to the gate of Saint Léonard, along which Mademoiselle de Verneuil now made her way. Marie naturally avoided entering the square of the church, which was then above her, and turned towards the promenade. The magnificence of the scene which met her eyes silenced for a moment the tumult of her passions. She admired the vast trend of the valley, which her eyes took in from the summit of La Palerine to the plateau where the main road to Vitry passes. Then her eyes rested on the Nid au Crac and the winding gorges of the Val de Gibari, the crests of which were bathed in the misty glow of the setting sun. She was almost frightened by the depth of the valley of the Nanson, the tallest poplars of which scarcely reached to the level of the gardens below the Queen's staircase. At this time of day the smoke from the houses in the suburbs and in the valleys made a vapour in the air, through which the various objects had a bluish tinge. The brilliant colours of the day were beginning to fade. The firmament took a pearly tone. The moon was casting its veil of light into the ravine. All things tended to plunge the soul into reverie and bring back the memory of those beloved. In a moment the scene before her was powerless to hold Marie's thoughts. In vain did the setting sun cast its gold dust and its crimson sheets to the depths of the river, and along the meadows, and over the graceful buildings strewn among the rocks. She stood immovable, gazing at the heights of the Mont Saint-Sulpice. The frantic hope which had led her to the promenade was miraculously realized. Among the gorse and bracken which grew upon those heights, she was certain that she recognized, in spite of the goat-skins which they wore, a number of the guests at La Vivetière, and among them the Gare, whose every moment became vivid to her eyes in the softened light of the sinking sun. A few steps back of the ground of men she distinguished her enemy, Madame Dugois. For a moment Marie fancied that she dreamed, but her rival's hatred soon proved to her that the dream was a living one. The attention she was giving to the least little gesture of the Marquis prevented her from observing the care with which Madame Dugois aimed a musket at her, but a shot which woke the echoes of the mountains, and a ball that whistled past her, warned Mademoiselle de Verneuil of her rival's determination. She sends me her card, thought Marie, smiling. Instantly a qui vive, echoing from sentry to sentry, from the castle to the Porte Saint Léonard, proved to the Chouans the alertness of the Blues, inasmuch as the least accessible of their ramparts was so well guarded. It is she and he, muttered Marie to herself. To seek the Marquis, follow his steps and overtake him, was a thought that flashed like lightning through her mind. I have no weapon, she cried. She remembered that on leaving Paris she had flung into her trunk an elegant dagger formerly belonging to a sultana, which she had jestingly brought with her to the theatre of war, as some persons take note-books in which to jot down their travelling ideas. She was less attracted by the prospect of shedding blood than by the pleasure of wearing a pretty weapon studded with precious stones, and playing with a blade that was stainless. 3 days earlier she had deeply regretted having put this dagger in a trunk, when, to escape her enemies at La Vivetière, she had thought for a moment of killing herself. She now returned to the house, found the weapon, put it in her belt, wrapped a large shawl round her shoulders and a black lace scarf about her hair, and covered her head with one of those broad-brimmed hats distinctive of Chouans, which belonged to a servant of the house. Then, with the presence of mind which excited passions often give, she took the glove which Marcheterre had given her as a safeguard, and saying, in reply to Francine's terrible looks, "I would seek him in hell," she returned to the promenade. The Gare was still at the same place, but alone. By the direction of his telescope he seemed to be examining with the careful attention of a commander the various paths across the Nanson, the Queen's staircase, and the road leading through the Porte Saint-Sulpice and round the church of that name, where it meets the high road under range of the guns at the castle. Mademoiselle de Verneuil took one of the little paths made by goats and their keepers leading down from the promenade, reached the staircase, then the bottom of the ravine, crossed the Nanson and the suburb, and divining like a bird in the desert her right course among the dangerous precipices of the Mont Saint-Sulpice, she followed a slippery track defined upon the granite, and in spite of the prickly gorse and reeds and loose stones which hindered her, she climbed the steep ascent with an energy greater perhaps than that of a man, the energy momentarily possessed by a woman under the influence of passion. Night overtook her as she endeavoured by the failing moonlight to make out the path the Marquis must have taken, an obstinate quest without reward, for the dead silence about her was sufficient proof of the withdrawal of the Chouans and their leader. This effort of passion collapsed with the hope that inspired it. Finding herself alone after nightfall in a hostile country, she began to reflect, and Hulot's advice, together with the recollection of Madame du Gouas's attempt, made her tremble with fear. The stillness of the night, so deep in mountain regions, enabled her to hear the fall of every leaf even at a distance, and these slight sounds vibrated on the air as though to give a measure of the silence or the solitude. The wind was blowing across the heights and sweeping away the clouds with violence, producing an alternation of shadows and light, the effect of which increased her fears and gave fantastic and terrifying semblances to the most harmless objects. She turned her eyes to the houses of Fougères, where the domestic lights were burning like so many earthly stars, and she presently saw distinctly the tower of Papegotte. She was but a very short distance from her own house, but within that space was the ravine. She remembered the declivities by which she had come, and wondered if there were not more risk in attempting to return to Fougères than in following out the purpose which had brought her. She reflected that the Marquise's glove would surely protect her from the Chouans, and that Madame du Gouas was the only enemy to be really feared. With this idea in her mind, Marie clasped her dagger and tried to find the way to a country house, the roofs of which she had noticed as she climbed Saint-Sulpice, but she walked slowly, for she suddenly became aware of the majestic solemnity which oppresses a solitary being in the night time in the midst of wild scenery, where lofty mountains nod their heads like assembled giants. The rustle of her gown, caught by the brambles, made her tremble more than once, and more than once she hastened her steps only to slacken them again as she thought her last hour had come. Before long matters assumed an aspect which the boldest men could not have faced without alarm, and which threw Mademoiselle de Verneuil into the sort of terror that so affects the very springs of life, that all things become excessive, weakness as well as strength. The feeblest beings will then do deeds of amazing power. The strongest go mad with fear. Marie heard at a short distance a number of strange sounds, distinct yet vague, indicative of confusion and tumult, fatiguing to the ear which tried to distinguish them. They came from the ground, which seemed to tremble beneath the feet of a multitude of marching men. A momentary clearness in the sky enabled her to perceive at a little distance long files of hideous figures, waving like ears of corn, and gliding like phantoms, but she scarcely saw them, for darkness fell again like a black curtain, and hid the fearful scene, which seemed to her full of yellow, dazzling eyes. She turned hastily and ran to the top of a bank, to escape meeting three of these horrible figures who were coming towards her. "Did you see it?" said one. "I felt a cold wind as it rushed past me," replied a hoarse voice. "I smelt a damp and graveyard smell," said the third. "Was it white?" asked the first. "Why should only he come back out of all those we left dead at La Pèlerine?" said the second. "Why, indeed," replied the third. "Why do the Sacré-Cœur men have the preference? Well, at any rate, I'd rather die without confession than wander about as he does, without eating or drinking, and no blood in his body or flesh on his bones." "Ah!" This exclamation, or rather this fearful cry, issued from the group as the three Chouans pointed to the slender form and pallid face of Mademoiselle de Verneuil, who fled away with terrified rapidity without a sound. "Here he is! There he is! Where? Where? He's gone! No! Yes! Can you see him?" These cries reverberated like the monotonous murmur of waves upon a shore. Mademoiselle de Verneuil walked bravely in the direction of the house she had seen, and soon came in sight of a number of persons, who all fled away at her approach, with every sign of panic fear. She felt impelled to advance by a mysterious power which coerced her. The lightness of her body, which seemed to herself inexplicable, was another source of terror. These forms, which rose in masses at her approach, as if from the ground on which she trod, uttered moans which were scarcely human. At last she reached, not without difficulty, a trampled garden, the hedges and fences of which were broken down. Stopped by a sentry, she showed the glove. The moon lighted her face, and the muzzle of the gun already pointed at her was dropped by the Chouan, who uttered a hoarse cry, which echoed through the place. She now saw large buildings, where a few lighted windows showed the rooms that were occupied, and presently reached the walls without further hindrance. Through the window into which she looked, she saw Madame de Gois and the leaders who were convoked at La Vivetière. Bewildered at the sight, also by the conviction of her danger, she turned hastily to a little opening protected by iron bars, and saw in a long vaulted hall the Marquis, alone and gloomy, within 6 feet of her. The reflection of the fire, before which he was sitting in a clumsy chair, lighted his face with a vacillating ruddy glow that gave the character of a vision to the scene. Motionless and trembling, the girl stood clinging to the bars to catch his words if he spoke. Seeing him so depressed, disheartened, and pale, she believed herself to be the cause of his sadness. Her anger changed to pity, her pity to tenderness, and she suddenly knew that it was not revenge alone which had brought her there. The Marquis rose, turned his head, and stood amazed when he saw, as if in a cloud, Mademoiselle de Verneuil's face. Then he shook his head with a gesture of impatience and contempt, exclaiming, "Must I forever see the face of that devil, even when awake?" This utter contempt for her forced a half-maddened laugh from the unhappy girl, which made the young leader quiver. He sprang to the window, but Mademoiselle de Verneuil was gone. She heard the steps of a man behind her, which she supposed to be those of the Marquis, and to escape him she knew no obstacles. She would have scaled walls and flown through air. She would have found and followed a path to hell sooner than have seen again, in flaming letters on the forehead of that man, "I despise you," words which an inward voice sounded in her soul with the noise of a trumpet. After walking a short distance without knowing where she went, she stopped, conscious of a damp exhalation. Alarmed by the sound of voices, she went down some steps which led into a cellar. As she reached the last of them, she stopped to listen and discover the direction her pursuers might take. Above the sounds from the outside, which were somewhat loud, she could hear within the lugubrious moans of a human being, which added to her terror. Rays of light coming down the steps made her fear that this retreat was only too well known to her enemies, and to escape them she summoned fresh energy. Some moments later, after recovering her composure of mind, it was difficult for her to conceive by what means she had been able to climb a little wall, in a recess of which she was now hidden. She took no notice at first of the cramped position in which she was, but before long the pain of it became intolerable, for she was bending double under the arched opening of a vault, like the crouching Venus, which ignorant persons attempt to squeeze into too narrow a niche. The wall, which was rather thick and built of granite, formed a low partition between the stairway and the cellar whence the groans were issuing. Presently she saw an individual, clothed in a goatskin, enter the cave beneath her, and move about without making any sign of eager search. Impatient to discover if she had any chance of safety, Mademoiselle de Verneuil waited with anxiety till the light brought by the newcomer lighted the whole cave, where she could partly distinguish a formless but living mass which was trying to reach a part of the wall with violent and repeated jerks, something like those of a carp lying out of water on a shore. A small pine torch threw its blue and hazy light into the cave, in spite of the gloomy poetic effects which Mademoiselle de Verneuil's imagination cast about this vaulted chamber, which was echoing to the sounds of a pitiful prayer. She was obliged to admit that the place was nothing more than an underground kitchen, evidently long abandoned. When the formless mass was distinguishable, it proved to be a short and very fat man, whose limbs were carefully bound before he had been left lying on the damp stone floor of the kitchen by those who had seized him. When he saw the newcomer approach him with a torch in one hand and a faggot of sticks in the other, the captive gave a dreadful groan, which so wrought upon the sensibilities of Mademoiselle de Verneuil that she forgot her own terror and despair, and the cramped position of her limbs, which were growing numb. But she made a great effort and remained still. The Chouans flung the sticks into the fireplace, after trying the strength of an old crane which was fastened to a long iron bar. Then he set fire to the wood with his torch. Marie saw with terror that the man was the same Pillemiche to whom her rival had delivered her, and whose figure, illuminated by the flame, was like that of the little boxwood men so grotesquely carved in Germany. The moans of his prisoner produced a broad grin upon features that were ribbed with wrinkles and tanned by the sun. "You see," he said to his victim, "that we Christians keep our promises, which you don't. That fire is going to thaw out your legs and tongue and hands. Hey, hey, I don't see a dripping pan to put under your feet. They are so fat the grease may put out the fire. Your house must be badly furnished if it can't give its master all he wants to warm him." The victim uttered a sharp cry, as if he hoped some one would hear him through the ceiling and come to his assistance. "Ho, sing away, Monsieur d'Orgemont. They are all asleep upstairs, and Marcheterre is just behind me. He'll shut the cellar door." While speaking, Pillemiche was sounding with the butt end of his musket the mantelpiece of the chimney, the tiles of the floor, the walls, and the ovens, to discover, if possible, where the miser hid his gold. This search was made with such adroitness that d'Orgemont kept silence, as if he feared to have been betrayed by some frightened servant, for though he trusted his secrets to no one, his habits gave plenty of ground for logical deductions. Pillemiche turned several times sharply to look at his victim, as children do when they try to guess, by the conscious expression of the comrade who has hidden an article, whether they are nearer to or farther away from it. D'Orgemont pretended to be alarmed when the Chouans tapped the ovens, which sounded hollow, and seemed to wish to play upon his eager credulity. Just then 3 other Chouans rushed down the steps and entered the kitchen. Seeing Marcheterre among them, Pillemiche discontinued his search, after casting upon d'Orgemont a look that conveyed the wrath of his balked covetousness. "Marie l'Américain has come to life," cried Marcheterre, proclaiming by his manner that all other interests were of no account beside this great piece of news. "I'm not surprised," said Pillemiche. "He took the sacrament so often. The good God belonged to him." "Ha, ha!" observed Mene Habien. "That didn't stand him in anything at his death. He hadn't received absolution before the affair at La Pèlerine. He had cheapened Gaugelou's daughter, and was living in mortal sin. The Abbé Goudin said he'd have to roam round 2 months as a ghost before he could come to life. We saw him pass us. He was pale, he was cold, he was thin, he smelt of the cemetery." "And his reverence says that if a ghost gets hold of a living man he can force him to be his companion," said the 4th Chouan. The grotesque appearance of this last speaker drew Marcheterre from the pious reflections he had been making on the accomplishment of this miracle of coming to life, which, according to the Abbé Goudin, would happen to every true defender of religion and the king. "You see, Galop Chopin," he said to the 4th man gravely, "what comes of omitting even the smallest duty commanded by our holy religion. It is a warning to us, given by Saint Anne of Auray, to be rigorous with ourselves for the slightest sin. Your cousin Pillemiche has asked the guard to give you the surveillance of Fougères, and the guard consents, and you'll be well paid. But you know with what flour we bake a traitor's bread." "Yes, Monsieur Marcheterre, and you know why I tell you that. Some say you like cider and gambling, but you can't play heads or tails now. Remember, you must belong to us only, or— By your leave, Monsieur Marchater, cider and steaks are two good things which don't hinder a man's salvation. If my cousin commits any folly, said Pillemiche, it will be out of ignorance. In any way he commits it. If harm comes, said Marchater, in a voice which made the arched roof tremble, my gun won't miss him. You will answer for him to me, he added, turning to Pillemiche, for if he does wrong, I shall take it out on the thing that fills your goat skin. But, Monsieur Marchater, with all due respect, said Galop Chopin, haven't you sometimes taken a counterfeit Chouan for a real one? My friend, said Marchater, in a curt tone, don't let that happen in your case, or I'll cut you in two like a turnip. As to the emissaries of the Gare, they all carry his glove, but since that affair at La Bevetière, the Grand Garce has added a green ribbon to it. Pillemiche nudged his comrade by the elbow, and showed him Dorgemont, who was pretending to be asleep, but Pillemiche and Marchater both knew by experience that no one ever slept by the corner of their fire, and though the last words said to Galop Chopin were almost whispered, they must have been heard by the victim, and the four Chouans looked at him fixedly, thinking perhaps that fear had deprived him of his senses. Suddenly, at a slight sign from Marchater, Pillemiche pulled off Dorgemont's shoes and stockings, Mene à bien, and Galop Chopin seized him round the body and carried him to the fire. Then Marchater took one of the thongs that tied the faggots and fastened the miser's feet to the crane. These actions, and the horrible celerity with which they were done, brought cries from the victim, which became heart-rending when Pillemiche gathered the burning sticks under his legs. My friends, my good friends, screamed Dorgemont, you hurt me, you kill me. I'm a Christian like you. You lie in your throat, replied Marchater. Your brother denied God, and as for you, you bought the Abbey of Juvigny. The Abbé Goudin says we can roast apostates when we find them. But, my brothers in God, I don't refuse to pay. We gave you 2 weeks, and it is now 2 months, and Galop Chopin here hasn't received the money. Haven't you received any of it, Galop Chopin? Asked the miser in despair. None of it, Monsieur Dorgemont, replied Galop Chopin, frightened. The cries, which had sunk into groans, continuous as the rattle in a dying throat, now began again with dreadful violence. Accustomed to such scenes, the four Chouans looked at Dorgemont, who was twisting and howling so coolly that they seemed like travellers watching before an inn fire till the roast meat was done enough to eat. I'm dying, cried the victim, and you won't get my money. In spite of these agonizing cries, Pillemiche saw that the fire did not yet scorch the skin. He drew the sticks cleverly together so as to make a slight flame. On this, Dorgemont called out in a quavering voice, my friends, unbind me. How much do you want? 100 crowns, 1,000 crowns, 10,000 crowns, 100,000 crowns? I offer you 200,000 crowns. The voice became so lamentable that Mademoiselle de Verneuil forgot her own danger and uttered an exclamation. Who spoke? Asked Marchater. The Chouans looked about them with terrified eyes. These men, so brave in fight, were unable to face a ghost. Pillemiche alone continued to listen to the promises which the flames were now extracting from his victim. 500,000 crowns. Yes, I'll give them, cried the victim. Well, where are they? Answered Pillemiche tranquilly. Under the first apple tree. Holy Virgin, at the bottom of the garden to the left. You are brigands, thieves. Ah, I'm dying. There's 10,000 francs. Francs? We don't want francs, said Marchater. Those Republican coins have pagan figures which oughtn't to pass. They are not francs. They are a good louis d'or. But oh, undo me, unbind me. I've told you where my life is, my money. The four Chouans looked at each other, as if thinking which of their number they could trust sufficiently to disinter the money. The cannibal cruelty of the scene so horrified Mademoiselle de Verneuil that she could bear it no longer. Though doubtful whether the role of ghost, which her pale face and the Chouan superstitions evidently assigned to her, would carry her safely through the danger, she called out courageously, Do you not fear God's anger? Unbind him, brutes. The Chouans raised their heads and saw in the air above them 2 eyes which shone like stars, and they fled terrified. Mademoiselle de Verneuil sprang into the kitchen, ran to Dorgemont, and pulled him so violently from the crane that the thong broke. Then with the blade of her dagger she cut the cords which bound him. When the miser was free and on his feet, the first expression of his face was a painful but sardonic grin. "Apple-tree, yes, go to the apple-tree, you brigands," he said. "Ho, ho, this is the second time I've fooled them. They won't get a third chance at me." So saying, he caught Mademoiselle de Verneuil's hand, drew her under the mantel-shelf to the back of the hearth, in a way to avoid disturbing the fire, which covered only a small part of it. Then he touched a spring, the iron back was lifted, and when their enemies returned to the kitchen, the heavy door of the hiding-place had already fallen noiselessly. Mademoiselle de Verneuil then understood the carp-like movements she had seen the miser making. "The ghost has taken the blue with him," cried the voice of Marcheterre. The fright of the Chouans must have been great, for the words were followed by a stillness so profound that d'Orgemont and his companion could hear them muttering to themselves, "Ave sancta Anna Aurica, gratia plena, Dominus tecum," etc. "They are praying, the fools," cried d'Orgemont. "Hush! Are you not afraid they will discover us?" said Mademoiselle de Verneuil, checking her companion. The old man's laugh dissipated her fears. "That iron back is set in a wall of granite 2 feet thick," he said. "We can hear them, but they can't hear us." Then he took the hand of his preserver and placed it near a crevice through which a current of fresh air was blowing. She then perceived that the opening was made in the shaft of the chimney. "Aye, aye," cried d'Orgemont, "the devil! How my legs smart!" The Chouans, having finished their prayer, departed, and the old miser again caught the hand of his companion and helped her to climb some narrow winding steps cut in the granite wall. When they had mounted some 20 of these steps, the gleam of a lamp dimly lighted their heads. The miser stopped, turned to his companion, examined her face as if it were a bank note he was doubtful about cashing, and heaved a heavy sigh. "By bringing you here," he said, after a moment's silence, "I have paid you in full for the service you did me. I don't see why I should give you—" "Monsieur, I ask nothing of you," she said. These words, and also perhaps the disdainful expression on the beautiful face, reassured the old man, for he answered, not without a sigh, "Ah, if you take it that way, I've gone too far not to continue on." He politely assisted Marie to climb a few more steps, rather strangely constructed, and half willingly, half reluctantly, ushered her into a small closet about 4 feet square, lighted by a lamp hanging from the ceiling. It was easy to see that the miser had made preparations to spend more than one day in this retreat, if the events of the Civil War compelled him to hide himself. "Don't brush against that wall, you might whiten yourself," said d'Orgemont suddenly, as he hurriedly put his hand between the girl's shawl and the stones which seemed to have been lately whitewashed. The old man's action produced quite another effect from that he intended. Marie looked about her and saw in one corner a sort of projection, the shape of which forced from her a cry of terror, for she fancied it was that of a human being standing erect and mortared into the wall. D'Orgemont made a violent sign to her to hold her tongue, and his little eyes of a porcelain blue showed as much fear as those of his companion. "Fool, do you think I murdered him? It is the body of my brother." And the old man gave a lugubrious sigh. He was the first sworn-in priest, and this was the only asylum where he was safe against the fury of the Chouans and the other priests. He was my elder brother, and he alone had the patience to teach me the decimal calculus. Oh, he was a good priest. He was economical and laid by money. It is 4 years since he died. I don't know what was the matter with him. Perhaps it was that priests are so in the habit of kneeling down to pray that he couldn't get accustomed to standing upright here as I do. I walled him up there. They'd have dug him up elsewhere. Some day perhaps I can put him in holy ground, as he used to call it. Poor man, he only took the oath out of fear." A tear rolled from the hard eyes of the little old man, whose rusty wig suddenly seemed less hideous to the girl, and she turned her eyes respectfully away from his distress. But in spite of these tender reminiscences, d'Orgemont kept on saying, "Don't go near the wall, you might." His eyes never ceased to watch hers, hoping thus to prevent her from examining too closely the walls of the closet, where the close air was scarcely enough to inflate the lungs. Marie succeeded, however, in getting a sufficiently good look in spite of her Argus, and she came to the conclusion that the strange protuberances in the walls were neither more nor less than sacks of coin which the miser had placed there and plastered up. End of section 11. Section 12 of the Chouans by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Catherine Wormley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Part 2. Old Dorgemont was now in a state of almost grotesque bewilderment. The pain in his legs, the terror he felt at seeing a human being in the midst of his hordes, could be read in every wrinkle of his face, and yet at the same time his eyes expressed with unaccustomed fire a lively emotion excited in him by the presence of his liberator, whose white and rosy cheek invited kisses, and whose velvety black eye sent waves of blood to his heart, so hot that he was much in doubt whether they were signs of life or of death. "Are you married?" he asked in a trembling voice. "No," she said, smiling. "I have a little something," he continued, heaving a sigh, "though I am not so rich as people think for. A young girl like you must love diamonds, trinkets, carriages, money. I've got all that to give after my death. Hey, if you will." The old man's eyes were so shrewd and betrayed such calculation in this ephemeral love that Mademoiselle de Verneuil, as she shook her head in sign of refusal, felt that his desire to marry her was solely to bury his secret in another himself. "Money!" she cried with a look of scorn which made him satisfied and angry both. "Money is nothing to me. You would be 3 times as rich as you are if you had all the gold that I have refused." She stopped suddenly. "Don't go near that wall, or—" "But I hear a voice," she said. "It echoes through that wall, a voice that is more to me than all your riches." Before the miser could stop her, Marie had laid her hand on a small coloured engraving of Louis XV on horseback. To her amazement it turned, and she saw in a room beneath her the Marquis de Montauran, who was loading a musket. The opening, hidden by a little panel on which the picture was gummed, seemed to form some opening in the ceiling of the adjoining chamber, which no doubt was the bedroom of the royalist general. Dorgemont closed the opening with much precaution and looked at the girl sternly. "Don't say a word. If you love your life, you haven't thrown your grappling iron on a worthless building. Do you know that the Marquis de Montauran is worth more than 100,000 francs a year from lands which have not yet been confiscated? And I read in the Prémedit de l'Île et Vilain a decree of the consuls putting an end to confiscation. Ha, ha! You'll think Lagarre a prettier feller than ever, won't you? Your eyes are shining like 2 new louis d'or." Mademoiselle de Verneuil's face was indeed keenly excited when she heard that well-known voice so near her, since she had been standing there erect in the midst, as it were, of a silver mine. The spring of her mind, held down by these strange events, recovered itself. She seemed to have formed some sinister resolution, and to perceive a means of carrying it out. "There is no return from such contempt," she was saying to herself, "and if he cannot love me, I will kill him. No other woman shall have him." "No, Abbé, no," cried the young chief, in a loud voice which was heard through the panel. "It must be so." "Monsieur le Marquis," replied the Abbé Gudin haughtily, "you will scandalize all Brittany if you give that ball at St. James. It is preaching, not dancing, which will rouse our villagers. Take guns, not fiddles." "Abbé, you have sense enough to know that it is not in a general assembly of our partisans that I can learn to know these people, or judge of what I may be able to undertake with them. A supper is better for examining faces than all the spying in the world, of which, by the by, I have a horror. They can be made to talk with glasses in their hand." Marie quivered as she listened, and conceived the idea of going to the ball, and there avenging herself. "Do you take me for an idiot with your sermon against dancing?" continued Montauran. "Wouldn't you yourself dance or read, if it would restore your order under its new name of Fathers of the Faith? Don't you know that Breton come away from the Mass and go to dancing? Are you aware that Messieurs Hyde de Neuville and Dandigne had a conference 5 days ago with the First Consul on the question of restoring His Majesty Louis XVIII? Ah, monsieur, the princes are deceived as to the true state of France. The devotions which uphold them are solely those of rank. Abbé, if I have set my feet in blood, at least I will not go into it to my middle without full knowledge of what I do. I am devoted to the king, but not to 4 hotheads, not to a man crippled with debt like Raphael, not to chauffeur, not to— Say frankly, monsieur, not to abbé who force contributions on the highway to carry on the war," retorted the Abbé Goudin. "Why should I not say it?" replied the Marquis sharply. "And I'll say further that the great and heroic days of La Vendée are over." "Monsieur le Marquis, we can perform miracles without you." "Yes, like that of Marie Lambrequin, whom I hear you have brought to life," said the Marquis, smiling. "Come, come, let us have no rancor, abbé. I know that you run all risks, and would shoot a blue as readily as you say an oremou. God willing, I hope to make you assist with a mitre on your head at the king's coronation." This last remark must have had some magic power, for the click of a musket was heard as the abbé exclaimed, "I have 50 cartridges in my pocket, monsieur le Marquis, and my life is the king's." "He's a debtor of mine," whispered the usurer to Marie. "I don't mean the 500 or 600 crowns he has borrowed, but a debt of blood which I hope to make him pay. He can never suffer as much evil as I wish him, the damned Jesuit. He swore the death of my brother, and raised the country against him. Why? Because the poor man was afraid of the new laws." Then, after applying his ear to another part of his hiding place, he added, "They are all decamping, those brigands. I suppose they are going to do some other miracle elsewhere. I only hope they won't bid me good-bye, as they did the last time, by setting fire to my house." After the lapse of about half an hour, during which time the usurer and Mademoiselle de Verneuil looked at each other as if they were studying a picture, the coarse, gruff voice of Galop Chopin was heard saying in a muffled tone, "There is no longer any danger, Monsieur d'Augemont, but this time you must allow that I have earned my 30 crowns." "My dear," said the miser to Marie, "swear to shut your eyes." Mademoiselle de Verneuil placed one hand over her eyelids, but for greater security d'Augemont blew out the lamp, took his liberator by the hand, and helped her to make 7 or 8 steps along a difficult passage. At the end of some minutes he gently removed her hand, and she found herself in the very room the Marquis de Montauran had just quitted, and which was in fact the miser's own bedroom. "My dear girl," said the old man, "you can safely go now. Don't look about you that way. I dare say you have no money with you. Here are 10 crowns. They are a little shaved, but they'll pass. When you leave the garden, you will see a path that leads straight to the town, or as they say now, the district. But the Chouans will be at Fougères, and it is to be presumed that you can't get back there at once. You may want some safe place to hide in. Remember what I say to you, but don't make use of it unless in some great emergency. You will see on the road which leads to Nid-au-Croc, through the Val de Gebarie, a farmhouse belonging to Cibot, otherwise called Galop Chopin. Go in and say to his wife, 'Good day, Bacanière,' and Barbette will hide you If Galop Chopin discovers you, he will either take you for the ghost, if it is dark, or 10 crowns will master him, if it is light. Adieu, our account is squared. But if you choose," he added, waving his hand about him, "all this is yours." Mademoiselle de Verneuil gave the strange old man a look of thanks, and succeeded in extracting a sigh from him, expressing a variety of emotions. "You will of course return me my 10 crowns, and please remark that I ask no interest. You can pay them to my credit with Maître Patras, the notary at Fougères, who would draw our marriage contract if you consented to be mine. Adieu." "Adieu," she said, smiling and waving her hand. "If you ever want money," he called after her, "I'll lend it to you at 5%. Yes, only 5. Did I say 5? Why, she's gone. That girl looks to me like a good one. Nevertheless, I'll change the secret opening of my chimney." Then he took a 12-pound loaf and a ham, and returned to his hiding place. As Mademoiselle de Verneuil walked through the country, she seemed to breathe a new life. The freshness of the night revived her after the fiery experience of the last few hours. She tried to follow the path explained to her by d'Orgemont, but the darkness became so dense after the moon had gone down that she was forced to walk haphazard, blindly. Presently the fear of falling down some precipice seized her and saved her life, for she stopped suddenly, fancying the ground would disappear before her if she made another step. A cool breeze lifting her hair, the murmur of the river, and her instinct, all combined to warn her that she was probably on the verge of the Saint-Sulpice rocks. She slipped her arm around a tree, and waited for dawn with keen anxiety, for she heard a noise of arms and horses and human voices. She was grateful to the darkness which saved her from the Chouans, who were evidently, as the miser had said, surrounding Fougères. Like fires lit at night as signals of liberty, a few gleams, faintly crimsoned, began to show upon the summits, while the bases of the mountains still retained the bluish tints which contrasted with the rosy clouds that were floating in the valley. Soon a ruby disk rose slowly on the horizon, and the skies greeted it, the varied landscape, the bell tower of Saint Léonard, the rocks, the meadows buried in shadow, all insensibly reappeared, and the trees on the summits were defined against the skies in the rising glow. The sun freed itself with a graceful spring from the ribbons of flame and ochre and sapphire. Its vivid light took level lines from hill to hill, and flowed into the vales. The dusk dispersed. Day mastered nature. A sharp breeze crisped the air. The birds sang. Life wakened everywhere. But the girl had hardly time to cast her eyes over the whole of this wondrous landscape before, by a phenomenon not infrequent in these cool regions, the mists spread themselves in sheets, filled the valleys, and rose to the tops of the mountains, burying the great valley beneath a mantle of snow. Mademoiselle de Verneuil fancied for a moment she saw a mer de glace, like those of the Alps. Then the vaporous atmosphere rolled like the waves of ocean, lifted impenetrable billows which softly swayed, undulated, and were violently whirled, catching from the sun's rays a vivid rosy tint, and showing here and there in their depths the transparencies of a lake of molten silver. Suddenly the north wind swept this phantasmagoric scene, and scattered the mists which laid it dew full of oxygen on the meadows. Mademoiselle de Verneuil was now able to distinguish a dark mass of men on the rocks of Fougères. 700 or 800 Chouans were running like ants through the suburb of Saint-Sulpice. The sleeping town would certainly have been overpowered, in spite of its fortifications, with its old grey towers, if Hulot had not been alert. A battery, concealed on a height at the farther end of the basin, formed by the ramparts, replied to the first fire of the Chouans by taking them diagonally on the road to the castle. The balls swept the road. Then a company of blues made a sortie from the Saint-Sulpice gate, profited by the surprise of the royalists to form in line upon the high road, and poured a murderous fire upon them. The Chouans made no attempt to resist, seeing that the ramparts of the castle were covered with soldiers, and that the guns of the fortress sufficiently protected the republican advance. Meantime, however, other Chouans, masters of the little valley of the Nanson, had swarmed up the rocks and reached the promenade, which was soon covered with goat skins, giving it to Marie's eyes the appearance of a thatched roof, brown with age. At the same moment loud reports were heard from the part of the town which overlooks the valley of Couesnon. Evidently Fougères was attacked on all sides and completely surrounded. Flames rising on the western side of the rock showed that the Chouans were setting fire to the suburbs, but these soon ceased, and a column of black smoke which succeeded them showed that the fire was extinguished. Brown and white clouds again hid the scene from Mademoiselle de Verneuil, but they were clouds of smoke from the fire and powder which the wind dispersed. The Republican commander, as soon as he saw his first orders admirably executed, changed the direction of his battery so as to sweep successively the valley of the Nanson, the Queen's staircase, and the base of the rock of Fougères. 2 guns posted at the gate of Saint Léonard scattered the ant-hill of Chouans, who had seized that position, and the National Guard of the town, rushing in haste to the square before the church, succeeded in dislodging the enemy. The fight lasted only half an hour and cost the Blues 100 men. The Chouans, beaten on all sides, retreated under orders from the Guard, whose bold attempt failed, although he did not know this, in consequence of the massacre of La Bivetière, which had brought Hulot secretly and in all haste to Fougères. The artillery had arrived only that evening, and the news had not reached Montaran, otherwise he would certainly have abandoned an enterprise which, if it failed, could only have bad results. As soon as he heard the guns, the Marquis knew it would be madness to continue, out of mere pride, a surprise which had missed fire. Therefore, not to lose men uselessly, he sent at once to all points of the attack, ordering an immediate retreat. The commandant, seeing his adversary on the rocks of Saint-Sulpice, surrounded by a council of men, endeavored to pour a volley upon him, but the spot was cleverly selected, and the young leader was out of danger in a moment. Hulot now changed parts with his opponent, and became the aggressor. At the first sign of the Guard's intention, the company stationed on the walls of the castle were ordered to cut off the Chouans' retreat by seizing the upper outlet of the valley of the Nanson. Notwithstanding her desire for revenge, Mademoiselle de Verneuil's sympathies were with the men commanded by her lover, and she turned hastily to see if the other end of the valley were clear for them. But the Blues, conquerors no doubt on the opposite side of Fougères, were returning from the valley of Couesnon and taking possession of the Nid d'Eau Creux and that portion of the Saint-Sulpice rocks which overhang the lower end of the valley of the Nanson. The Chouans, thus hemmed in to the narrow fields of the gorge, seemed in danger of perishing to last man, so cleverly and sagaciously were the commandant's measures taken. But Hulot's cannon were powerless at these 2 points, and here the town of Fougères, being quite safe, began one of those desperate struggles which denoted the character of Chouan warfare. Mademoiselle de Verneuil now comprehended the presence of the masses of men she had seen as she left the town, the meeting of the leaders at Dorgemont's house, and all the other events of the night, wondering how she herself had escaped so many dangers. The attack, prompted by desperation, interested her so keenly that she stood motionless, watching the living pictures as they presented themselves to her sight. Presently the struggle at the foot of the mountain had a deeper interest for her, seeing the Blues almost masters of the Chouans. The Marquis and his friends rushed into the valley of the Nanson to support their men. The rocks were now covered with straggling groups of furious combatants, deciding the question of life or death on the ground, and with weapons that were more favorable to the goats' skins. Slowly this moving arena widened. The Chouans, recovering themselves, gained the rocks, thanks to the shrubs and bushes which grew here and there among them. For a moment Mademoiselle de Verneuil felt alarmed as she saw rather late her enemies swarming over the summit and defending the dangerous paths by which alone she could descend. Every issue on the mountain was occupied by one or other of the 2 parties. Afraid of encountering them, she left the tree behind which she had been sheltering, and began to run in the direction of the farm which d'Argemont had mentioned to her. After running some time on the slope of Saint-Sulpice, which overlooks the valley of Couesnon, she saw a cowshed in the distance, and thought it must belong to the house of Galloup Chopin, who had doubtless left his wife at home and alone during the fight. Mademoiselle de Verneuil hoped to be able to pass a few hours in this retreat until it was possible for her to return to Fougères without danger. According to all appearance, Hulot was to triumph. The Chouans were retreating so rapidly that she heard firing all about her, and the fear of being shot made her hasten to the cottage, the chimney of which was her landmark. The path she was following ended at a sort of shed covered with a furze roof, supported by 4 stout trees with the bark still on them. A mud wall formed the back of this shed, under which were a cider mill, a flail to thresh buckwheat, and several agricultural implements. She stopped before one of the posts, unwilling to cross the dirty bog which formed a sort of courtyard to the house which, in her Parisian ignorance, she had taken for a stable. The cabin, protected from the north wind by an eminence towering above the roof which rested against it, was not without a poetry of its own, for the tender shoots of elms, heather, and various rock flowers wreathed it with garlands. A rustic staircase, constructed between the shed and the house, enabled the inhabitants to go to the top of the rock and breathe a purer air. On the left the eminence sloped abruptly down, giving to view a series of fields, the first of which belonged no doubt to this farm. These fields were like bowers, separated by banks, which were planted with trees. The road which led to them was barred by the trunk of an old half-rotten tree, a Breton method of enclosure, the name of which may furnish, further on, a digression which will complete the characterization of this region. Between the stairway cut in the schist rock and the path closed by this old tree, in front of the marsh and beneath the overhanging rock, several granite blocks, roughly hewn and piled one upon the other, formed the 4 corners of the cottage, and held up the planks, cobblestones, and pitch amalgam of which the walls were made. The fact that one half of the roof was covered with furze instead of thatch, and the other with shingles or bits of board cut into the form of slates, showed that the building was in 2 parts. One half, with a broken hurdle for a door, served as a stable. The other half was the dwelling of the owner. Though this hut owed to the neighborhood of the town a few improvements which were wholly absent from such buildings that were 5 or 6 miles further off, it showed plainly enough the instability of domestic life and habits to which the wars and customs of feudality had reduced the serf. Even to this day many of the peasants of those parts call a seigneurial chateau the dwelling. While examining the place with an astonishment we can readily conceive, Mademoiselle de Verneuil noticed here and there in the filth of the courtyard a few bits of granite so placed as to form stepping stones to the house. Hearing the sound of musketry that was evidently coming nearer, she jumped from stone to stone, as if crossing a rivulet to ask shelter. The house was closed by a door opening in 2 parts, the lower one of wood, heavy and massive, the upper one a shutter, which served as a window. In many of the smaller towns of France the shops have the same type of door, though far more decorated, the lower half possessing a call bell. The door in question opened with a wooden latch worthy of the Golden Age, and the upper part was never closed except at night, for it was the only opening through which daylight could enter the room. There was, to be sure, a clumsy window, but the glass was thick like the bottom of a bottle, and the lead which held the panes in place took so much room that the opening seemed intended to intercept the light rather than admit it. As soon as Mademoiselle de Verneuil had turned the creaking hinges of the lower door, she smelt an intolerable ammoniacal odor, and saw that the beast in the stable had kicked through the inner partition which separated the stable from the dwelling. The interior of the farmhouse, for such it was, did not belie its exterior. Mademoiselle de Verneuil was asking herself how it was possible for human beings to live in such habitual filth, when a ragged boy about 8 or 9 years old suddenly presented his fresh and rosy face, with a pair of fat cheeks, lively eyes, ivory teeth, and a mass of fair hair, which fell in curls upon his half-naked shoulders. His limbs were vigorous, and his attitude had the charm of that amazement and naive curiosity which widens a child's eyes. The little fellow was a picture of beauty. "Where's your mother?" said Marie, in a gentle voice, stooping to kiss him between the eyes. After receiving her kiss, the child slipped away like an eel, and disappeared behind a muck heap which was piled at the top of a mound between the path and the house, for like many Breton farmers who have a system of agriculture that is all their own, Galop Chopin put his manure in an elevated spot, so that by the time it was wanted for use, the rains had deprived it of all its virtue. Alone for a few minutes, Marie had time to make an inventory. The room in which he waited for Babette was the whole house. The most obvious and sumptuous object was a vast fireplace, with a mantel shelf of blue granite. The etymology of that word was shown by a strip of green serge, edged with a pale green ribbon, cut in scallops, which covered and overhung the whole shelf, on which stood a colored plaster cast of the Holy Virgin. On the pedestal of the statuette were 2 lines of a religious poem, very popular in Brittany: "I am the Mother of God, protectress of the sod." Behind the Virgin a hideous image, daubed with red and blue under pretense of painting, represented Saint Labre, a green serge bed of the shape called tomb, a clumsy cradle, a spinning wheel, common chairs, and a carved chest on which lay utensils, were about the whole of Galop Chopin's domestic possessions. In front of the window stood a chestnut table flanked by 2 benches of the same wood, to which the sombre light coming through the thick panes gave the tone of mahogany. An immense cask of cider, under the bung of which Mademoiselle de Verneuil noticed a pool of yellow mud, which had decomposed the flooring, although it was made of scraps of granite conglomerated in clay, proved that the master of the house had a right to his Chouan name, and that the pints galloped down either his own throat or that of his friends. 2 enormous jugs full of cider stood on the table. Marie's attention, caught at first by the innumerable spiders' webs which hung from the roof, was fixing itself on these pictures, when the noise of fighting, growing more and more distinct, impelled her to find a hiding place without waiting for the woman of the house, who, however, appeared at that moment. "Good morning, Bacanière," said Marie, restraining a smile at the appearance of a person who bore some resemblance to the heads which architects attach to window casings. "Ah, you come from Dorgemont," answered Barbette, in a tone that was far from cordial. "Yes, where can you hide me? For the Chouans are close by." "There," replied Barbette, as much amazed at the beauty as by the strange apparel of a being she could hardly believe to be of her own sex, "there, in the priest's hiding place." She took her to the head of the bed, and was putting her behind it, when they were both startled by the noise of a man springing into the courtyard. Barbette had scarcely time to drop the curtain of the bed and fold it about the girl before she was face to face with a fugitive Chouan. "Where can I hide, old woman? I am the Comte de Bovin," said the newcomer. Mademoiselle de Verneuil quivered as she recognized the voice of the belated guest, whose words, still a secret to her, brought about the catastrophe of La Vivetière. "Alas, monseigneur, don't you see I have no place? What I'd better do is to keep outside and watch that no one gets in. If the Blues come, I'll let you know. If I stay here and they find me with you, they'll burn my house down." Barbette left the hut, feeling herself incapable of settling the interests of 2 enemies who, in virtue of the double role her husband was playing, had an equal right to her hiding place. "I've only 2 shots left," said the Count in despair. "It will be very unlucky if those fellows turn back now, and take a fancy to look under this bed." He placed his gun gently against the headboard behind which Marie was standing among the folds of the green serge, and stooped to see if there was room for him under the bed. He would infallibly have seen her feet, but she, rendered desperate by her danger, seized his gun, jumped quickly into the room, and threatened him. The Count broke into a peal of laughter when he caught sight of her, for in order to hide herself, Marie had taken off her broad-brimmed Chouan hat, and her hair was escaping in heavy curls from the lace scarf which she had worn on leaving home. "Don't laugh, Monsieur le Comte. You are my prisoner. If you make the least movement, you shall know what an offended woman is capable of doing." As the Count and Marie stood looking at each other with differing emotions, confused voices were heard without among the rocks, calling out, "Save the Gare! Spread out! Spread out! Save the Gare!" Barbette's voice, calling to her boy, was heard above the tumult with very different sensations by the 2 enemies, to whom Barbette was really speaking instead of to her son. "Don't you see the blues?" she cried sharply. "Come here, you little scamp, or I shall be after you. Do you want to be shot? Come, hide quick!" While these things took place rapidly, a blue jumped into the marshy courtyard. "Beau pied!" exclaimed Mademoiselle de Verneuil. Beau pied, hearing her voice, rushed into the cottage and aimed at the Count. "Aristocrat!" he cried. "Don't stir, or I'll demolish you in a wink like the Bastille." "Monsieur Beau pied," said Mademoiselle de Verneuil in a persuasive voice, "you will be answerable to me for this prisoner. Do as you like with him now, but you must return him to me safe and sound at Fougères." "Enough, madame. Is the road to Fougères clear?" "Yes, it's safe enough, unless the Chouans come to life." Mademoiselle de Verneuil picked up the Count's gun gaily, and smiled satirically as she said to her prisoner, "Adieu, Monsieur le Comte. Au revoir." Then she darted down the path, having replaced the broad hat upon her head. "I have learned too late," said the Count, "not to joke about the virtue of a woman who has none." "Aristocrat!" cried Beau pied sternly, "if you don't want me to send you to your ci devant paradise, you will not say a word against that beautiful lady." Mademoiselle de Verneuil returned to Fougères by the paths which connect the rocks of Saint Sulpice with the Nid du Crox. When she reached the latter height, and had threaded the winding way cut in its rough granite, she stopped to admire the pretty valley of the Manson, lately so turbulent and now so tranquil. Seen from that point, the vale was like a street of verdure. Mademoiselle de Verneuil re-entered the town by the Porte Saint Léonard. The inhabitants, still uneasy about the fighting, which, judging by the distant firing, was still going on, were waiting the return of the National Guard to judge of their losses. Seeing the girl in her strange costume, her hair dishevelled, a gun in her hand, her shawl and gown whitened against the walls, soiled with mud and wet with dew, the curiosity of the people was keenly excited, all the more because the power, beauty, and singularity of this young Parisian had been the subject of much discussion. Francine, full of dreadful fears, had waited for her mistress throughout the night, and when she saw her, she began to speak, but Marie, with a kindly gesture, silenced her. "I'm not dead, my child," she said. "Ah," she added after a pause, "I wanted emotions when I left Paris, and I have had them." Francine asked if she should get her some food, observing that she must be in great need of it. "No, no, a bath, a bath!" cried Mademoiselle de Verneuil. "I must dress at once." Francine was not a little surprised when her mistress required her to unpack the most elegant of the dresses she had brought with her. Having bathed and breakfasted, Marie made her toilette with all the minute care which a woman gives to that important act when she expects to meet the eyes of her lover in a ball-room. Francine could not explain to herself the mocking gaiety of her mistress. It was not the joy of love. A woman never mistakes that. It was rather an expression of concentrated maliciousness, which to Francine's mind boded evil. Marie herself drew the curtains of the window from which the glorious panorama could be seen. Then she moved the sofa to the chimney corner, turning it so that the light would fall becomingly on her face. Then she told Francine to fetch flowers, that the room might have a festive air, and when they came she herself directed their arrangement in a picturesque manner. Giving a last glance of satisfaction at these various preparations, she sent Francine to the commandant with a request that he would bring her prisoner to her. Then she lay down luxuriously on a sofa, partly to rest, and partly to throw herself into an attitude of graceful weakness, the power of which is irresistible in certain women. A soft languor, the seductive pose of her feet just seen below the drapery of her gown, the plastic ease of her body, the curving of the throat, all, even the droop of her slender fingers as they hung from the pillow like the buds of a bunch of jasmine, combined with her eyes to produce seduction. She burned certain perfumes to fill the air with those subtle emanations which affect men's fibres powerfully, and often prepare the way for conquests which women seek to make without seeming to desire them. Presently the heavy step of the old soldier resounded in the adjoining room. "Well, commandant, where is my captive?" she said. "I have just ordered a picket of 12 men to shoot him, being taken with arms in his hand. "Why have you disposed of my prisoner?" she asked. "Listen to me, commandant. Surely, if I can trust your face, the death of a man after a fight is no particular satisfaction to you. Well, then, give my Chouan a reprieve, for which I will be responsible, and let me see him. I assure you that aristocrat has become essential to me, and he can be made to further the success of our plans. Besides, to shoot a mere amateur in chouannerie would be as absurd as to fire on a balloon when a pinprick would disinflate it. For heaven's sake, leave cruelty to the aristocracy. Republicans ought to be generous. Wouldn't you and yours have forgiven the victims of Quiberon? Come, send your 12 men to patrol the town, and dine with me, and bring the prisoner. There is only an hour of daylight left, and don't you see," she added, smiling, "that if you are too late my toilette will have lost its effect?" "But, mademoiselle," said the commandant, amazed. "Well, what? But I know what you mean. Don't be anxious, and the Count shall not escape. Sooner or later that big butterfly will burn himself in your fire." The commandant shrugged his shoulders slightly, with the air of a man who is forced to obey, whether he will or no, the commands of a pretty woman, and he returned in about half an hour, followed by the Comte de Bavent. Mademoiselle de Verneuil feigned surprise, and seemed confused that the Count should see her in such a negligent attitude. Then, after reading in his eyes that her first effect was produced, she rose and busied herself about her guests with well-bred courtesy. There was nothing studied or forced in her motions, smiles, behavior, or voice, nothing that betrayed premeditation or purpose. All was harmonious. No part was overacted. An observer could not have supposed that she affected the manners of a society in which she had not lived. When the Royalist and the Republic were seated, she looked sternly at the Count. He, on his part, knew women sufficiently well to feel certain that the offence he had committed against this woman was equivalent to a sentence of death. But in spite of this conviction, and without seeming either gay or gloomy, he had the air of a man who did not take such serious results into consideration. In fact, he really thought it ridiculous to fear death in presence of a pretty woman. Marie's stern manner roused ideas in his mind. Who knows, thought he, whether a count's coronet wouldn't please her as well as that of her lost marquis? Montran is as lean as a nail, while and he looked himself over with an air of satisfaction. At any rate, I should save my head. These diplomatic revelations were wasted. The passion the Count proposed to feign for Mademoiselle de Verneuil became a violent caprice, which the dangerous creature did her best to heighten. "Monsieur le Comte," she said, "you are my prisoner, and have the right to dispose of you. Your execution cannot take place without my consent, and I have too much curiosity to let them shoot you at present." "And suppose I am obstinate enough to keep silence?" he replied gaily. "With an honest woman, perhaps, but with a woman of the town? No, no, Monsieur le Comte, impossible." These words, full of bitter sarcasm, were hissed, as Sully says, in speaking of the Duchesse de Beaufort, from so sharp a beak that the Count, amazed, merely looked at his antagonist. "But," she continued, with a scornful glance, "not to contradict you, if I am a creature of that kind, I will act like one. Here's your gun," and she offered him his weapon with a mocking air. "On the honor of a gentleman, mademoiselle." "Ah," she said, interrupting him, "I've had enough of the honor of gentlemen. It was on the faith of that I went to La Vivetière. Your leader had sworn to me that I and my escort should be safe there." "What an infamy!" cried Hulot, contracting his brows. "The fault lies with Monsieur le Comte," said Marie, addressing Hulot. "I have no doubt the Gare meant to keep his word, but this gentleman told some calumny about me which confirmed those that Charrette's mistress had already invented." "Mademoiselle," said the Count, much troubled, "with my head under the axe, I would swear that I said nothing but the truth." "In saying what?" "That you were the, say the word, mistress of the Marquis de Lenaucourt, the present duke, and a friend of mine," replied the Count. "Now I can let you go to execution," she said, without seeming at all agitated by the outspoken reply of the Count, who was amazed at the real or pretended indifference with which she heard his statement. "However," she added, laughing, "you have not wronged me more than that friend of whom you suppose me to have been the fi, Monsieur le Comte. Surely you used to visit my father, the Duc de Verneuil?" "Yes. Well, then," evidently considering Hulot one too many for the confidence she was about to make, Mademoiselle de Verneuil motioned the Count to her side and said a few words in her ear. Monsieur de Beauvoir gave a low ejaculation of surprise, and looked with bewilderment at Marie, who completed the effect of her words by leaning against the chimney in the artless and innocent attitude of a child. "Mademoiselle," cried the Count, "I entreat your forgiveness, unworthy as I am of it." "I have nothing to forgive," she replied. "You have no more ground for repentance than you had for the insolent supposition you proclaimed at La Divetiere. But this is a matter beyond your comprehension. Only remember this, Monsieur le Comte: the daughter of the Duc de Verneuil has too generous a spirit not to take a lively interest in your fate." "Even after I have insulted you?" said the Count, with a sort of regret. "Some are placed so high that insult cannot touch them, Monsieur le Comte. I am one of them." As she said the words, the girl assumed an air of pride and nobility which impressed the prisoner, and made the whole of this strange intrigue much less clear to Hulot than the old soldier had thought it. He twirled his moustache, and looked uneasily at Mademoiselle de Verneuil, who made him a sign, as if to say she was still carrying out her plan. "Now," continued Marie, after a pause, "let us discuss these matters. Francine, my dear, bring lights." She adroitly led the conversation to the times which had now, within a few short years, become the Ancien Régime. She brought back that period to the Count's mind by the liveliness of her remarks and sketches, and gave him so many opportunities to display his wit by cleverly throwing repartees in his way, that he ended by thinking that he had never been so charming, and the idea having rejuvenated him, he endeavored to inspire this seductive young woman with his own good opinion of himself. The malicious creature practised in return every art of her coquetry upon him, all the more adroitly because it was mere play to her. Sometimes she let him think he was making rapid progress, and then, as if surprised at the sentiment she was feeling, she showed a sudden coolness which charmed him, and served to increase imperceptibly his impromptu passion. She was like a fisherman who lifts his line from time to time to see if the fish is biting. The poor Count allowed himself to be deceived by the innocent air with which she accepted two or three neatly turned compliments. Emigration, Brittany, the Republic, and the Chouans were far indeed from his thoughts. Hulot sat erect and silent as the god Hermes. His want of education made him quite incapable of taking part in a conversation of this kind. He supposed that the talking pair were very witty, but his efforts at comprehension were limited to discovering whether they were plotting against the Republic in covert language. "Montaran," the Count was saying, "has birth and breeding. He is a charming fellow, but he doesn't understand gallantry. He is too young to have seen Versailles. His education is deficient. Instead of diplomatically defaming, he strikes a blow. He may be able to love violently, but he will never have that fine flower of breeding in his gallantry which distinguished Lauson, Adhémar, Coigny, and so many others. He hasn't the winning art of saying those pretty nothings to women, which, after all, they like better than bursts of passion, which soon weary them. Yes, though he has undoubtedly had many love affairs, he has neither the grace nor the ease that should belong to them." "I've noticed that myself," said Marie. "Ah," thought the Count, "there's an inflection in her voice, and a look in her eye, which shows me plainly I shall soon be on terms with her, and faith, to get her, I believe all she wants me to." End of Section 12. Section 13 of the Chouans by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Catherine Wormley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Part 3. He offered her his hand, for dinner was now announced. Mademoiselle de Verneuil did the honors with a politeness and tact which could only have been acquired by the life and training of a court. "Leave us," she whispered to Hulot, as they left the table. "You will only frighten him, whereas if I am alone with him I shall soon find out all I want to know. He has reached the point where a man tells me everything he thinks and sees through my eyes only." "But afterwards?" said Hulot, evidently intending to claim the prisoner. "Afterwards he is to be free, free as air," she replied. "But he was taken with arms in his hand." "No," she said, making one of those sophistical jokes with which women parry unanswerable arguments. "I had disarmed him, Count," she said, turning back to him as Hulot departed. "I have just obtained your liberty. But nothing for nothing," she added, laughing, with her head on one side as if to interrogate him. "Ask all, even my name and my honor," he cried, intoxicated. "I lay them at your feet." He advanced to seize her hand, trying to make her take his passion for gratitude. But Mademoiselle de Verneuil was not a woman to be thus misled. So, smiling in a way to give some hope to this new lover, she drew back a few steps, and said, "You might make me regret my confidence." "The imagination of a young girl is more rapid than that of a woman," he answered, laughing. "A young girl has more to lose than a woman. True, those who carry a treasure ought to be distrustful. Let us quit such conventional language," she said, "and talk seriously. You are to give a ball at St. James. I hear that your headquarters, arsenals, and base of supplies are there. When is the ball to be?" "Tomorrow evening. You will not be surprised if a slandered woman desires, with a woman's obstinacy, to obtain a public reparation for the insults offered to her in presence of those who witnessed them. I shall go to your ball. I ask you to give me your protection from the moment I enter the room until I leave it. I ask nothing more than a promise," she added, as he laid his hand on his heart. "I abhor oaths. They are too like precautions. Tell me only that you engage to protect my person from all dangers, criminal or shameful. Promise to repair the wrong you did me, by openly acknowledging that I am the daughter of the Duc de Verneuil, but say nothing of the trials I have borne in being illegitimate. This will pay your debt to me. Ha! 2 hours' attendance on a woman in a ball-room is not so dear a ransom for your life, is it? You are not worth a ducat more." Her smile took the insult from her words. "What do you ask for the gun?" said the Count, laughing. "Oh, more than I do for you." "What is it?" "Secrecy. Believe me, my dear Count, a woman is never fathomed except by a woman. I am certain that if you say one word of this, I shall be murdered on my way to that ball. Yesterday I had warning enough. Yes, that woman is quick to act. Ah, I implore you," she said, "contrive that no harm shall come to me at the ball." "You will be there under my protection," said the Count, proudly. "But," he added, with a doubtful air, "are you coming for the sake of Monterand?" "You wish to know more than I know myself," she answered, laughing. "Now go," she added, after a pause. "I will take you to the gate of the town myself, for this seems to me a cannibal warfare." "Then you do feel some interest in me?" exclaimed the Count. "Ah, mademoiselle, permit me to hope that you will not be insensible to my friendship, for that sentiment must content me, must it not?" he added, with a conceited air. "Ah, diviner," she said, putting on the gay expression a woman assumes when she makes an avowal which compromises neither her dignity nor her secret sentiments. Then, having slipped on a pelisse, she accompanied him as far as the Nid aux Crocs. When they reached the end of the path, she said, "Monsieur, be absolutely silent on all this, even to the Marquis," and she laid her finger on both lips. The Count, emboldened by so much kindness, took her hand. She let him do so as though it were a great favor, and he kissed it tenderly. "Oh, mademoiselle!" he cried, on knowing himself beyond all danger, "rely on me for life, for death. Though I owe you a gratitude equal to that I owe my mother, it will be very difficult to restrain my feelings to mere respect." He sprang into the narrow pathway. After watching him till he reached the rocks of Saint Sulpice, Marie nodded her head in sign of satisfaction, saying to herself in a low voice, "That fat fellow has given me more than his life for his life. I can make him my creator at a very little cost. Creature or creator, that's all the difference there is between one man and another." She did not finish her thought, but with a look of despair she turned and re-entered the Porte Saint Léonard, where Hulot and Corentin were awaiting her. "2 more days," she cried, "and then—" She stopped, observing that they were not alone. "He shall fall under your guns," she whispered to Hulot. The commandant recoiled a step, and looked with a jeering contempt impossible to render at the woman whose features and expression gave no sign whatever of relenting. There's one thing remarkable about women: they never reason about their blameworthy actions. Feeling carries them off their feet. Even in their dissimulation there is an element of sincerity. And in women alone crime may exist without baseness, for it often happens that they do not know how it came about that they committed it. "I'm going to St. James, to a ball the Chouans give to-morrow night, and—" "But," said Corentin, interrupting her, "that is 15 miles distant. Had I not better accompany you?" "You think a great deal too much of something I never think of at all," she replied, "and that is yourself." Marie's contempt for Corentin was extremely pleasing to Hulot, who made his well-known grimace as she turned away in the direction of her own house. Corentin followed her with his eyes, letting his face express a consciousness of the fatal power he knew he could exercise over the charming creature by working upon the passions which sooner or later he believed would give her to him. As soon as Mademoiselle de Verneuil reached home, she began to deliberate on her ball dress. Francine, accustomed to obey without understanding her mistress's motives, opened the trunks and suggested a Greek costume. The republican fashions of those days were all Greek in style. Marie chose one which could be put in a box that was easy to carry. "Francine, my dear, I'm going on an excursion into the country. Do you want to go with me, or will you stay behind?" "Stay behind!" exclaimed Francine. "Then who would dress you?" "Where have you put that glove I gave you this morning?" "Here it is." "Sew this green ribbon into it, and above all, take plenty of money." Then, noticing that Francine was taking out a number of the new republican coins, she cried out, "Not those! They would get us murdered. Send Jeremy to Corentin. No, stay, the wretch would follow me. Send to the commandant, ask him from me for some 6 franc crowns." With the feminine sagacity which takes in the smallest detail, she thought of everything. While Francine was completing the arrangements for this extraordinary trip, Marie practiced the art of imitating an owl, and so far succeeded in rivaling Marche à terre that the illusion was a good one. At midnight she left Fougères by the gate of Saint Léonard, took the little path to Need Oaks Cocks, and started, followed by Francine, to cross the Val de Gibéry with a firm step, under the impulse of that strong will which gives to the body and its bearing such an expression of force. To leave a ballroom with sufficient care to avoid a cold is an important affair to the health of a woman. But let her have a passion in her heart, and her body becomes adamant. Such an enterprise as Marie had now undertaken would have floated in a bold man's mind for a long time. But Mademoiselle de Verneuil had no sooner thought of it than its dangers became to her attractions. "You are starting without asking God to bless you," said Francine, turning to look at the tower of Saint Léonard. The pious Breton stopped, clasped her hands, and said an Ave to Saint Anne of Auray, imploring her to bless their expedition; during which time her mistress waited pensively, looking first at the artless attitude of her maid, who was praying fervently, and then at the effects of the vaporous moonlight as it glided among the traceries of the church building, giving to the granite all the delicacy of filigree. The pair soon reached the hut of Galop Chopin. Light as their steps were, they roused one of those huge watch dogs on whose fidelity the Bretons rely, putting no fastening to their doors but a simple latch. The dog ran to the strangers, and his bark became so threatening that they were forced to retreat a few steps and call for help. But no one came. Mademoiselle de Verneuil then gave the owl's cry, and instantly the rusty hinges of the door made a creaking sound, and Galop Chopin, who had risen hastily, put out his head. "I wish to go to St. James," said Marie, showing the gare glove. "Monsieur le Comte de Bovin told me that you would take me there and protect me on the way. Therefore be good enough to get us 2 riding donkeys, and make yourself ready to go with us. Time is precious, for if we do not get to St. James before tomorrow night, I can neither see the ball nor the gare." Galop Chopin, completely bewildered, took the glove and turned it over and over, after lighting a pitch candle about a finger thick and the color of gingerbread. This article of consumption, imported into Brittany from the north, was only one more proof to the eyes in this strange country of a utter ignorance of all commercial principles, even the commonest. After seeing the green ribbon, staring at Mademoiselle de Verneuil, scratching his ear, and drinking a beaker of cider, having first offered a glass to the beautiful lady, Galop Chopin left her seated before the table and went to fetch the required donkeys. The violet gleam cast by the pitch candle was now powerful enough to counteract the fitful moonlight, which touched the dark floor and furniture of the smoke blackened cottage with luminous points. The little boy had lifted his pretty head inquisitively, and above it 2 cows were poking their rosy muzzles and brilliant eyes through the holes in the stable wall. The big dog, whose countenance was by no means the least intelligent of the family, seemed to be examining the strangers with as much curiosity as the little boy. A painter would have stopped to admire the night effects of this scene, but Marie, not wishing to enter into conversation with Barbette, who sat up in bed and began to show signs of amazement at recognizing her, left the hovel to escape its fetid air and the questions of its mistress. She ran quickly up the stone staircase behind the cottage, admiring the vast details of the landscape, the aspect of which underwent as many changes as spectators made steps either upward to the summits or downward to the valleys. The moonlight was now enveloping like a luminous mist the valley of Couesnon. Certainly a woman whose heart was burdened with a despised love would be sensitive to the melancholy which that soft brilliancy inspires in the soul by the weird appearance it gives to objects and the colors with which it tints the streams. The silence was presently broken by the braying of a donkey. Marie went quickly back to the hut, and the party started. Galop Chopin, armed with a double-barreled gun, wore a long goatskin, which gave him something the look of Robinson Crusoe. His blotched face, seamed with wrinkles, was scarcely visible under the broad-brimmed hat, which the Breton peasants still retain as a tradition of the olden time, proud to have won after their servitude the right to wear the former ornament of seigneurial heads. This nocturnal caravan, protected by a guide whose clothing, attitudes, and person had something patriarchal about them, bore no little resemblance to the flight into Egypt, as we see it represented by the somber brush of Rembrandt. Galop Chopin carefully avoided the main road and guided the 2 women through the labyrinth of byways which intersect Brittany. Mademoiselle de Verneuil then understood the Chouans' warfare. In threading these complicated paths, she could better appreciate the condition of a country which, when she saw it from an elevation, had seemed to her so charming, but into which it was necessary to penetrate before the dangers and inextricable difficulties of it could be understood. Round each field, and from time immemorial, the peasants have piled mud walls about 6 feet high and prismatic in shape, on the top of which grow chestnuts, oaks, and beeches. The walls thus planted are called hedges, Norman hedges, and the long branches of the trees sweeping over the pathways arch them. Sunken between these walls, made of a clay soil, the paths are like the covered ways of a fortification, and where the granite rock, which in these regions comes to the surface of the ground, does not make a sort of rugged natural pavement, they become so impracticable that the smallest vehicles can only be drawn over them by 2 pairs of oxen, or Breton horses, which are small but usually vigorous. These byways are so swampy that foot passengers have gradually, by long usage, made other paths beside them on the hedge banks, which are called routes, and these begin and end with each division into fields. In order to cross from one field to another, it is necessary to climb the clay banks by means of steps, which are often very slippery after a rain. Travelers have many other obstacles to encounter in these intricate paths. Thus surrounded, each field is closed by what is called in the West an échalier, that is, a trunk or stout branch of a tree, one end of which, being pierced, is fitted to an upright post, which serves as a pivot, on which it turns. One end of the échalier projects far enough beyond the pivot to hold a weight, and this singular rustic gate, the post of which rests in a hole made in the bank, is so easy to work that a child can handle it. Sometimes the peasants economize the stone which forms the weight by lengthening the trunk or branch beyond the pivot. This method of enclosure varies with the genius of each proprietor. Sometimes it consists of a single trunk or branch, both ends of which are embedded in the bank. In other places it looks like a gate, and is made of several slim branches placed at regular distances, like the steps of a ladder lying horizontally. The form turns like the échalier on a pivot. These hedges and échaliers give the region the appearance of a huge chessboard, each field forming a square perfectly isolated from the rest, closed like a fortress, and protected by ramparts. The gate, which is very easy to defend, is a dangerous spot for assailants. The Breton peasant thinks he improves his fallow land by encouraging the growth of gorse, a shrub so well treated in these regions that it soon attains the height of a man. This delusion, worthy of a population which puts its manure on the highest spot in the courtyard, has covered the soil to a proportion of 1/4 with masses of gorse, in the midst of which 1,000 men might ambush. Also, there is scarcely a field without a number of old apple trees, the fruit being used for cider, which kill the vegetation wherever their branches cover the ground. Now, if the reader will reflect on the small extent of open ground within these hedges and large trees, whose hungry roots impoverish the soil, he will have an idea of the cultivation and general character of the region through which Mademoiselle de Verneuil was now passing. It is difficult to say whether the object of these enclosures is to avoid all disputes of possession, or whether the custom is a lazy one of keeping the cattle from straying, without the trouble of watching them. At any rate, such formidable barriers are permanent obstacles which make these regions impenetrable and ordinary warfare impossible. There lies the whole secret of the Chouan war. Mademoiselle de Verneuil saw plainly the necessity the Republic was under to strangle the disaffection by means of police and by negotiation, rather than by a useless employment of military force. What could be done, in fact, with a people wise enough to despise the possession of towns, and hold to that of an open country already furnished with indestructible fortifications? Surely nothing except negotiate, especially as the whole active strength of these deluded peasants lay in a single able and enterprising leader. She admired the genius of the minister who, sitting in his study, had been able to grasp the true way of procuring peace. She thought she understood the considerations which act on the minds of men, powerful enough to take a bird's-eye view of an empire, men whose actions, criminal in the eyes of the masses, are the outcome of a vast and intelligent thought. There is in these terrible souls some mysterious blending of the force of fate and that of destiny, some prescience which suddenly elevates them above their fellows. The masses seek them for a time in their own ranks. Then they raise their eyes and see these lordly souls above them. Such reflections as these seemed to Mademoiselle de Verneuil to justify and even to ennoble her thoughts of vengeance. This travail of her soul and its expectations gave her vigor enough to bear the unusual fatigues of this strange journey. At the end of each property, Galop Chopin made the women dismount from their donkeys and climb the obstructions. Then mounting again, they made their way through the boggy paths, which already felt the approach of winter. The combination of tall trees, sunken paths, and enclosed places kept the soil in a state of humidity which wrapped the travelers in a mantle of ice. However, after much wearisome fatigue, they managed to reach the woods of Marigny by sunrise. The journey then became less difficult, and led by a broad footway through the forest. The arch formed by the branches and the great size of the trees protected the travelers from the weather, and the many difficulties of the first half of their way did not recur. They had hardly gone a couple of miles through the woods before they heard a confused noise of distant voices and the tinkling of a bell, the silvery tones of which did not have the monotonous sound given by the movements of cattle. Galop Chopin listened with great attention as he walked along to this melody. Presently a puff of wind brought several chanted words to his ear, which seemed to affect him powerfully, for he suddenly turned the wearied donkeys into a bypath, which led away from St. James, paying no attention to the remonstrances of Mademoiselle de Verneuil, whose fears were increased by the darkness of the forest path along which their guide now led them. To right and left were enormous blocks of granite, laid one upon the other, of whimsical shape. Across them huge roots had glided, like monstrous serpents, seeking from afar the juicy nourishment enjoyed by a few beeches. The two sides of the road resembled the subterranean grottos that are famous for stalactites, immense festoons of stone, where the darkling verdure of ivy and holly allied itself to the green-gray patches of the moss and lichen, hid the precipices and the openings into several caves. When the three travelers had gone a few steps through a very narrow path, a most surprising spectacle suddenly unfolded itself to Mademoiselle de Verneuil's eyes, and made her understand the obstinacy of her Chouan guide. A semicircular basin of granite blocks formed an amphitheater, on the rough tiers of which rose tall black pines and yellowing chestnuts, one above the other, like a vast circus, where the wintry sun shed its pale colors rather than poured its light, and autumn had spread her tawny carpet of fallen leaves. About the middle of this hall, which seemed to have had the deluge for its architect, stood three enormous Druid stones, a vast altar on which was raised an old church banner. About 100 men, kneeling with bared heads, were praying fervently in this natural enclosure, where a priest, assisted by two other ecclesiastics, was saying mass. The poverty of the sacerdotal vestments, the feeble voice of the priest, which echoed like a murmur through the open space, the praying men, filled with conviction and united by one and the same sentiment, the bare cross, the wild and barren temple, the dawning day, gave the primitive character of the earlier times of Christianity to the scene. Mademoiselle de Verneuil was struck with admiration. This mass said in the depths of the woods, this worship driven back by persecution to its sources, the poesy of ancient times, revived in the midst of this weird and romantic nature, these armed and unarmed Chouans, cruel and praying, men yet children, all these things resembled nothing that she had ever seen or yet imagined. She remembered admiring in her childhood the pomps of the Roman Church, so pleasing to the senses, but she knew nothing of God alone, his cross on the altar, his altar the earth. In place of the carved foliage of a Gothic cathedral, the autumnal trees upheld the sky. Instead of 1,000 colors thrown through stained glass windows, the sun could barely slide its ruddy rays and dull reflections on altar, priest, and people. The men present were a fact, a reality, and not a system. It was a prayer, not a religion, but human passions, the momentary repression of which gave harmony to the picture, soon reappeared on this mysterious scene and gave it powerful vitality. As Mademoiselle de Verneuil reached the spot the reading of the Gospel was just over, she recognized in the officiating priest, not without fear, the Abbé Gudin, and she hastily slipped behind a granite block, drawing Francine after her. She was, however, unable to move Galop Chopin from the place he had chosen, and from which he intended to share in the benefits of the ceremony. But she noticed the nature of the ground around her, and hoped to be able to evade the danger by getting away, when the service was over, before the priests. Through a large fissure of the rock that hid her she saw the Abbé Gudin mounting a block of granite, which served him as a pulpit, where he began his sermon with the words, In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. All present made the sign of the cross. My dear friends, continued the abbé, let us pray in the first place for the souls of the dead. Jean Coquarglu, Nicolas Laferte, Joseph Bouret, François Parquois, Sulpice Coupillot, all of this parish, and dead of wounds received in the fight on Mont Pelerin and at the siege of Fougères, De Profundis, etc. The psalm was recited according to custom by the congregation and the priests, taking verses alternately with a fervor which augured well for the success of the sermon. When it was over, the abbé continued, in a voice which became gradually louder and louder, for the former Jesuit was not unaware that vehemence of delivery was in itself a powerful argument with which to persuade his semi-savage hearers. These defenders of our God, Christians, have set you an example of duty, he said. Are you not ashamed of what will be said of you in paradise? If it were not for these blessed ones, who have just been received with open arms by all the saints, our Lord might have thought that your parish is inhabited by Mohammedans. Do you know, men, what is said of you in Brittany and in the king's presence? What, you don't know? Then I shall tell you. They say, Behold, the Blues have cast down altars, and killed priests, and murdered the king and queen. They mean to make the parish folk of Brittany Blues like themselves, and send them to fight in foreign lands, away from their churches, where they run the risk of dying without confession and going eternally to hell. And yet the Gar of Marigny, whose churches they have burned, stands still with folded arms. Oh, oh! This republic of damned souls has sold the property of God and that of the nobles at auction. It has shared the proceeds with the Blues. It has decreed, in order to gorge itself with money, as it does with blood, that a crown shall be only worth 3 francs instead of 6, and yet the Gar of Marigny haven't seized their weapons and driven the Blues from Brittany. Ha! Paradise will be closed to them. They can never save their souls. That's what they say of you in the king's presence. It is your own salvation, Christians, which is at stake. Your souls are to be saved by fighting for religion and the king. Saint Anne of Valois herself appeared to me yesterday at 2:30, and she said to me these very words, which I now repeat to you. Are you a priest of Marigny? Yes, madame, ready to serve you. I am Saint Anne of Auray, aunt of God, after the manner of Brittany. I have come to bid you warn the people of Marigny that they must not hope for salvation if they do not take arms. You are to refuse them absolution from their sins unless they serve God. Bless their guns, and those who gain absolution will never miss the Blues, because their guns are sanctified. She disappeared, leaving an odor of incense behind her. I marked the spot. It is under the oak of the Pate d'Oie, just where that beautiful wooden Virgin was placed by the rector of St. James, to whom the crippled mother of Pierre Leroy, otherwise called Marchater, came to pray, and was cured of all her pains because of her son's good deeds. You see her there in the midst of you, and you know that she walks without assistance. It was a miracle intended, like the resurrection of Marie Labraquin, to prove to you that God will never forsake the Breton cause so long as the people fight for his servants and for the king. Therefore, my dear brothers, if you wish to save your souls and show yourselves defenders of God and the king, you will obey all the orders of the man whom God has sent to us, and whom we call the Gar. Then, indeed, you will no longer be Mohammedans. You will rank with all the Gar of Brittany under the flag of God. You can take from the pockets of the Blues the money they have stolen from you, for if the fields have to go uncultivated while you are making war, God and the king will deliver to you the spoils of your enemies. Shall it be said, Christians, that the Gar of Morigny are behind the Gar of the Morabihans, the Gar of Saint-Georges, of Vitre or Antrin, who are all faithful to God and the king? Will you let them get all the spoils? Will you stand like heretics with your arms folded when other Bretons are saving their souls and saving their king? Forsake all and follow me, says the gospel. Have we not forsaken our tithes, we priests? And you, I say to you, forsake all for this holy war. You shall be like the Maccabees. All will be forgiven you. You will find the priests and curates in your midst, and you will conquer. Pay attention to these words, Christians, he said, as he ended. For this day only have we the power to bless your guns. Those who do not take advantage of the saint's favor will not find her merciful. She will not forgive them or listen to them as she did in the last war. This appeal, enforced by the power of a loud voice and by many gestures, the vehemence of which bathed the orator in perspiration, produced apparently very little effect. The peasants stood motionless, their eyes on the speaker like statues, but Mademoiselle de Verneuil presently noticed that this universal attitude was the result of a spell cast by the abbé on the crowd. He had, like great actors, held his audience as one man by addressing their passions and self-interests. He had absolved excesses before committal, and broken the only bonds which held these boorish men to the practice of religious and social precepts. He had prostituted his sacred office to political interests. But it must be said that in these times of revolution, every man made a weapon of whatever he possessed for the benefit of his party, and the pacific cross of Jesus became as much an instrument of war as the peasant's plough-share. Seeing no one with whom to advise, Mademoiselle de Verneuil turned to look for Francine, and was not a little astonished to see that she shared in the rapt enthusiasm, and was devoutly saying her chaplet over some beads which Galop Chopin had probably given her during the sermon. Francine, she said in a low voice, are you afraid of being a Mohammedan? Oh, mademoiselle, replied the girl, just see Pierre's mother. She is walking. Francine's whole attitude showed such deep conviction that Marie understood at once the secret of the homily, the influence of the clergy over the rural masses, and the tremendous effect of the scene which was now beginning. The peasants advanced one by one and knelt down, presenting their guns to the preacher, who laid them upon the altar. Galop Chopin offered his old duck-shooter. The three priests sang the hymn Veni Creator, while the celebrant wrapped the instruments of death in bluish clouds of incense, waving the smoke into shapes that appeared to interlace one another. When the breeze had dispersed the vapor, the guns were returned in due order. Each man received his own on his knees from the hands of the priests, who recited a Latin prayer as they returned them. After the men had regained their places, the profound enthusiasm of the congregation, mute till then, broke forth and resounded in a formidable manner. Domine salvum fac regem was the prayer which the preacher intoned in an echoing voice, and was then sung vehemently by the people. The cry had something savage and warlike in it. The two notes of the word regem, readily interpreted by the peasants, were taken with such energy that Mademoiselle de Verneuil's thoughts reverted almost tenderly to the exiled Bourbon family. These recollections awakened those of her past life. Her memory revived the fêtes of a court now dispersed, in which she had once a share. The face of the marquis entered her reverie. With the natural mobility of a woman's mind, she forgot the scene before her, and reverted to her plans of vengeance, which might cost her her life, or come to naught under the influence of a look. Seeing a branch of holly, the trivial thought crossed her mind that in this decisive moment, when she wished to appear in all her beauty at the ball, she had no decoration for her hair, and she gathered a tuft of the prickly leaves and shining berries with the idea of wearing them. "Ho, ho! My gun may miss fire on a duck, but on a blue, never!" cried Galop Chopin, nodding his head in sign of satisfaction. Marie examined her guide's face attentively, and found it of the type of those she had just seen. The old Chouan had evidently no more ideas than a child. A naïve joy wrinkled his cheeks and forehead as he looked at his gun, but a pious conviction cast upon that expression of his joy a tinge of fanaticism, which brought into his face for an instant the signs of the vices of civilization. Section 13. Section 14 of the Chouans by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Catherine Wormley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Part 4. Presently they reached a village, or rather a collection of huts like that of Galop Chopin, where the rest of the congregation arrived before Mademoiselle de Verneuil had finished the milk and bread and butter which formed the meal. This irregular company was led by the abbé, who held in his hand a rough cross draped with a flag, followed by a guard, who was proudly carrying the parish banner. Mademoiselle de Verneuil was compelled to mingle with this detachment, which was on its way, like herself, to St. James, and would naturally protect her from all danger as soon as Galop Chopin informed them that the guard glove was in her possession, provided always that the abbé did not see her. Towards sunset the three travellers arrived safely at St. James, a little town which owes its name to the English, by whom it was built in the 14th century during their occupation of Brittany. Before entering it, Mademoiselle de Verneuil was witness of a strange scene of this strange war, to which, however, she gave little attention. She feared to be recognized by some of her enemies, and this dread hastened her steps. 5,000 or 6,000 peasants were camping in a field. Their clothing was not in any degree warlike. In fact, this tumultuous assembly resembled that of a great fair. Some attention was needed to even observe that these Bretons were armed, for their goat skins were so made as to hide their guns, and the weapons that were chiefly visible were the scythes with which some of the men had armed themselves while awaiting the distribution of muskets. Some were eating and drinking, others were fighting and quarreling in loud tones, but the greater part were sleeping on the ground. An officer in a red uniform attracted Mademoiselle de Verneuil's attention, and she supposed him to belong to the English service. At a little distance, two other officers seemed to be trying to teach a few Chouans, more intelligent than the rest, to handle two cannon, which apparently formed the whole artillery of the royalist army. Shouts hailed the coming of the guard of Marigny, who were recognized by their banner. Under cover of the tumult which the newcomers and the priests excited in the camp, Mademoiselle de Verneuil was able to make her way past it and into the town without danger. She stopped at a plain-looking inn, not far from the building where the ball was to be given. The town was so full of strangers that she could only obtain one miserable room. When she was safely in it, Galop Chopin brought Francine the box which contained the ball dress, and having done so he stood stock still in an attitude of indescribable irresolution. At any other time Mademoiselle de Verneuil would have been much amused to see what a Breton peasant can be like when he leaves his native parish, but now she broke the charm by opening her purse and producing 4 crowns of 6 francs each, which she gave him. "Take it," she said, "and if you wish to oblige me, you will go straight back to Fougères without entering the camp or drinking any cider." The Chouan, amazed at her liberality, looked first at the crowns which he had taken, and then at Mademoiselle de Verneuil, but she made him a sign with her hand, and he disappeared. "How could you send him away, mademoiselle?" said Francine. "Don't you see how the place is surrounded? We shall never get away. and who will protect you here?" "You have a protector of your own," said Marie maliciously, giving in an undertone Marcheterre's owl cry, which she was constantly practising. Francine coloured and smiled rather sadly at her mistress's gaiety. "But who is yours?" she said. Mademoiselle de Verneuil plucked out her dagger and showed it to the frightened girl, who dropped on a chair and clasped her hands. "What have you come here for, Marie?" she cried in a supplicating voice, which asked no answer. Mademoiselle de Verneuil was busily twisting the branches of holly which she had gathered. "I don't know whether this holly will be becoming," she said. "A brilliant skin like mine may possibly bear a dark wreath of this kind. What do you think, Francine?" Several remarks of the same kind as she dressed for the ball showed the absolute self-possession and coolness of this strange woman. Whoever had listened to her then would have found it hard to believe in the gravity of a situation in which she was risking her life. An Indian muslin gown, rather short and clinging like damp linen, revealed the delicate outlines of her shape. Over this she wore a red drapery, numerous folds of which, gradually lengthening as they fell by her side, took the graceful curves of a Greek peplum. This voluptuous garment of the pagan priestesses lessened the indecency of the rest of the attire which the fashions of the time suffered women to wear. To soften its immodesty still further, Marie threw a gauze scarf over her shoulders, left bare and far too low by the red drapery. She wound the long braids of her hair into the flat, irregular comb above the nape of the neck, which gives such grace to certain antique statues by an artistic elongation of the head, while a few stray locks escaping from her forehead fell in shining curls beside her cheeks. With a form and head thus dressed, she presented a perfect likeness of the noble masterpieces of Greek sculpture. She smiled as she looked with approval at the arrangement of her hair, which brought out the beauties of her face, while the scarlet berries of the holly wreath which she had laid upon it repeated charmingly the colour of the peplum. As she twisted and turned a few leaves to give capricious diversity to their arrangement, she examined her whole costume in a mirror to judge of its general effect. "I am horrible to-night," she said, as though she were surrounded by flatterers. "I look like a Statue of Liberty." She placed the dagger carefully in her bosom, leaving the rubies in the hilt exposed, their ruddy reflections attracting the eye to the hidden beauties of her shape. Francine could not bring herself to leave her mistress. When Marie was ready, she made various pretexts to follow her. She must help her to take off her mantle and the overshoes which the mud and muck in the streets compelled her to wear, though the roads had been sanded for this occasion. Also the gauze veil which Mademoiselle de Verneuil had thrown over her head to conceal her features from the Chouans who were collecting in the streets to watch the company. The crowd was in fact so great that they were forced to make their way through two hedges of Chouans. Francine no longer strove to detain her mistress, and after giving a few last touches to a costume the greatest charm of which was its exquisite freshness, she stationed herself in the courtyard that she might not abandon this beloved mistress to her fate without being able to fly to her succor, for the poor girl foresaw only evil in these events. A strange scene was taking place in Montauran's chamber as Marie was on her way to the ball. The young Marquis, who had just finished dressing, was putting on the broad red ribbon which distinguished him as first in rank of the assembly, when the Abbé Goudin entered the room with an anxious air. "Monsieur le Marquis, come quickly," he said. "You alone can quell a tumult which has broken out, I don't know why, among the leaders. They talk of abandoning the King's cause. I think that devil of a Riffoel is at the bottom of it. Such quarrels are always caused by some mere nonsense. Madame Dugois reproached him, so I hear, for coming to the ball ill-dressed." "That woman must be crazy," cried the Marquis. "To try to—" "Riffoel retorted," continued the abbé, interrupting his chief, "that if you had given him the money promised him in the King's name—" "Enough, enough! I understand it all now. This scene has all been arranged, and you are put forward as ambassador." "I, Monsieur le Marquis?" said the abbé, again interrupting him. "I am supporting you vigorously, and you will, I hope, do me the justice to believe that the restoration of our altars in France and that of the King upon the throne of his fathers are far more powerful incentives to my humble labors than the bishopric of Rennes, which you—" The abbé dared say no more, for the Marquis smiled bitterly at his last words. However, the young chief instantly repressed all expression of feeling. His brow grew stern, and he followed the Abbé Gudin into a hall where the worst of the clamor was echoing. "I recognize no authority here," Riffoel was saying, casting angry looks at all about him, and laying his hand on the hilt of his sabre. "Do you recognize that of common sense?" asked the Marquis coldly. The young Chevalier de Vissart, better known under his patronymic of Riffoel, was silent before the general of the Catholic armies. "What is all this about, gentlemen?" asked the Marquis, examining the faces round him. "This, Monsieur le Marquis," said a famous smuggler, with the awkwardness of a man of the people who long remains under the yoke of respect to a great lord, though he admits no barriers after he has once jumped them, and regards the aristocrat as an equal only. "This," he said, "and you have come in the nick of time to hear it. I am no speaker of gilded phrases, and I shall say things plainly. I commanded 500 men during the late war. Since we have taken up arms again, I have raised 1,000 heads as hard as mine for the service of the King. It is now 7 years that I have risked my life in the good cause. I don't blame you, but I say that the laborer is worthy of his hire. Now, to begin with, I demand that I be called Monsieur de Cautereau. I also demand that the rank of colonel shall be granted me, or I send in my adhesion to the First Consul. Let me tell you, Monsieur le Marquis, my men and I have a devilishly importunate creditor who must be satisfied. He's here," he added, striking his stomach. "Have the musicians come?" said the Marquis in a contemptuous tone, turning to Madame Dugois. But the smuggler had dealt boldly with an important topic, and the calculating, ambitious minds of those present had been too long in suspense as to what they might hope for from the King to allow the scorn of their new leader to put an end to the scene. Riffoel hastily blocked the way before Mautorin and seized his hand to oblige him to remain. "Take care, Monsieur le Marquis," he said. "You are treating far too lightly men who have a right to the gratitude of him whom you are here to represent. We know that His Majesty has sent you with full powers to judge of our services, and we say that they ought to be recognized and rewarded, for we risk our heads upon the scaffold daily. I know, so far as I am concerned, that the rank of a brigadier general—" "You mean colonel." "No, Monsieur le Marquis. Charette made me a colonel. The rank I mention cannot be denied me. I am not arguing for myself. I speak for my brave brothers in arms whose services ought to be recorded. Your signature and your promise will suffice them for the present. Though," he added in a low voice, "I must say they are satisfied with very little. But," he continued, raising his voice, "when the sun rises on the Château of Versailles to glorify the return of the monarchy after the faithful have conquered France, in France, for the King, will they obtain favors for their families, pensions for widows, and the restitution of their confiscated property? I doubt it. But, Monsieur le Marquis, we must have certified proof of our services when that time comes. I will never distrust the King, but I do distrust those cormorants of ministers and courtiers who tingle his ears with talk about the public welfare, the honour of France, the interests of the Crown, and other crotchets. They will sneer at a loyal Vendéan or a brave Chouan because he is old and the sword he drew for the good cause dangles on his withered legs, palsied with exposure. Can you say that we are wrong in feeling thus?" "You talk well, Monsieur de Vissart, but you are over hasty," replied the Marquis. "Listen, Marquis," said the Count de Bourbon in a whisper. "Riffoel has really on my word, told the truth. You are sure yourself to have the ear of the king, while the rest of us only see him at a distance and from time to time. I will own to you that if you do not give me your word as a gentleman, that I shall in due course of time obtain the place of Master of Woods and Waters in France, the devil take me if I will risk my neck any longer. To conquer Normandy for the king is not an easy matter, and I demand the order for it. But," he added, colouring, "there's time enough to think of that. God forbid that I should imitate these poor mercenaries and harass you. Speak to the king for me, and that's enough." Each of the chiefs found means to let the Marquis know, in a more or less ingenious manner, the exaggerated price they set upon their services. One modestly demanded the governorship of Brittany, another a barony, this one a promotion, that one a command, and all wanted pensions. "Well, Baron," said the Marquis de Monsieur de Genic, "don't you want anything?" "These gentlemen have left me nothing but the crown of France, Marquis, but I might manage to put up with that." "Gentlemen," cried the Abbé Gudin in a loud voice, "remember that if you are too eager you will spoil everything in the day of victory. The king will then be compelled to make concessions to the revolutionists." "To those Jacobins?" shouted the smuggler. "Ha! If the king would let me have my way, I'd answer for my 1,000 men. We'd soon wring their necks and be rid of them." "Monsieur de Cautereau," said the Marquis, "I see some of our invited guests arriving. We must all do our best by attention and courtesy to make them share our sacred enterprise. You will agree, I am sure, that this is not the moment to bring forward your demands, however just they may be." So saying, the Marquis went to the door, as if to meet certain of the country nobles who were entering the room, but the bold smuggler barred his way in a respectful manner. "No, no, Monsieur le Marquis, excuse me," he said, "the Jacobins taught me too well in 1793 that it is not he who sows and reaps who eats the bread. Sign this bit of paper for me, and tomorrow I'll bring you 1,500 gar. If not, I'll treat with the First Consul." Looking haughtily about him, the Marquis saw plainly that the boldness of the old partisan and his resolute air were not displeasing to any of the spectators of this debate. One man alone, sitting by himself in a corner of the room, appeared to take no part in the scene, and to be chiefly occupied in filling his pipe. The contemptuous air with which he glanced at the speakers, his modest demeanour, and a look of sympathy which the Marquis encountered in his eyes, made the young leader observe the man, whom he then recognized as Major Brigot, and he went suddenly up to him. "And you, what do you want?" he said. "Oh, Monsieur le Marquis, if the king comes back, that's all I want." "But for yourself?" "For myself? Are you joking?" The Marquis pressed the horny hand of the Breton, and said to Madame Dugois, who was near them, "Madame, I may perish in this enterprise before I have time to make a faithful report to the king on the Catholic armies of Brittany. I charge you, in case you live to see the Restoration, not to forget this honourable man, nor the Baron de Genic. There is more devotion in them than in all those other men put together." He pointed to the chiefs, who were waiting with some impatience till the Marquis should reply to their demands. They were all holding papers in their hands, on which no doubt their services were recorded, over the signatures of the various generals of the former war, and all were murmuring. The Abbé Gudin and Comte de Bavant and the Baron de Genic were consulting how best to help the Marquis in rejecting these extravagant demands, for they felt the position of the young leader to be extremely delicate. Suddenly the Marquis ran his blue eyes, gleaming with satire, over the whole assembly, and said in a clear voice, "Gentlemen, I do not know whether the powers which the king has graciously assigned to me are such that I am able to satisfy your demands. He doubtless did not foresee such zeal, such devotion on your part. You shall judge yourselves of the duties put upon me, duties which I shall know how to accomplish." So saying, he left the room, and returned immediately, holding in his hand an open letter bearing the royal seal and signature. "These are the letters patent, in virtue of which you are to obey me," he said. "They authorize me to govern the provinces of Brittany, Normandy, Maine, and Anjou, in the king's name, and to recognize the services of such officers as may distinguish themselves in his armies." A movement of satisfaction ran through the assembly. The Chouans approached the Marquis and made a respectful circle round him. All eyes fastened on the king's signature. The young chief, who was standing near the chimney, suddenly threw the letters into the fire, and they were burned in a second. "I do not choose to command any," cried the young man, "but those who see a king in the king, and not a prey to prey upon. You are free, gentlemen, to leave me." Madame de Gois, the Abbé Gaudin, Major Brigot, the Chevalier du Vissard, the Baron du Genic, and the Comte de Beauvant raised the cry of "Vive le Roi!" For a moment the other leaders hesitated. Then, carried away by the noble action of the Marquis, they begged him to forget what had passed, assuring him that, letters patent or not, he must always be their leader. "Come and dance!" cried the Comte de Beauvant. "And happen what will, after all," he added gaily, "it is better, my friends, to pray to God than the saints. Let us fight first, and see what comes of it." "Ha, that's good advice," said Brigot. "I have never yet known a day's pay drawn in the morning." The assembly dispersed about the rooms, where the guests were now arriving. The Marquis tried in vain to shake off the gloom which darkened his face. The chiefs perceived the unfavorable impression made upon a young man whose devotion was still surrounded by all the beautiful illusions of youth, and they were ashamed of their action. However, a joyous gaiety soon enlivened the opening of the ball, at which were present the most important personages of the royalist party, who, unable to judge rightly, in the depths of a rebellious province, of the actual events of the Revolution, mistook their hopes for realities. The bold operations already begun by Montrond, his name, his fortune, his capacity, raised their courage, and caused that political intoxication, the most dangerous of all excitements, which does not cool till torrents of blood have been uselessly shed. In the minds of all present, the Revolution was nothing more than a passing trouble to the kingdom of France, where, to their belated eyes, nothing was changed. The country belonged, as it ever did, to the House of Bourbon. The Royalists were the lords of the soil as completely as they were 4 years earlier, when Hoche obtained less a peace than an armistice. The nobles made light of the revolutionists. For them Bonaparte was another, but more fortunate Marceau. So gaiety reigned. The women had come to dance. A few only of the chiefs who had fought the blues knew the gravity of the situation, but they were well aware that if they talked of the First Consul and his power to their benighted companions, they could not make themselves understood. These men stood apart and looked at the women with indifference. Madame de Gois, who seemed to do the honors of the ball, endeavored to quiet the impatience of the dancers by dispensing flatteries to each in turn. The musicians were tuning their instruments, and dancing was about to begin, when Madame de Gois noticed the gloom on de Montrond's face, and went hurriedly up to him. "I hope it is not that vulgar scene you have just had with those clodhoppers which depresses you," she said. She got no answer. The Marquis, absorbed in thought, was listening in fancy to the prophetic reasons which Marie had given him in the midst of the same chiefs at La Vivetière, urging him to abandon the struggle of kings against peoples. But the young man's soul was too proud, too lofty, too full, perhaps, of conviction to abandon an enterprise he had once begun, and he decided at this moment to continue it boldly in the face of all obstacles. He raised his head haughtily, and for the first time noticed that Madame de Gois was speaking to him. "Your mind is no doubt at Fougères," she remarked bitterly, seeing how useless her efforts to attract his attention had been. "Ah, monsieur, I would give my life to put her within your power, and see you happy with her." "Then why have you done all you could to kill her?" "Because I wish her dead, or in your arms. Yes, I may have loved the Marquis de Montrond when I thought him a hero, but now I feel only a pitying friendship for him. I see him shorn of all his glory by a fickle love for a worthless woman." "As for love," said the Marquis in a sarcastic tone, "you judge me wrong.
If I loved that girl, madame, I might desire her less. If it were not for you, perhaps I should not think of her at all." "Here she is!" exclaimed Madame Dubois abruptly. The haste with which the Marquis looked round went to the heart of the woman, but the clear light of the wax candles enabled her to see every change on the face of the man she loved so violently, and when he turned back, his face smiling at her woman's trick, she fancied there was still some hope of recovering him. "What are you laughing at?" asked the Comte de Bauvan. "At a soap bubble which is burst," interposed Madame Dubois gaily. "The Marquis, if we are now to believe him, is astonished that his heart ever beat the faster for that girl who presumes to call herself Mademoiselle de Verneuil. You know who I mean." "That girl?" echoed the Count. "Madame, the author of a wrong is bound to repair it. I give you my word of honour that she is really the daughter of the Duc de Verneuil." "Monsieur le Comte," said the Marquis in a changed voice, "which of your statements am I to believe, that of la Vivetière or that now made?" The loud voice of a servant at the door announced Mademoiselle de Verneuil. The Count sprang forward instantly, offered his hand to the beautiful woman with every mark of profound respect, and led her through the inquisitive crowd to the Marquis and Madame Dubois. "Believe the one now made," he replied to the astonished young leader. Madame Dubois turned pale at the unwelcome sight of the girl, who stood for a moment glancing proudly over the assembled company, among whom she sought to find the guests at La Vivetière. She awaited the forced salutation of her rival, and without even looking at the Marquis, she allowed the Count to lead her to the place of honour beside Madame Dubois, whose bow she returned with an air that was slightly protecting. But the latter, with a woman's instinct, took no offence. On the contrary, she immediately assumed a smiling, friendly manner. The extraordinary dress and beauty of Mademoiselle de Verneuil caused a murmur throughout the ballroom. When the Marquis and Madame Dubois looked towards the late guests at La Vivetière, they saw them in an attitude of respectful admiration, which was not assumed. Each seemed desirous of recovering favour with the misjudged young woman. The enemies were in presence of each other. "This is really magic, mademoiselle," said Madame Dubois. "There is no one like you for surprises. Have you come all alone?" "All alone," replied Mademoiselle de Verneuil. "So you have only one to kill to-night, madame?" "Be merciful," said Madame Dubois. "I cannot express to you the pleasure I have in seeing you again. I have truly been overwhelmed by the remembrance of the wrongs I have done you, and am most anxious for an occasion to repair them." "As for those wrongs, madame, I readily pardoned those you did to me, but my heart bleeds for the Blues whom you murdered. However, I excuse all in return for the service you have done me." Madame Dubois lost countenance as she felt her hand pressed by her beautiful rival with insulting courtesy. The Marquis had hitherto stood motionless, but he now seized the arm of the Count. "You have shamefully misled me," he said. "You have compromised my honour. I am not a joueur of comedy, and I shall have your life or you will have mine." "Marquis," said the Count haughtily, "I am ready to give you all the explanations you desire." They passed into the next room. The witnesses of this scene, even those least initiated into the secret, began to understand its nature, so that when the musicians gave the signal for the dancing to begin, no one moved. "Mademoiselle, what service have I rendered you that deserves a return?" said Madame Dubois, biting her lips in a sort of rage. "Did you not enlighten me as to the true character of the Marquis de Montauran, madame? With what utter indifference that man allowed me to go to my death! I give him up to you willingly." "Then why are you here?" asked Madame Dubois eagerly. "To recover the respect and consideration you took from me at La Vivetière, madame. As for all the rest, make yourself easy. Even if the Marquis returned to me, you know very well that a return is never love." Madame Dubois took Mademoiselle de Verneuil's hand with that affectionate touch and motion which women practise to each other, especially in the presence of men. "Well, my poor dear child," she said, "I'm glad to find you so reasonable. If the service I did you was rather harsh," she added, pressing the hand she held, and feeling a desire to rend it, as her fingers felt its softness and delicacy, "it shall at least be thorough. Listen to me. I know the character of the Gar. He meant to deceive you. He neither can nor will marry any woman except—" "Ah!" "Yes, mademoiselle, he has accepted his dangerous mission to win the hand of Mademoiselle d'Uxelles, a marriage to which his Majesty has promised his countenance." "Ah, ah!" Mademoiselle de Verneuil added not a word to that scornful ejaculation. The young and handsome Chevalier de Versailles, eager to be forgiven for the joke which had led to the insults at La Divetiere, now came up to her and respectfully invited her to dance. She placed her hand in his, and they took their places in a quadrille, opposite to Madame de Gois. The gowns of the royalist women, which recalled the fashions of the exile court, and their craped and powdered hair, seemed absurd as soon as they were contrasted with the attire which republican fashions authorized Mademoiselle de Verneuil to wear. This attire, which was elegant, rich, and yet severe, was loudly condemned, but inwardly envied by all the women present. The men could not restrain their admiration for the beauty of her natural hair, and the adjustment of a dress, the charm of which was in the proportions of the form which it revealed. At that moment the Marquis and the Count re-entered the ball-room behind Mademoiselle de Verneuil, who did not turn her head. If a mirror had not been there to inform her of Montrouan's presence, she would have known it from Madame de Gois's face, which scarcely concealed, under an apparently indifferent air, the impatience with which she awaited the conflict which must sooner or later take place between the lovers. Though the Marquis talked with the Count and other persons, he heard the remarks of all the dancers, who, from time to time, in the mazes of the quadrille, took the place of Mademoiselle de Verneuil and her partner. "Positively, madame, she came alone," said one. "She must be a bold woman," replied the lady. "If I were dressed like that, I should feel myself naked," said another woman. "Oh, the gown is not decent, certainly," replied her partner, "but it is so becoming, and she is so handsome. I am ashamed to look at such perfect dancing for her sake. Isn't it exactly that of an opera girl?" said the envious woman. "Do you suppose that she has come here to intrigue for the First Consul?" said another. "A joke if she has," replied the partner. "Well, she can't offer innocence as a dowry," said the lady, laughing. The Gar turned abruptly to see the lady who uttered this sarcasm, and Madame de Gois looked at him as if to say, "You see what people think of her." "Madame," said the Count, laughing, "so far it is only women who have taken her innocence away from her." The Marquis privately forgave the Count when he ventured to look at his mistress, whose beauty was, like that of most women, brought into relief by the light of the wax candles. She turned her back upon him as she resumed her place, and went on talking to her partner in a way to let the Marquis hear the sweetest and most caressing tones of her voice. "The First Consul sends dangerous ambassadors," her partner was saying. "Monsieur," she replied, "you all said that at La Divetiere." "You have the memory of a king," replied he, disconcerted at his own awkwardness. "To forgive injuries, one must needs remember them," she said quickly, relieving his embarrassment with a smile. "Are we all included in that amnesty?" said the Marquis, approaching her. But she darted away in the dance with the gaiety of a child, leaving him without an answer. He watched her coldly and sadly. She saw it, and bent her head with one of those coquettish motions which the graceful lines of her throat enabled her to make, omitting no movement or attitude which could prove to him the perfection of her figure. She attracted him like hope, and eluded him like a memory. To see her thus was to desire to possess her at any cost. She knew that, and the sense it gave her of her own beauty shed upon her whole person an inexpressible charm. The Marquis felt the storm of love, of rage, of madness rising in his heart, He wrung the Count's hand violently and left the room. "Is he gone?" said Mademoiselle de Verneuil, returning to her place. The Count gave her a glance and passed into the next room, from which he presently returned, accompanied by the Guard. "He is mine," she thought, observing his face in the mirror. She received the young leader with a displeased air and said nothing, but she smiled as she turned away from him. He was so superior to all about him that she was proud of being able to rule him, and obeying an instinct which sways all women more or less, she resolved to let him know the value of a few gracious words by making him pay dear for them. As soon as the quadrille was over, all the gentlemen who had been at La Bavetière surrounded Mademoiselle de Verneuil, wishing by their flattering attentions to obtain her pardon for the mistake they had made, but he whom she longed to see at her feet did not approach the circle over which she now reigned a queen. "He thinks I still love him," she thought, "and does not wish to be confounded with mere flatterers." She refused to dance again. Then, as if the ball were given for her, she walked about on the arm of the Vicomte de Bauvan, to whom she was pleased to show some familiarity. The affair of La Bavetière was by this time known to all present. Thanks to Madame de Groix and the lovers, were the object of general attention. The Marquis dared not again address his mistress. A sense of the wrong he had done her, and the violence of his returning passion, made her seem to him actually terrible. On her side, Marie watched his apparently calm face, while she seemed to be observing the ball. "It is fearfully hot here," she said to the Count. "Take me to the other side where I can breathe. I am stifling here." And she motioned towards a small room where a few card players were assembled. The Marquis followed her. He ventured to hope she had left the crowd to receive him, and this supposed favour roused his passion to extreme violence, for his love had only increased through the resistance he had made to it during the last few days. Mademoiselle de Verneuil still tormented him. Her eyes, so soft and velvety for the Count, were hard and stern when, as if by accident, they met his. Montaran at last made a painful effort and said in a muffled voice, "Will you never forgive me?" "Love forgives nothing, or it forgives all," she said coldly. "But," she added, noticing his joyful look, "it must be love." She took the Count's arm once more and moved forward into a small boudoir which adjoined the card room. The Marquis followed her. "Will you not hear me?" he said. "One would really think, monsieur," she replied, "that I have come here to meet you, and not to vindicate my own self-respect. If you do not cease this odious pursuit, I shall leave the ballroom." "Ah!" he cried, recollecting one of the crazy actions of the last Duc de Lorraine. "Let me speak to you so long as I can hold this live coal in my hand." He stooped to the hearth, and picking up a brand, held it tightly. Mademoiselle de Verneuil flushed, took her arm from that of the Count, and looked at the Marquis in amazement. The Count softly withdrew, leaving them alone together. So crazy an action shook Marie's heart, for there is nothing so persuasive in love as courageous folly. "You only prove to me," she said, trying to make him throw away the brand, "that you are willing to make me suffer cruelly. You are extreme in everything. On the word of a fool and the slander of a woman, you suspected that one who had just saved your life was capable of betraying you." "Yes," he said, smiling, "I have been very cruel to you, but nevertheless, forget it. I shall never forget it. Hear me. I have been shamefully deceived, but so many circumstances on that fatal day told against you." "And those circumstances were stronger than your love?" He hesitated. She made a motion of contempt and rose. "Oh, Marie, I shall never cease to believe in you now." "Then throw that fire away. You are mad. Open your hand. I insist upon it." He took delight in still resisting the soft efforts of her fingers, but she succeeded in opening the hand she would fain have kissed. "What good did that do you?" she said, as she tore her handkerchief and laid it on the burn, which the Marquis covered with his glove. Madame de Groix had stolen softly into the card-room, watching the lovers with furtive eyes, but escaping theirs adroitly. It was, however, impossible for her to understand their conversation from their actions. "If all that they said of me was true, you must admit that I am avenged at this moment," said Marie, with a look of malignity which startled the Marquis. "What feeling brought you here?" he asked. "Do you suppose, my dear friend, that you can despise a woman like me with impunity? I came here for your sake and for my own," she continued after a pause, laying her hand on the hilt of rubies in her bosom and showing him the blade of her dagger. "What does all that mean?" thought Madame de Groix. "But," she continued, "you still love me. At any rate, you desire me. And the folly you have just committed," she added, taking his hand, "proves it to me. I will again be that I desire to be, and I return to Fougères happy. Love absolves everything. You love me. I have regained the respect of the man who represents to me the whole world, and I can die." "Then you still love me?" said the Marquis. "Have I said so?" she replied with a scornful look, delighting in the torture she was making him endure. "I have run many risks to come here. I have saved Monsieur de Beauvin's life, and he, more grateful than others, offers me in return his fortune and his name. You have never even thought of doing that." The Marquis, bewildered by these words, stifled the worst anger he had ever felt, supposing that the Count had played him false. He made no answer. "Ah, you reflect," she said bitterly. "Mademoiselle," replied the young man, "your doubts justify mine." "Let us leave this room," said Mademoiselle de Verneuil, catching sight of a corner of Madame du Groix's gown, and rising, but the wish to reduce her rival to despair was too strong, and she made no further motion to go. "Do you mean to drive me to hell?" cried the Marquis, seizing her hand and pressing it violently. "Did you not drive me to hell 5 days ago? Are you not leaving me at this very moment, uncertain whether your love is sincere or not? But how do I know whether your revenge may not lead you to obtain my life to tarnish it instead of killing me?" "Ah, you do not love me. You think of yourself and not of me," she said angrily, shedding a few tears. The coquettish creature well knew the power of her eyes when moistened by tears. "Well, then," he cried, beside himself, "take my life, but dry those tears." "Oh, my love, my love!" she exclaimed in a stifled voice. "Those are the words, the accents, the looks I have longed for, to allow me to prefer your happiness to mine. But," she added, "I ask one more proof of your love which you say is so great. I wish to stay here only so long as may be needed to show the company that you are mine. I will not even drink a glass of water in the house of a woman who has twice tried to kill me, who is now perhaps plotting mischief against us." And she showed the Marquis the floating corner of Madame de Groix's drapery. Then she dried her eyes and put her lips to the ear of the young man, who quivered as he felt the caress of her warm breath. "See that everything is prepared for my departure," she said. "You shall take me yourself to Fougères, and there only will I tell you if I love you. For the second time I trust you. Will you trust me a second time?" "Ah, Marie, you have brought me to a point where I know not what I do. I am intoxicated by your words, your looks, by you, and I am ready to obey you. Well, then, make me for an instant very happy. Let me enjoy the only triumph I desire. I want to breathe freely, to drink of the life I have dreamed, to feed my illusions before they are gone forever. Come into the ballroom and dance with me." They re-entered the room together, and though Mademoiselle de Verneuil was as completely satisfied in heart and vanity as any woman ever could be, the unfathomable gentleness of her eyes, the demure smile on her lips, the rapidity of the motions of a gay dance, kept the secret of her thoughts as the sea swallows those of the criminal who casts a weighted body into its depths. But a murmur of admiration ran through the company as, circling in each other's arms, voluptuously interlaced with heavy heads and dimmed sight, they waltzed with a sort of frenzy, dreaming of the pleasures they hoped to find in a future union. A few moments later, Mademoiselle de Verneuil and the Marquis were in the latter's travelling carriage, drawn by 4 horses, surprised to see these enemies hand in hand, and evidently understanding each other. Francine kept silent, not daring to ask her mistress whether her conduct was that of treachery or love. Thanks to the darkness, the Marquis did not observe Mademoiselle de Verneuil's agitation. As they neared Fougères, the first flush of dawn showed the towers of Saint Léonard in the distance. At that moment Marie was saying to herself, "I am going to my death." End of
Section 14. Section 15 of the Chouans by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Catherine Wormley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Part 5. As they ascended the first hill, the lovers had the same thought. They left the carriage and mounted the rise on foot, in memory of their first meeting. When Marie took the young man's arm, she thanked him by a smile for respecting her silence. Then, as they reached the summit of the plateau and looked at Fougères, she threw off her reverie. "Don't come any farther," she said. "My authority cannot save you from the blues today." Montaran showed some surprise. She smiled sadly and pointed to a block of granite, as if to tell him to sit down, while she herself stood before him in a melancholy attitude. The rending emotions of her soul no longer permitted her to play a part. At that moment she would have knelt on red-hot coals, without feeling them any more than the Marquis had felt the firebrand he had taken in his hand to prove the strength of his passion. It was not until she had contemplated her lover with a look of the deepest anguish that she said to him at last, "All that you have suspected of me is true." The Marquis started. "Ah, I pray you," she said, clasping her hands, "listen to me without interruption. I am indeed the daughter of the Duc de Verneuil, but his natural daughter. My mother, a demoiselle de Castoran, who became a nun to escape the reproaches of her family, expiated her fault by 15 years of sorrow, and died at Cise, where she was abbess. On her deathbed she implored for the first time, and only for me, the help of the man who had betrayed her, for she knew she was leaving me without friends, without fortune, without a future. The Duke accepted the charge and took me from the roof of Francine's mother, who had hitherto taken care of me. Perhaps he liked me because I was beautiful. Possibly I reminded him of his youth. He was one of those great lords of the old regime who took pride in showing how they could get their crimes forgiven by committing them with grace. I will say no more. He was my father. But let me explain to you how my life in Paris injured my soul. The society of the Duc de Verneuil, to which he introduced me, was bitten by that scoffing philosophy about which all France was then enthusiastic, because it was wittily professed. The brilliant conversations which charmed my ear were marked by subtlety of perception and by witty contempt for all that was true and spiritual. Men laughed at sentiments and pictured them all the better because they did not feel them. Their satirical epigrams were as fascinating as the light-hearted humour with which they could put a whole adventure into a word, and yet they had sometimes too much wit and wearied women by making love an art and not a matter of feeling. I could not resist the tide, and yet my soul was too ardent, forgive this pride, not to feel that their minds had withered their hearts,
and the life I led resulted in a perpetual struggle between my natural feelings and beliefs and the vicious habits of mind which I there contracted. Several superior men took pleasure in developing in me that liberty of thought and contempt for public opinion which do tear from a woman her modesty of soul, robbed of which she loses her charm. Alas, my subsequent misfortunes have failed to lessen the faults I learned through opulence. My father, she continued with a sigh, the Duc de Verneuil, died after duly recognizing me as his daughter and making provisions for me by his will, which considerably reduced the fortune of my brother, his legitimate son. I found myself one day without a home and without a protector. My brother contested the will which made me rich. 3 years of my late life had developed my vanity. By satisfying all my fancies, my father had created in my nature a need of luxury, and given me habits of self-indulgence of which my own mind, young and artless as it then was, could not perceive either the danger or the tyranny. A friend of my father, the Maréchal Duc de Lenoncourt, then 70 years old, offered to become my guardian, and I found myself, soon after the termination of the odious suit, in a brilliant home, where I enjoyed all the advantages of which my brother's cruelty had deprived me. Every evening the old Maréchal came to sit with me and comfort me with kind and consoling words. His white hair and the many proofs he gave me of paternal tenderness led me to turn all the feelings of my heart upon him, and I felt myself his daughter. I accepted his presents, hiding none of my caprices from him, for I saw how he loved to gratify them. I heard one fatal evening that all Paris believed me the mistress of the poor old man. I was told that it was then beyond my power to recover an innocence thus gratuitously denied me. They said that the man who had abused my inexperience could not be lover and would not be my husband. The week in which I made this horrible discovery, the Duke left Paris. I was shamefully ejected from the house where he had placed me, and which did not belong to him. Up to this point I have told you the truth as though I stood before God, but now do not ask a wretched woman to give account of sufferings which are buried in her heart. The time came when I found myself married to Danton. A few days later the storm uprooted the mighty oak around which I had thrown my arms. Again I was plunged into the worst distress, and I resolved to kill myself. I don't know whether love of life, or the hope of wearying ill fortune, and of finding at the bottom of the abyss the happiness which had always escaped me, were, unconsciously to myself, my advisers, or whether I was fascinated by the arguments of a young man from Vendôme, who for the last 2 years has wound himself about me like a serpent round a tree. In short, I know not how it is that I accepted, for a payment of 300,000 francs, the odious mission of making an unknown man fall in love with me, and then betraying him. I met you, I knew you at once, by one of those presentiments which never mislead us. Yet I tried to doubt my recognition, for the more I came to love you, the more the certainty appalled me. When I saved you from the hands of Hulot, I abjured the part I had taken. I resolved to betray the slaughterers, and not their victim. I did wrong to play with men, with their lives, their principles, with myself, like a thoughtless girl who sees only sentiments in this life. I believed you loved me. I let myself cling to the hope that my life might begin anew. But all things have revealed my past, even I myself, perhaps, for you must have distrusted a woman so passionate as you have found me. Alas, is there no excuse for my love and my deception? My life was like a troubled sleep. I woke and thought myself a girl. I was in Alençon, where all my memories were pure and chaste. I had the mad simplicity to think that love would baptize me into innocence. For a moment I thought myself pure, for I had never loved. But last night your passion seemed to me true, and a voice cried to me, "Do not deceive him." Monsieur le Marquis, she said, in a guttural voice which haughtily challenged condemnation, know this: I am a dishonoured creature, unworthy of you. From this hour I accept my fate as a lost woman. I am weary of playing a part, the part of a woman to whom you had brought back the sanctities of her soul. Virtue is a burden to me. I should despise you if you were weak enough to marry me. The Comte de Bovin might commit that folly, but you must be worthy of your future and leave me without regret. A courtesan is too exacting. I should not love you like the simple, artless girl who felt for a moment the delightful hope of being your companion, of making you happy, of doing you honour, of becoming a noble wife. But I gather from that futile hope the courage to return to a life of vice and infamy, that I may put an eternal barrier between us. I sacrifice both honour and fortune to you. The pride I take in that sacrifice will support me in my wretchedness. Fate may dispose of me as it will. I will never betray you. I shall return to Paris. There your name will be to me a part of myself, and the glory you win will console my grief. As for you, you are a man, and you will forget me. Farewell." She darted away in the direction of the gorges of Saint-Sulpice and disappeared before the Marquis could rise to detain her. But she came back unseen, hid herself in a cavity of the rocks, and examined the young man with a curiosity mingled with doubt. Presently she saw him walking like a man overwhelmed, without seeming to know where he went. Can he be weak, she thought, when he had disappeared, and she felt she was parted from him? Will he understand me? She quivered. Then she turned and went rapidly towards Fougères, as though she feared the Marquis might follow her into the town, where certain death awaited him. "Francine, what did he say to you?" she asked when the faithful girl rejoined her. "Ah, Marie, how I pitied him! You great ladies stab a man with your tongues. How did he seem when he came up to you? As if he saw me not at all. Oh, Marie, he loves you." "Yes, he loves me, or he does not love me. There is heaven or hell for me in that," she answered. "Between the two extremes there is no spot where I can set my foot." After thus carrying out her resolution, Marie gave way to grief, and her face, beautified till then by these conflicting sentiments, changed for the worse so rapidly that in a single day, during which she floated incessantly between hope and despair, she lost the glow of beauty and the freshness which has its source in the absence of passion or the ardour of joy. Anxious to ascertain the result of her mad enterprise, Hulot and Corentin came to see her soon after her return. She received them smiling. "Well," she said to the commandant, whose careworn face had a questioning expression, "the fox is coming within range of your guns. You will soon have a glorious triumph over him." "What happened?" asked Corentin, carelessly, giving Mademoiselle de Verneuil one of those oblique glances with which diplomatists of his class spy on thought. "Ah," she said, "the Gare is more in love than ever. I made him come with me to the gates of Fougères." "Your power seems to have stopped there," remarked Corentin. "The fears of your ci devant are greater than the love you inspire." "You judge him by yourself," she replied, with a contemptuous look. "Well, then," said he, unmoved, "why did you not bring him here to your own house?" "Commandant," she said to Hulot, with a coaxing smile, "if he really loves me, would you blame me for saving his life and getting him to leave France?" The old soldier came quickly up to her, took her hand, and kissed it with a sort of enthusiasm. Then he looked at her fixedly and said in a gloomy tone, "You forget my 2 friends and my 63 men." "Ah, Commandant," she cried with all the naïveté of passion, "he was not accountable for that. He was deceived by a bad woman, Charrette's mistress, who would, I do believe, drink the blood of the Blues." "Come, Marie," said Corentin, "don't tease the Commandant. He does not understand such jokes." "Hold your tongue," she answered, "and remember that the day when you displease me too much will have no morrow for you." "I see, mademoiselle," said Hulot, without bitterness, "that I must prepare for a fight." "You are not strong enough, my dear Colonel. I saw more than 6,000 men at St. James, regular troops, artillery, and English officers, but they cannot do much unless he leads them. I agree with Fauchet. His presence is the head and front of everything. Are we to get his head? That's the point, said Corentin impatiently. I don't know, she answered carelessly. English officers, cried Hulot angrily. That's all that was wanting to make a regular brigand of him. Ha, ha, I'll give him English, I will. It seems to me, citizen diplomat, said Hulot to Corentin, after the two had taken leave and were at some distance from the house, that you allow that girl to send you to the right about when she pleases. It is quite natural for you, commandant, replied Corentin, with a thoughtful air, to see nothing but fighting in what she said to us. You soldiers never seem to know there are various ways of making war, to use the passions of men and women like wires to be pulled for the benefit of the state, to keep the running gear of the great machine we call government in good order, and fasten to it the desires of human nature like baited traps, which it is fun to watch. I call that creating a world like God and putting ourselves at the center of it. You will please allow me to prefer my calling to yours, said the soldier curtly. You can do as you like with your running gear. I recognize no authority but that of the Minister of War. I have my orders. I shall take the field with veterans who don't skulk and face an enemy you want to catch behind. Oh, you can fight if you want to, replied Corentin. From what that girl has dropped, close-mouthed as you think she is, I can tell you that you'll have to skirmish about, and I myself will give you the pleasure of an interview with the Guard before long. How so? Asked Hulot, moving back a step to get a better view of this strange individual. Mademoiselle de Verneuil is in love with him, replied Corentin in a thick voice, and perhaps he loves her. A marquis, a knight of Saint-Louis, young, brilliant, perhaps rich. What a list of temptations! She would be foolish indeed not to look after her own interests and try to marry him rather than betray him. The girl is attempting to fool us, but I saw hesitation in her eyes. They probably have a rendezvous. Perhaps they've met already. Well, tomorrow I shall have him by the forelock. Yesterday he was nothing more than the enemy of the Republic. Today he is mine. And I tell you this, every man who has been so rash as to come between that girl and me has died upon the scaffold. So saying, Corentin dropped into a reverie which hindered him from observing the disgust on the face of the honest soldier as he discovered the depths of this intrigue and the mechanism of the means employed by Fouché. Hulot resolved on the spot to thwart Corentin in every way that did not conflict essentially with the success of the government, and to give the Guard a fair chance of dying honorably, sword in hand, before he could fall a prey to the executioner, for whom this agent of the detective police acknowledged himself the purveyor. If the first consul would listen to me, thought Hulot as he turned his back on Corentin, he would leave those foxes to fight aristocrats and send his soldiers on other business. Corentin looked coldly after the old soldier, whose face had brightened at the resolve, and his eyes gleamed with a sardonic expression which showed the mental superiority of this subaltern Machiavelli. Give an ell of blue cloth to those fellows, and hang a bit of iron at their waists, he said to himself, and they'll think there's but one way to kill people. Then, after walking up and down a while very slowly, he exclaimed suddenly, Yes, the time has come. That woman shall be mine. For 5 years I've been drawing the net round her, and I have her now. With her I can be a greater man in the government than Fouché himself. Yes, if she loses the only man she has ever loved, grief will give her to me, body and soul, but I must be on the watch night and day. A few moments later the pale face of this man might have been seen through the window of a house, from which he could observe all who entered the cul-de-sac, formed by the line of houses running parallel with Saint Léonard, one of those houses being that now occupied by Mademoiselle de Verneuil. With the patience of a cat watching a mouse, Corentin was there in the same place on the following morning, attentive to the slightest noise, and subjecting the passers-by to the closest examination. The day that was now beginning was a market day, although in these calamitous times the peasants rarely risked themselves in the towns. Corentin presently noticed a small man with a gloomy face, wrapped in a goatskin, and carrying on his arm a small flat basket. He was making his way in the direction of Mademoiselle de Verneuil's house, casting careless glances about him. Corentin watched him enter the house. Then he ran down into the street, meaning to waylay the man as he left. But on second thoughts it occurred to him that if he called unexpectedly on Mademoiselle de Verneuil, he might surprise by a single glance the secret that was hidden in the basket of the emissary. Besides, he had already learned that it was impossible to extract anything from the inscrutable answers of Bretons and Normans. "Galop Chopin," cried Mademoiselle de Verneuil, when Francine brought the man to her. "Does he love me?" she murmured to herself in a low voice. The instinctive hope sent a brilliant color to her cheeks and joy into her heart. Galop Chopin looked alternately from the mistress to the maid, with evident distrust of the latter. But a sign from Mademoiselle de Verneuil reassured him. "Madame," he said, "about 2 o'clock he will be at my house waiting for you." Emotion prevented Mademoiselle de Verneuil from giving any other reply than a movement of her head, but the man understood her meaning. At that moment Corentin's step was heard in the adjoining room, but Galop Chopin showed no uneasiness, though Mademoiselle de Verneuil's look and shudder warned him of danger, and as soon as the spy had entered the room, the Chouan raised his voice to an ear-splitting tone. "Ha, ha!" he said to Francine. "I tell you there's Breton butter and Breton butter. You want the Gibbery kind, and you won't give more than 11 sous a pound. Then why did you send me to fetch it? It is good butter, that," he added, uncovering the basket to show the pats which Barbette had made. "You ought to be fair, my good lady, and pay 1 sou more." His hollow voice betrayed no emotion, and his green eyes, shaded by thick grey eyebrows, bore Corentin's piercing glance without flinching. "Nonsense, my good man, you are not here to sell butter. You are talking to a lady who never bargained for a thing in her life. The trade you run, old fellow, will shorten you by a head in a very few days." And Corentin, with a friendly tap on the man's shoulder, added, "You can't keep up being a spy of the Blues and a spy of the Chouans very long." Galop Chopin needed all his presence of mind to subdue his rage and not deny the accusation which his avarice had made a just one. He contented himself with saying, "Monsieur is making game of me." Corentin turned his back on the Chouan, but while bowing to Mademoiselle de Verneuil, whose heart stood still, he watched him in the mirror behind her. Galop Chopin, unaware of this, gave a glance to Francine, to which she replied by pointing to the door and saying, "Come with me, my man, and we will settle the matter between us." Nothing escaped Corentin, neither the fear which Mademoiselle de Verneuil could not conceal under a smile, nor her color and the contraction of her features, nor the Chouan's sign and Francine's reply. He had seen all. Convinced that Galop Chopin was sent by the Marquis, he caught the man by the long hairs of his goatskin as he was leaving the room, turned him round to face him, and said with a keen look, "Where do you live, my man? I want butter too." "My good monsieur," said the Chouan, "all Fougères knows where I live. I am—" "Corentin!" exclaimed Mademoiselle de Verneuil, interrupting Galop Chopin. "Why do you come here at this time of day? I am scarcely dressed. Let that peasant alone. He does not understand your tricks any more than I understand the motive of them. You can go, my man." Galop Chopin hesitated a moment. The indecision, real or feigned, of the poor devil, who knew not which to obey, deceived even Corentin. But the Chouan, finally, after an imperative gesture from the lady, left the room with a dragging step. Mademoiselle de Verneuil and Corentin looked at each other in silence. This time Marie's limpid eyes could not endure the gleam of cruel fire in the man's look, the resolute manner in which the spy had forced his way into her room, an expression on his face which Marie had never seen there before, the deadened tones of his shrill voice, his whole demeanor. All these things alarmed her. She felt that a secret struggle was about to take place between them, and that he meant to employ against her all the powers of his evil influence. But though she had at this moment a full and distinct view of the gulf into which she was plunging, she gathered strength from her love to shake off the icy chill of these presentiments. "Corentin," she said with a sort of gaiety, "I hope you are going to let me make my toilet." "Marie," he said, "yes, permit me to call you so. You don't yet know me. Listen, a much less sagacious man than I would see your love for the Marquis de Montauran. I have several times offered you my heart and hand. You have never thought me worthy of you, and perhaps you are right. But however much you may feel yourself too high, too beautiful, too superior for me, I can compel you to come down to my level. My ambition and my maxims have given you a low opinion of me. Frankly, you are mistaken. Men are not worth even what I rate them at, and that is next to nothing. I shall certainly attain a position which will gratify your pride. Who will ever love you better, or make you more absolutely mistress of yourself and of him, than the man who has loved you now for 5 years? Though I run the risk of exciting your suspicions, for you cannot conceive that any one should renounce an idolized woman out of excessive love, I will now prove to you the unselfishness of my passion. If the Marquis loves you, marry him, but before you do so, make sure of his sincerity. I could not endure to see you deceived, for I do prefer your happiness to my own. My resolution may surprise you. Lay it to the prudence of a man who is not so great a fool as to wish to possess a woman against her will. I blame myself, not you, for the failure of my efforts to win you. I hope to do so by submission and devotion, for I have long, as you well know, tried to make you happy according to my lights, but you have never in any way rewarded me. I have suffered you to be near me," she said haughtily. "Add that you regret it. After involving me in this infamous enterprise, do you think that I have any thanks to give you? When I proposed to you an enterprise which was not exempt from blame to timid minds," he replied audaciously, "I had only your own prosperity in view. As for me, whether I succeed or fail, I can make all results further my ends. If you marry Montauran, I shall be delighted to serve the Bourbons in Paris, where I am already a member of the Clichy Club. Now, if circumstances were to put me in correspondence with the princes, I should abandon the interests of the Republic, which is already on its last legs. General Bonaparte is much too able a man not to know that he can't be in England and in Italy at the same time, and that is how the Republic is about to fall. I have no doubt he made the 18th Brumaire to obtain greater advantages over the Bourbons when it came to treating with them. He is a long-headed fellow, and very keen, but the politicians will get the better of him on their own ground. The betrayal of France is another scruple which men of superiority leave to fools. I won't conceal from you that I have come here with the necessary authority to open negotiations with the Chouans, or to further their destruction, as the case may be. For Fouché, my patron, is deep. He has always played a double part. During the Terror he was as much for Robespierre as for Danton." "Whom you basely abandoned," she said. "Nonsense, he is dead. Forget him," replied Corentin. "Come, speak honestly to me. I have set you the example. Old Hulot is deeper than he looks. If you want to escape his vigilance, I can help you. Remember that he holds all the valleys, and will instantly detect a rendezvous. If you make one in Fougères, under his very eyes, you are at the mercy of his patrols. See how quickly he knew that this Chouan had entered your house. His military sagacity will show him that your movements betray those of the Guard. If Montauran loves you—" Mademoiselle de Verneuil had never listened to a more affectionate voice. Corentin certainly seemed sincere and spoke confidingly. The poor girl's heart was so open to generous impressions that she was on the point of betraying her secret to the serpent who had her in his folds, when it occurred to her that she had no proof beyond his own words of his sincerity, and she felt no scruple in blinding him. "Yes," she said, "you are right, Corentin. I do love the Marquis, but he does not love me. At least, I fear so. I can't help fearing that the appointment he wishes me to make with him is a trap." "But you said yesterday that he came as far as Fougères with you," returned Corentin. "If he had meant to do you bodily harm, you wouldn't be here now." "You've a cold heart, Corentin. You can draw shrewd conclusions as to the ordinary events of human life, but not on those of passion. Perhaps that is why you inspire me with such repulsion. As you are so clear-sighted, you may be able to tell me why a man from whom I separated myself violently 2 days ago now wishes me to meet him in a house at Florigny on the road to Bayonne." At this avowal, which seemed to escape her with a recklessness that was not unnatural in so passionate a creature, Corentin flushed, for he was still young, but he gave her a sidelong, penetrating look, trying to search her soul. The girl's artlessness was so well played, however, that she deceived the spy, and he answered with crafty good humour, "Shall I accompany you at a distance? I can take a few soldiers with me, and be ready to help and obey you." "Very good," she said, "but promise me on your honour." "No, I don't believe in it." "By your salvation." "But you don't believe in God." "By your soul." "But I don't suppose you have any." "What pledge can you give me of your fidelity? And yet you expect me to trust you, and put more than my life, my love, my vengeance into your hands." The slight smile which crossed the pallid lips of the spy showed Mademoiselle de Verneuil the danger she had just escaped. The man, whose nostrils contracted instead of dilating, took the hand of his victim, kissed it with every mark of the deepest respect, and left the room with a bow that was not devoid of grace. 3 hours after this scene, Mademoiselle de Verneuil, who feared the man's return, left the town furtively by the Porte Saint Léonard, and made her way through the labyrinth of paths to the cottage of Galop Chopin, led by the dream of at last finding happiness, and also by the purpose of saving her lover from the danger that threatened him. During this time Corentin had gone to find the commandant. He had some difficulty in recognizing Hulot when he found him in a little square, where he was busy with certain military preparations. The brave veteran had made a sacrifice, the full merit of which may be difficult to appreciate. His queue and his moustache were cut off, and his hair had a sprinkling of powder. He had changed his uniform for a goatskin, wore hobnail shoes, a belt full of pistols, and carried a heavy carbine. In this costume he was reviewing about 200 of the natives of Fougères, all in the same kind of dress, which was fitted to deceive the eye of the most practised Chouans. The warlike spirit of the little town and the Breton character were fully displayed in this scene, which was not at all uncommon. Here and there a few mothers and sisters were bringing to their sons and brothers gourds filled with brandy or forgotten pistols. Several old men were examining into the number and condition of the cartridges of these young National Guards, dressed in the guise of Chouans, whose gaiety was more in keeping with a hunting expedition than the dangerous duty they were undertaking. To them such encounters with chouannerie, where the Breton of the town fought the Breton of the country district, had taken the place of the old chivalric tournaments. This patriotic enthusiasm may possibly have been connected with certain purchases of the national domain. Still, the benefits of the Revolution, which were better understood and appreciated in the towns, party spirit, and a certain national delight in war, had a great deal to do with their ardor. Hulot, much gratified, was going through the ranks and getting information from Gudin, on whom he was now bestowing the confidence and goodwill he had formerly shown to Merle and Gérard. A number of the inhabitants stood about watching the preparations and comparing the conduct of their tumultuous contingent with the regulars of Hulot's brigade. Motionless and silent, the Blues were awaiting, under control of their officers, the orders of the commandant, whose figure they followed with their eyes as he passed from rank to rank of the contingent. When Corentin came near the old warrior, he could not help smiling at the change which had taken place in him. He looked like a portrait that has little or no resemblance to the original. "What's all this?" asked Corentin. "Come with us under fire, and you'll find out," replied Hulot. "Oh, I'm not a Fougères man. said Corentin. Easy to see that, citizen, retorted Gudin. A few contemptuous laughs came from the nearest ranks. Do you think, said Corentin sharply, that the only way to serve France is with bayonets? Then he turned his back to the laughers and asked a woman beside him if she knew the object of the expedition. Hey, my good man, the Chouans are at Florigny. They say there are more than 3,000, and they are coming to take Fougères. Florigny, cried Corentin, turning white. Then the rendezvous is not there. Is Florigny on the road to Bayonne? He asked. There are not two Florignys, replied the woman, pointing in the direction of the summit of La Pèlerine. Are you going in search of the Marquis de Montauran? Said Corentin to Hulot. Perhaps I am, answered the commandant curtly. He is not at Florigny, said Corentin. Send your troops there by all means, but keep a few of those imitation Chouans of yours with you, and wait for me. He is too malignant not to know what he's about, thought Hulot as Corentin made off rapidly. He's the king of spies. Hulot ordered the battalion to start. The Republican soldiers marched without drums and silently through the narrow suburb which led to the Bayonne highroad, forming a blue and red line among the trees and houses. The disguised guard followed them, but Hulot, detaining Gudin and about a score of the smartest young fellows of the town, remained in the little square, awaiting Corentin, whose mysterious manner had piqued his curiosity. Francine herself told the astute spy, whose suspicions he changed into certainty, of her mistress's departure. Inquiring of the post-guard at the Porte Saint-Léonard, he learned that Mademoiselle de Verneuil had passed that way. Rushing to the promenade, he was unfortunately in time to see her movements. Though she was wearing a green dress and hood, to be less easily distinguished, the rapidity of her almost distracted step enabled him to follow her with his eye through the leafless hedges and to guess the point towards which she was hurrying. Ha! he cried. You said you were going to Florigny, but you are in the valley of Gibari. I am a fool. She has tricked me. No matter. I can light my lamp by day as well as by night. Corentin, satisfied that he knew the place of the lovers' rendezvous, returned in all haste to the little square, which Hulot, resolved not to wait any longer, was just quitting to rejoin his troops. Halt, General, he cried to the commandant, who turned round. He then told Hulot the events relating to the Marquis and Mademoiselle de Verneuil, and showed him the scheme of which he held a thread. Hulot, struck by his perspicacity, seized him by the arm. God's thunder, citizen, you are right, he cried. The brigands are making a false attack over there to keep the coast clear, but the 2 columns I sent to scour the environs between Entrain and Vitre have not yet returned, so we shall have plenty of reinforcements if we need them. And I dare say we shall, for the Guard is not such a fool as to risk his life without a bodyguard of those damned owls. Gudin, he added, go and tell Captain Lebrun that he must rub those fellows' noses at Florigny without me, and come back yourself in a flash. You know the paths. I'll wait till you return, and then we'll avenge those murders at La Vivetière. Thunder, how he runs, he added, seeing Gudin disappear as if by magic. Gerard would have loved him. On his return, Gudin found Hulot's little band increased in numbers by the arrival of several soldiers taken from the various posts in the town. The commandant ordered him to choose a dozen of his compatriots who could best counterfeit the Chouans, and take them out by the Porte Saint-Léonard, so as to creep round the side of the Saint-Sulpice rocks, which overlooks the valley of Couesnon, on which was the hovel of Galop Chopin. Hulot himself went out with the rest of his troop by the Porte Saint-Sulpice to reach the summit of the same rocks, where, according to his calculations, he ought to meet the men under Beaupied, whom he meant to use as a line of sentinels from the suburb of Saint-Sulpice to the Nid aux Crocs. Corentin, satisfied with having delivered over the fate of the Gare to his implacable enemies, went with all speed to the promenade, so as to follow with his eyes the military arrangements of the commandant. He soon saw Gudin's little squad issuing from the valley of the Nansen and following the line of the rocks to the great valley, while Hulot, creeping round the castle of Fougères, was mounting the dangerous path which leads to the summit of Saint-Sulpice. The two companies were therefore advancing on parallel lines. The trees and shrubs, draped by the rich arabesque of the hoar-frost, threw whitish reflections which enabled the watcher to see the grey lines of the squads in motion. When Hulot reached the summit of the rocks, he detached all the soldiers in uniform from his main body and made them into a line of sentinels, each communicating with the other, the first with Gudin, the last with Hulot, so that no shrub could escape the bayonets of the three lines which were now in a position to hunt the Gare across field and mountain. The sly old wolf, thought Corentin, as the shining muzzle of the last gun disappeared in the bushes. The Gare is done for. If Marie had only betrayed that damned Marquis, she and I would have been united in the strongest of all bonds, a vile deed, but she's mine in any case. The 12 young men, under Gudin, soon reached the base of the rocks of Saint-Sulpice. Here Gudin himself left the road with 6 of them, jumping the stiff hedge into the first field of gorse that he came to, while the other 6, by his orders, did the same on the other side of the road. Gudin advanced to an apple tree, which happened to be in the middle of the field. Hearing the rustle of this movement through the gorse, 7 or 8 men, at the head of whom was Beaupied, hastily hid behind some chestnut trees, which topped the bank of this particular field. Gudin's men did not see them, in spite of the white reflections of the hoar-frost and their own practised sight. "Hush, here they are," said Beaupied, cautiously putting out his head. "The brigands have more men than we, but we have 'em at the muzzles of our guns, and we mustn't miss them, or by the Lord, we are not fit to be soldiers of the Pope." By this time Gudin's keen eyes had discovered a few muzzles pointing through the branches at his little squad. Just then 8 voices cried in derision, "Qui vive?" and 8 shots followed. The balls whistled round Gudin and his men. One fell, another was shot in the arm. The 5 others, who were safe and sound, replied with a volley and the cry, "Friends!" Then they marched rapidly on their assailants, so as to reach them before they had time to reload. "We did not know how true we spoke," cried Gudin, as he recognized the uniforms and the battered hats of his own brigade. "Well, we behaved like Bretons, and fought before explaining." The other men were stupefied on recognizing the little company. "Who the devil would have known them in those goatskins?" cried Beaupied dismally. "It is a misfortune," said Gudin, "but we are all innocent. If you were not informed of the sortie, what are you doing here?" he asked. "A dozen of those Chouans are amusing themselves by picking us off, and we are getting away as best we can, like poisoned rats, but by dint of scrambling over these hedges and rocks. May the lightning blast 'em. Our compasses have got so rusty we are forced to take a rest. I think those brigands are now somewhere near the old hovel where you see that smoke." "Good!" cried Gudin. "You," he added to Beaupied and his men, "fall back towards the rocks through the fields and join the line of sentinels you'll find there. You can't go with us because you are in uniform. We mean to make an end of those curs now. The Gare is with them. I can't stop to tell you more. To the right march, and don't administer any more shots to our own goatskins. You'll know ours by their cravats, which they twist round their necks and don't tie." Gudin left his 2 wounded men under the apple tree and marched towards Galop Chopin's cottage, which Beaupied had pointed out to him, the smoke from the chimney serving as a guide. While the young officer was thus closing in upon the Chouans, the little detachment under Hulot had reached a point still parallel with that at which Gudin had arrived. The old soldier, at the head of his men, was silently gliding along the hedges with the ardor of a young man. He jumped them from time to time, actively enough, casting his wary eyes to the heights and listening with the ear of a hunter to every noise. In the 3rd field to which he came, he found a woman about 30 years old, with bent back, hoeing the ground vigorously, while a small boy with a sickle in his hand was knocking the hoarfrost from the rushes, which he cut and laid in a heap. At the noise Hulot made in jumping the hedge, the boy and his mother raised their heads. Hulot mistook the young woman for an old one, naturally enough. Wrinkles coming long before their time furrowed her face and neck. She was clothed so grotesquely in a worn-out goatskin that if it had not been for a dirty yellow petticoat, a distinctive mark of sex, Hulot would hardly have known the gender she belonged to, for the meshes of her long black hair were twisted up and hidden by a red worsted cap. The tatters of the little boy did not cover him, but left his skin exposed. "Ho, old woman!" cried Hulot in a low voice, approaching her. "Where is the gar?" The 20 men who accompanied Hulot now jumped the hedge. "Hey, if you want the gar, you'll have to go back the way you came," said the woman, with a suspicious glance at the troop. "Did I ask you the road to Fougères, old carcass?" said Hulot roughly. "By Saint-Anne-of-Auray. Have you seen the gar go by?" "I don't know what you mean," replied the woman, bending over her hoe. "You damned garce, do you want to have us eaten up by the Blues who are after us?" At these words the woman raised her head and gave another look of distrust at the troop, as she replied, "How can the Blues be after you? I've just seen 8 or 10 of them who were going back to Fougères by the lower road." "One would think she meant to stab us with that nose of hers," cried Hulot. "Here, look, you old nanny goat." And he showed her in the distance 3 or 4 of his sentinels, whose hats, guns, and uniforms it was easy to recognize. "Are you going to let those fellows cut the throats of men who are sent by Marcheterre to protect the Gare?" he cried angrily. "Ah, beg pardon," said the woman, "but it is so easy to be deceived. What parish do you belong to?" "Saint Georges," replied 2 or 3 of the men, in the Breton patois, "and we are dying of hunger." "Well, there," said the woman, "do you see that smoke down there? That's my house. Follow the path to the right, and you will come to the rock above it. Perhaps you'll meet my man on the way. Galop Chopin is sure to be on watch to warn the Gare. He is spending the day in our house," she said proudly, "as you seem to know." "Thank you, my good woman," replied Hulot. "Forward march! God's thunder, we've got him," he added, speaking to his men. The detachment followed its leader at a quick step through the path pointed out to them. The wife of Galop Chopin turned pale as she heard the un-Catholic oath of the so-called Chouans. She looked at the gaiters and goatskins of his men. Then she caught her boy in her arms and sat down on the ground, crying, "May the Holy Virgin of Auray and the ever-blessed Saint Labre have pity upon us. Those men are not ours. Their shoes have no nails in them. Run down by the lower road and warn your father. You may save his head," she said to the boy, who disappeared like a deer among the bushes. End of section 15. Section 16 of the Chouans by Honoré de Balzac. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Part 6. Mademoiselle de Verneuil met no one on her way, neither Blues nor Chouans. Seeing the column of blue smoke which was rising from the half-ruined chimney of Galop Chopin's melancholy dwelling, her heart was seized with a violent palpitation, the rapid sonorous beating of which rose to her throat in waves. She stopped, rested her hand against a tree, and watched the smoke which was serving as a beacon to the foes as well as to the friends of the young chieftain. Never had she felt such overwhelming emotion. "Ah, I love him too much," she said, with a sort of despair. "To-day perhaps I shall no longer be mistress of myself." She hurried over the distance which separated her from the cottage, and reached the courtyard, the filth of which was now stiffened by the frost. The big dog sprang up barking, but a word from Galop Chopin silenced him, and he wagged his tail. As she entered the house, Marie gave a look which included everything. The Marquis was not there. She breathed more freely, and saw with pleasure that the Chouans had taken some pains to clean the dirty and only room in his hovel. He now took his duck gun, bowed silently to his guest, and left the house, followed by his dog. Marie went to the threshold of the door and watched him as he took the path to the right of his hut. From there she could overlook a series of fields, the curious openings to which formed a perspective of gates, for the leafless trees and hedges were no longer a barrier to a full view of the country. When the Chouan's broad hat was out of sight, Mademoiselle de Verneuil turned round to look for the church at Fougères, but the shed concealed it. She cast her eyes over the valley of the Couesnon, which lay before her like a vast sheet of muslin, the whiteness of which still further dulled a grey sky laden with snow. It was one of those days when nature seems dumb and noises are absorbed by the atmosphere. Therefore, though the Blues and their contingent were marching through the country in 3 lines, forming a triangle which drew together as they neared the cottage, the silence was so profound that Mademoiselle de Verneuil was overcome by a presentiment which added a sort of physical pain to her mental torture. Misfortune was in the air. At last, in a spot where a little curtain of wood closed the perspective gate of gates, she saw a young man jumping the barriers like a squirrel, and running with astonishing rapidity. It is he, she thought. The gar was dressed as a Chouan, with a musket slung from his shoulder over his goatskin, and would have been quite disguised were it not for the grace of his movements. Marie withdrew hastily into the cottage, obeying one of those instinctive promptings which are as little explicable as fear itself. The young man was soon beside her before the chimney, where a bright fire was burning. Both were voiceless, fearing to look at each other, or even to make a movement. One and the same hope united them, the same doubt. It was agony, it was joy. "Monsieur," said Mademoiselle de Verneuil at last, in a trembling voice, "your safety alone has brought me here." "My safety," he said bitterly. "Yes," she answered, "so long as I stay at Fougères, your life is threatened, and I love you too well not to leave it. I go to-night." "Leave me? Ah, dear love, I shall follow you." "Follow me? The Blues?" "Dear Marie, what have the Blues got to do with our love?" "But it seems impossible that you can stay with me in France, and still more impossible that you should leave it with me. Is there anything impossible to those who love?" "Ah, true, true. All is possible. Have I not the courage to resign you for your sake?" "What! You could give yourself to a hateful being whom you did not love, and you refuse to make the happiness of a man who adores you, whose life you fill, who swears to be yours, and yours only? Hear me, Marie. Do you love me?" "Yes," she said. "Then be mine." "You forget the infamous career of a lost woman." "I return to it. I leave you. Yes, that I may not bring upon your head the contempt that falls on mine. Without that fear, perhaps. But if I fear nothing? Can I be sure of that? I'm distrustful. Who can be otherwise in a position like mine? If the love we inspire cannot last, at least it should be complete, and help us to bear with joy the injustice of the world. But you, what have you done for me? You desire me. Do you think that lifts you above other men? Suppose I bade you renounce your ideas, your hopes, your king, who will perhaps laugh when he hears you have died for him, while I would die for you with sacred joy. Or suppose I should ask you to send your submission to the First Consul, so that you could follow me to Paris, or go with me to America, away from the world where all is vanity. Suppose I thus tested you, to know if you loved me for myself, as at this moment I love you. To say all in a word, if I wished, instead of rising to your level, that you should fall to mine, what would you do?" "Hush, Marie, be silent, do not slander yourself," he cried. "Poor child, I comprehend you. If my first desire was passion, my passion now is love. Dear soul of my soul, you are as noble as your name, I know it, as great as you are beautiful. I am noble enough, I feel myself great enough, to force the world to receive you. Is it because I foresee in you the source of endless incessant pleasure, or because I find in your soul those precious qualities which make a man forever love the one woman? I do not know the cause, but this I know, that my love for you is boundless. I know I can no longer live without you. Yes, life would be unbearable unless you are ever with me." "Ever with you? Ah, Marie, will you not understand me?" "You think to flatter me by the offer of your hand and name," she said, with apparent haughtiness, but looking fixedly at the Marquis, as if to detect his inmost thought. "How do you know you would love me 6 months hence? And then what would be my fate? No, a mistress is the only woman who is sure of a man's heart. Duty, law, society, the interests of children, are poor auxiliaries. If her power lasts, it gives her joys and flatteries which make the trials of life endurable. But to be your wife and become a drag upon you, rather than that I prefer a passing love and a true one, though death and misery be its end. Yes, I could be a virtuous mother, a devoted wife, but to keep those instincts firmly in a woman's soul, the man must not marry her in a rush of passion. Besides, how do I know that you will please me tomorrow? No, I will not bring evil upon you. I leave Brittany," she said, observing hesitation in his eyes. "I return to Fougères now, where you cannot come to me." "I can. And if tomorrow you see smoke on the rocks of Saint Sulpice, you will know that I shall be with you at night, your lover, your husband. What will you that I be to you? I brave all." "Ah, Alphonse, you love me well," she said passionately, "to risk your life before you give it to me." He did not answer. He looked at her, and her eyes fell, but he read in her ardent face a passion equal to his own, and he held out his arms to her. A sort of madness overcame her, and she let herself fall softly on his breast, resolved to yield to him, and turn this yielding to great results, staking upon it her future happiness, which would become more certain if she came victorious from this crucial test. But her head had scarcely touched her lover's shoulder when a slight noise was heard without. She tore herself from his arms as if suddenly awakened, and sprang from the cottage. Her coolness came back to her, and she thought of the situation. "He might have accepted me and scorned me," she reflected. "Ah, if I could think that, I would kill him. But not yet," she added, catching sight of Beaupier, to whom she made a sign which the soldier was quick to understand. He turned on his heel, pretending to have seen nothing. Mademoiselle de Verneuil re-entered the cottage, putting her finger to her lips to enjoin silence. "They are there," she whispered in a frightened voice. "Who?" "The Blues." "Ah, must I die without one kiss?" "Take it," she said. He caught her to him, cold and unresisting, and gathered from her lips a kiss of horror and of joy, for while it was the first it might also be the last. Then they went together to the door and looked cautiously out. The Marquis saw Gudin and his men holding the paths leading to the valley. Then he turned to the line of gates, where the first rotten trunk was guarded by 5 men. Without an instant's pause, he jumped on the barrel of cider and struck a hole through the thatch of the roof, from which to spring upon the rocks behind the house. But he drew his head hastily back through the gap he had made, for Hulot was on the height. His retreat was cut off in that direction. The Marquis turned and looked at his mistress, who uttered a cry of despair, for she heard the tramp of the 3 detachments near the house. "Go out first," he said. "You shall save me." Hearing the words, to her all glorious, she went out and stood before the door. The Marquis loaded his musket. Measuring with his eye the space between the door of the hut and the old rotten trunk where 7 men stood, the guard fired into their midst and sprang forward instantly, forcing a passage through them. The 3 troops rushed towards the opening through which he had passed, and saw him running across the field with incredible celerity. "Fire! Fire! 1,000 devils! You're not Frenchmen! Fire, I say!" called Hulot. As he shouted these words from the height above, his men and Gaudin's fired a volley, which was fortunately ill-aimed. The Marquis reached the gate of the next field, but as he did so he was almost caught by Gaudin, who was close upon his heels. The guard redoubled his speed. Nevertheless he and his pursuer reached the next barrier together, but the Marquis dashed his musket at Gaudin's head with so good an aim that he stopped his rush. It is impossible to depict the anxiety betrayed by Marie, or the interest of Hulot and his troops as they watched the scene. They all, unconsciously or silently, repeated the gestures which they saw the runners making. The guard and Gaudin reached the little wood together, but as they did so, the latter stopped and darted behind a tree. About 20 Chouans, afraid to fire at a distance lest they should kill their leader, rushed from the copse and riddled the tree with balls. Hulot's men advanced at a run to save Gaudin, who, being without arms, retreated from tree to tree, seizing his opportunity as the Chouans reloaded. His danger was soon over. Hulot and the Blues met him at the spot where the Marquis had thrown his musket. At this instant Gaudin perceived his adversary sitting among the trees and out of breath, and he left his comrades firing at the Chouans, who had retreated behind a lateral hedge. Slipping round them, he darted towards the Marquis with the agility of a wild animal. Observing this maneuver, the Chouans set up a cry to warn their leader, then having fired on the Blues and their contingent with the gusto of poachers, they boldly made a rush for them. But Hulot's men sprang through the hedge which served them as a rampart, and took up bloody revenge. The Chouans then gained the road which skirted the fields, and took to the heights which Hulot had committed the blunder of abandoning. Before the Blues had time to reform, the Chouans were entrenched behind the rocks, where they could fire with impunity on the Republicans if the latter made any attempt to dislodge them. While Hulot and his soldiers went slowly towards the little wood to meet Gaudin, the men from Fougères busied themselves in rifling the dead Chouans and dispatching those who still lived. In this fearful war neither party took prisoners. The Marquis having made good his escape, the Chouans and the Blues mutually recognized their respective positions and the uselessness of continuing the fight, so that both sides prepared to retreat. "Ha, ha!" cried one of the Fougères men, busy about the bodies. "Here's a bird with yellow wings." And he showed his companions a purse full of gold, which he had just found in the pocket of a stout man dressed in black. "What's this?" said another, pulling a breviary from the dead man's coat. "Communion bread. He's a priest," cried the first man, flinging the breviary on the ground. "Here's a wretch," cried a third, finding only 2 crowns in the pocket of the body he was stripping. "A cheat." "But he's got a fine pair of shoes," said a soldier, beginning to pull them off. "You can't have them unless they fall to your share," said the Fougère man, dragging the dead feet away and flinging the boots on a heap of clothing already collected. Another Chouan took charge of the money, so that lots might be drawn as soon as the troops were all assembled. When Hulot returned with Gaudin, whose last attempt to overtake the guard was useless as well as perilous, he found about a score of his own men and 30 of the contingent standing around 11 of the enemy, whose naked bodies were thrown into a ditch at the foot of the bank. "Soldiers!" cried Hulot sternly, "I forbid you to share that clothing. Form in line, quick." "Commandant," said a soldier, pointing to his shoes, at the points of which 5 bare toes could be seen on each foot, "all right about the money, but those boots," motioning to a pair of hobnailed boots with the butt of his gun, "would fit me like a glove." "Do you want to put English shoes on your feet?" retorted Hulot. "But," said one of the Fougères men respectfully, "we've divided the booty all through the war." "I don't prevent you civilians from following your own ways," replied Hulot roughly. "Here, Gaudin, here's a purse with 3 louis," said the officer who was distributing the money. "You have run hard, and the commandant won't prevent your taking it." Hulot looked askance at Gaudin and saw that he turned pale. "It's my uncle's purse," exclaimed the young man. Exhausted as he was with his run, He sprang to the mound of bodies, and the first that met his eyes was that of his uncle, but he had hardly recognized the rubicund face, now furrowed with blue lines, and seen the stiffened arms and the gunshot wound, before he gave a stifled cry, exclaiming, "Let us be off, commandant!" The Blues started. Hulot gave his arm to his young friend. "God's thunder!" he cried. "Never mind, it is no great matter." "But he is dead," said Gudin. "Dead! He was my only relation, and though he cursed me, still he loved me. If the king returns, the neighborhood will want my head, and my poor uncle would have saved it." "What a fool Gudin is," said one of the men who had stayed behind to share the spoils. "His uncle was rich, and he hasn't had time to make a will and disinherit him." The division over, the men of Fougères rejoined the little battalion of the Blues on their way to the town. Towards midnight the cottage of Galop Chopin, hitherto the scene of life without a care, was full of dread and horrible anxiety. Barbette and her little boy returned at the supper hour, one with her heavy burden of rushes, the other carrying fodder for the cattle. Entering the hut, they looked about in vain for Galop Chopin. The miserable chamber never looked to them as large, so empty was it. The fire was out, and the darkness, the silence, seemed to tell of some disaster. Barbette hastened to make a blaze, and to light two oribus, the name given to candles made of pitch, in the region between the villages of Amérique and the Upper Loire, and still used beyond Amboise in the Vendomois districts. Barbette did these things with the slowness of a person absorbed in one overpowering feeling. She listened to every sound. Deceived by the whistling of the wind, she went off into the door of the hut, returning sadly. She cleaned two beakers, filled them with cider, and placed them on the long table. Now and again she looked at her boy, who watched the baking of the buckwheat cakes, but did not speak to him. The lad's eyes happened to rest on the nails which usually held his father's duck gun, and Barbette trembled as she noticed that the gun was gone. The silence was broken only by the lowing of a cow, or the splash of the cider as it dropped at regular intervals from the bung of the cask. The poor woman sighed, while she poured into 3 brown earthenware porringers a sort of soup made of milk, biscuit broken into bits, and boiled chestnuts. "They must have fought in the field next to the Barandière," said the boy. "Go and see," replied his mother. The child ran to the place where the fighting had, as he said, taken place. In the moonlight he found the heap of bodies, but his father was not among them, and he came back whistling joyously, having picked up several 5-franc pieces trampled in the mud and overlooked by the victors. His mother was sitting on a stool beside the fire, employed in spinning flax. He made a negative sign to her, and then 10 o'clock having struck from the tower of Saint Léonard, he went to bed, muttering a prayer to the Holy Virgin of Auray. At dawn Barbette, who had not closed her eyes, gave a cry of joy as she heard in the distance a sound she knew well, of hobnailed shoes, and soon after Galop Chopin's scowling face presented itself. "Thanks to Saint Labre," he said, "to whom I owe a candle. The Gare is safe. Don't forget that we now owe 3 candles to the saint." He seized a beaker of cider and emptied it at a draught without drawing breath. When his wife had served his soup and taken his gun, and he himself was seated on the wooden bench, he said, looking at the fire, "I can't make out how the Blues got here. The fighting was at Florigny. Who the devil could have told them that the Gare was in our house? No one knew it but he and the handsome Garce, and we—" Barbette turned white. "They made me believe they were the Gare of Saint Georges," she said, trembling. "It was I who told them the Gare was here." Galop Chopin turned pale himself, and dropped his porringer on the table. "I sent the boy to warn you," said Barbette, frightened. "Didn't you meet him?" The Chouan rose and struck his wife so violently that she dropped, pale as death, upon the bed. "You cursed woman," he said, "you have killed me." Then, seized with remorse, he took her in his arms. "Barbette," he cried, "Barbette! Holy Virgin, my hand was too heavy." "Do you think," she said, opening her eyes, "that Marcheterre will hear of it? The Gare will certainly inquire who betrayed him." Will he tell it to Marcharter? Marcharter and Pillemiche were both at Florigny. Barbette breathed a little easier. If they touch a hair of your head, she cried, I'll rinse their glasses with vinegar. Ah, I can't eat, said Galop Chopin anxiously. His wife set another pitcher full of cider before him, but he paid no heed to it. Two big tears rolled from the woman's eyes and moistened the deep furrows of her withered face. Listen to me, wife. Tomorrow morning you must gather faggots on the rocks of Saint-Sulpice to the right and Saint-Léonard, and set fire to them. That is a signal agreed upon between the Gare and the old rector of Saint-Georges, who is to come and say mass for him. Is the guard going to Fougères? Yes, to see his handsome garce. I've been sent here and there all day about it. I think he's going to marry her and carry her off, for he told me to hire horses and have them ready on the road to Saint-Malo. Thereupon Galop Chopin, who was tired out, went to bed for an hour or two, at the end of which time he again departed. Later, on the following morning, he returned, having carefully fulfilled all the commissions entrusted to him by the Gare. Finding that Marcharter and Pillemiche had not appeared at the cottage, he relieved the apprehensions of his wife, who went off, reassured, to the rocks of Saint-Sulpice, where she had collected the night before several piles of faggots, now covered with hoarfrost. The boy went with her, carrying fire in a broken wooden shoe. Hardly had his wife and son passed out of sight behind the shed when Galop Chopin heard the noise of men jumping the successive barriers, and he could dimly see through the fog, which was growing thicker, the forms of two men like moving shadows. It is Marcharter and Pillemiche, he said mentally. Then he shuddered. The two Chouans entered the courtyard and showed their gloomy faces under the broad-brimmed hats, which made them look like the figures which engravers introduce into their landscapes. Good morning, Galop Chopin, said Marcharter gravely. Good morning, Monsieur Marcharter, replied the other humbly. Will you come in and drink a drop? I've some cold buckwheat cake and fresh-made butter. That's not to be refused, cousin, said Pillemiche. The two Chouans entered the cottage. So far there was nothing alarming for the master of the house, who hastened to fill 3 beakers from his huge cask of cider, while Marcharter and Pillemiche, sitting on the polished benches on each side of the long table, cut the cake and spread it with the rich yellow butter, from which the milk spurted as the knife smoothed it. Galop Chopin placed the beakers full of frothing cider before his guests, and the 3 Chouans began to eat. But from time to time the master of the house cast sidelong glances at Marcharter as he drank his cider. Lend me your snuff-box, said Marcharter to Pillemiche. Having shaken several pinches into the palm of his hand, the Breton inhaled the tobacco like a man who is making ready for serious business. It is cold, said Pillemiche, rising to shut the upper half of the door. The daylight, already dim with fog, now entered only through the little window and feebly lighted the room and the 2 seats. The fire, however, gave out a ruddy glow. Galop Chopin refilled the beakers, but his guests refused to drink again, and throwing aside their large hats, looked at him solemnly. Their gestures and the look they gave him terrified Galop Chopin, who fancied he saw blood in the red woolen caps they wore. Fetch your axe, said Marcharter. But Monsieur Marcharter, what do you want it for? Come, cousin, you know very well, said Pillemiche, pocketing his snuff-box, which Marcharter returned to him. You are condemned. The 2 Chouans rose together and took their guns. Monsieur Marcharter, I never said one word about the Gare. I told you to fetch your axe, said Marcharter. The hapless man knocked against the wooden bedstead of his son, and several 5-franc pieces rolled on the floor. Pillemiche picked them up. Ho, ho, the blues! Paid you in new money, cried Marcharter. As true as that's the image of Saint-Labre, said Galop Chopin. I have told nothing. Barbette mistook the Fougères men for the Gare of Saint-Georges, and that's the whole of it. Why do you tell things to your wife? said Marcheterre roughly. Besides, cousin, we don't want excuses. We want your axe. You are condemned. At a sign from his companion, Pillemiche helped Marcheterre to seize the victim. Finding himself in their grasp, Galop Chopin lost all power, and fell on his knees, holding up his hands to his slayers in desperation. "My friends, my good friends, my cousin," he said, "what will become of my little boy?" "I will take charge of him," said Marcheterre. "My good comrades," cried the victim, turning livid, "I'm not fit to die. Don't make me go without confession. You have the right to take my life, but you've no right to make me lose a blessed eternity." "That is true," said Marcheterre, addressing Pillemiche. The two Chouans waited a moment in much uncertainty, unable to decide this case of conscience. Galop Chopin listened to the rustling of the wind, as though he still had hope. Suddenly Pillemiche took him by the arm into a corner of the hut. "Confess your sins to me," he said, "and I will tell them to a priest of the true church, and if there is any penance to do, I will do it for you." Galop Chopin obtained some respite by the way in which he confessed his sins, but in spite of their number and the circumstances of each crime, he came finally to the end of them. "Cousin," he said imploringly, "since I am speaking to you as I would to my confessor, I do assure you, by the holy name of God, that I have nothing to reproach myself with except for having now and then buttered my bread on both sides, and I call on Saint Lavre, who is there over the chimney-piece, to witness that I have never said one word about the Gare. No, my good friends, I have not betrayed him." "Very good, that will do, cousin. You can explain all that to God in course of time. But let me say good-bye to Barbette." "Come," said Marcheterre, "if you don't want us to think you worse than you are, behave like a Breton, and be done with it." The two Chouans seized him again, and threw him on the bench, where he gave no other sign of resistance than the instinctive and convulsive motions of an animal, uttering a few smothered groans, which ceased when the axe fell. The head was off at the first blow. Marcheterre took it by the hair, left the room, sought and found a large nail in the rough casing of the door, and wound the hair about it, leaving the bloody head, the eyes of which he did not even close, to hang there. The two Chouans then washed their hands, without the least haste, in a pot full of water, picked up their hats and guns, and jumped the gate. Whistling the ballad of the captain, Pillemiche began to sing in a hoarse voice, as he reached the field, the last verses of that rustic song, their melody floating on the breeze. At the first town her lover dressed her all in white satin. At the next town her lover dressed her in gold and silver. So beautiful was she, they gave her veils to wear in the regiment. The tune became gradually indistinguishable as the Chouans got further away, but the silence of the country was so great that several of the notes reached Barbette's ear as she neared home, holding her boy by the hand. A peasant woman never listens coldly to that song, so popular is it in the west of France, and Barbette began unconsciously to sing the first verses. "Come, let us go, my girl, let us go to the war, let us go, it is time. Brave captain, let it not trouble you, but my daughter is not for you. You shall not have her on earth, you shall not have her at sea, unless by treachery." The father took his daughter, he unclothed her, and flung her out to sea. The captain, wiser still, into the waves he jumped, and to the shore he brought her. "Come, let us go, my girl, let us go to the war, let us go, it is time. At the first town her lover dressed her," etc., etc. As Barbette reached this verse of the song where Pillemiche had begun it, she was entering the courtyard of her home. Her tongue suddenly stiffened. She stood still, and a great cry, quickly repressed, came from her gaping lips. "What is it, mother?" said the child. "Walk alone," she cried, pulling her hand away and pushing him roughly. "You have neither father nor mother." The child, who was rubbing his shoulder and weeping, suddenly caught sight of the thing on the nail. His childlike face kept the nervous convulsion his crying had caused, but he was silent. He opened his eyes wide, and gazed at the head of his father with a stupid look, which betrayed no emotion. Then his face, brutalized by ignorance, showed savage curiosity. Barbette again took his hand, grasped it violently, and dragged him into the house. Montpellier and Marcheterre threw their victim on the bench. One of his shoes, dropping off, fell on the floor beneath his neck, and was afterwards filled with blood. It was the first thing that met the widow's eye. "Take off your shoe," said the mother to her son. "Put your foot in that. Good. Remember," she cried in a solemn voice, "your father's shoe. Never put on your own without remembering how the Chouans filled it with his blood. And kill the Chouans." She swayed her head with so convulsive an action that the meshes of her black hair fell upon her neck and gave a sinister expression to her face. "I call Saint Labre to witness," she said, "that I vow you to the Blues. You shall be a soldier to avenge your father. Kill the Chouans, and do as I do. Ha! They've taken the head of my man, and I'm going to give that of the Gare to the Blues." She sprang at a bound on the bed, seized a little bag of money from a hiding place, took the hand of the astonished little boy, and dragged him after her without giving him time to put on his shoe, and was on her way to Fougères rapidly, without once turning her head to look at the home she abandoned. When they reached the summit of the rocks of Saint-Sulpice, Barbette set fire to the pile of faggots, and the boy helped her to pile on the green gorse, damp with hoarfrost, to make the smoke more dense. "That fire will last longer than your father, longer than I, longer than the Gare," said Barbette in a savage voice. While the widow of Galop Chopin and her son with his bloody foot stood watching, the one with a gloomy expression of revenge, the other with curiosity, the curling of the smoke, Mademoiselle de Verneuil's eyes were fastened on the same rock, trying, but in vain, to see her lover's signal. The fog, which had thickened, buried the whole region under a veil, its grey tints obscuring even the outlines of the scenery that was nearest the town. She examined with tender anxiety the rocks, the castle, the buildings which loomed like shadows through the mist. Near her window several trees stood out against this blue-grey background. The sun gave a dull tone as of tarnished silver to the sky. Its rays colored the bare branches of the trees, where a few last leaves were fluttering, with a dingy red. But too many dear and delightful sentiments filled Marie's soul to let her notice the ill omens of a scene so out of harmony with the joys she was tasting in advance. For the last 2 days her ideas had undergone a change. The fierce, undisciplined vehemence of her passions had yielded under the influence of the equable atmosphere which a true love gives to life. The certainty of being loved, sought through so many perils, had given birth to a desire to re-enter those social conditions which sanction love, and which despair alone had made her leave. To love for a moment only now seemed to her a species of weakness. She saw herself lifted from the dregs of society, where misfortune had driven her, to the high rank in which her father had meant to place her. Her vanity, repressed for a time by the cruel alternations of hope and misconception, was awakened, and showed her all the benefits of a great position. Born in a certain way to rank, marriage to a marquis meant, to her mind, living and acting in the sphere that belonged to her. Having known the chances and changes of an adventurous life, she could appreciate better than other women the grandeur of the feelings which make the family. Marriage and motherhood, with all their cares, seemed to her less a task than a rest. She loved the calm and virtuous life she saw through the clouds of this last storm, as a woman weary of virtue may sometimes covet an illicit passion. Virtue was to her a new seduction. Perhaps, she thought, leaving the window without seeing the signal on the rocks of Saint-Sulpice, I've been too coquettish with him, but I knew he loved me. Francine, it is not a dream. Tonight I shall be Marquise de Montran. What have I done to deserve such perfect happiness? Oh, I love him, and love alone is love's reward, and yet I think God means to recompense me for taking heart through all my misery. He means me to forget my sufferings, for you know, Francine, I have suffered. To-night, Marquise de Montauran, you marry. Ah, until it is done, I cannot believe it. Who has told him your true goodness? Dear child, he has more than his handsome eyes to see me with. He has a soul. If you had seen him, as I have, in danger, oh, he knows how to love. He is so brave. If you really love him, why do you let him come to Fougères? We had no time to say one word to each other when the blues surprised us. Besides, his coming is a proof of love. Can I ever have proofs enough? And now, Francine, do my hair." But she pulled it down a score of times with motions that seemed electric, as though some stormy thoughts were mingling still with the arts of her coquetry. As she rolled a curl, or smoothed the shining plaits, she asked herself, with a remnant of distrust, whether the Marquis were deceiving her. But treachery seemed to her impossible, for did he not expose himself to instant vengeance by entering Fougères? While studying in her mirror the effects of a sidelong glance, a smile, a gentle frown, an attitude of anger, or of love, or disdain, she was seeking some woman's wile by which to probe to the last instant the heart of the young leader. "You are right, Francine," she said. "I wish with you that the marriage were over. This is the last of my cloudy days. It is big with death or happiness. Oh, that fog is dreadful," she went on, again looking towards the heights of Saint Sulpice, which were still veiled in mist. She began to arrange the silk and muslin curtains which draped the window, making them intercept the light and produce in the room a voluptuous chiaroscuro. "Francine," she said, "take away those knick-knacks on the mantelpiece. Leave only the clock and 2 Dresden vases. I'll fill those vases myself with the flowers Corentin brought me. Take out the chairs. I want only this sofa and a fauteuil. Then sweep the carpet so as to bring out the colours, and put wax candles in the sconces and on the mantel." Marie looked long and carefully at the old tapestry on the walls. Guided by her innate taste, she found among the brilliant tints of these hangings the shades by which to connect their antique beauty with the furniture and accessories of the boudoir, either by the harmony of colour or the charm of contrast. The same thought guided the arrangement of the flowers with which she filled the twisted vases which decorated her chamber. The sofa was placed beside the fire, on either side of the bed, which filled the space parallel to that of the chimney. She placed on gilded tables tall Dresden vases filled with foliage and flowers that were sweetly fragrant. She quivered more than once as she arranged the folds of the green damask above the bed, and studied the fall of the drapery which concealed it. Such preparations have a secret, ineffable happiness about them. They cause so many delightful emotions that a woman as she makes them forgets her doubts, and Mademoiselle de Verneuil forgot hers. There is, in truth, a religious sentiment in the multiplicity of cares taken for one beloved, who is not there to see them and reward them, but who will reward them later, with the approving smile these tender preparations, always so fully understood, obtain. Women, as they make them, love in advance, for there are few, indeed, who would not say to themselves, as Mademoiselle de Verneuil now thought, "To-night I shall be happy." That soft hope lies in every fold of silk or muslin. Insensibly the harmony the woman makes about her gives an atmosphere of love in which she breathes. To her these things are beings, witnesses. She has made them the sharers of her coming joy. Every movement, every thought brings that joy within her grasp. But presently she expects no longer. She hopes no more. She questions silence. The slightest sound is to her an omen. Doubt hooks its claws once more into her heart. She burns. She trembles. She is grasped by a thought which holds her like a physical force. She alternates from triumph to agony, and without the hope of coming happiness she could not endure the torture. A score of times did Mademoiselle de Verneuil raise the window curtain, hoping to see the smoke rising above the rocks, but the fog only took a grayer tone, which her excited imagination turned into a warning. At last she let fall the curtain, impatiently resolving not to raise it again. She looked gloomily around the charming room to which she had given a soul and a voice, asking herself if it were done in vain, and this thought brought her back to her preparations. "Francine," she said, drawing her into a little dressing-room, which adjoined her chamber and was lighted through a small round window opening on a dark corner of the fortifications, where they joined the rock terrace of the promenade, "put everything in order. As for the salon, you can leave that as it is," she added, with a smile which women reserve for their nearest friends, the delicate sentiment of which men seldom understand. "Ah, how sweet you are!" exclaimed the little maid. "A lover is our beauty, foolish women that we are," she replied gaily. Francine left her lying on the ottoman, and went away convinced that, whether her mistress were loved or not, she would never betray Montaran. End of Section 16.
Section 17 of the Chouans by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Catherine Wormley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Part 7. "Are you sure of what you are telling me, old woman?" Hulot was saying to Barbette, who had sought him out as soon as she had reached Fougères. "Have you got eyes? Look at the rocks of Saint-Sulpice there, my good man, to the right of Saint-Léonard." Corentin, who was with Hulot, looked towards the summit in the direction pointed out by Barbette, and as the fog was beginning to lift, he could see with some distinctness the column of white smoke the woman told of. "But when is he coming, old woman? To-night or this evening?" "My good man," said Barbette, "I don't know." "Why do you betray your own side?" said Hulot, quickly, having drawn her out of hearing of Corentin. "Ah, General, see my boy's foot. That's washed in the blood of my man, whom the Chouans have killed like a calf, to punish him for the few words you got out of me the other day when I was working in the fields. Take my boy, for you've deprived him of his father and his mother. Make a blue of him, my good man. Teach him to kill Chouans. Here, there's 200 crowns. Keep them for him. If he is careful, they'll last him long, for it took his father 12 years to lay them by." Hulot looked with amazement at the pale and withered woman, whose eyes were dry. "But you, mother," he said, "what will become of you? You had better keep the money." "I," she replied, shaking her head sadly, "I don't need anything in this world. You might bolt me into that highest tower over there," pointing to the battlements of the castle, "and the Chouans would contrive to come and kill me." She kissed her boy with an awful expression of grief, looked at him, wiped away her tears, looked at him again, and disappeared. "Commandant," said Corentin, "this is an occasion when 2 heads are better than 1. We know all, and yet we know nothing. If you surrounded Mademoiselle de Verneuil's house now, you will only warn her. Neither you nor I, nor your blues and your battalions are strong enough to get the better of that girl if she takes it into her head to save the ci devant. The fellow is brave, and consequently wily. He is a young man, full of daring. We can never get hold of him as he enters Fougères. Perhaps he is here already. Domiciliary visit. Absurdity. That's no good. It will only give them warning." "Well," said Hulot, impatiently, "I shall tell the sentry on the Place Saint Léonard to keep his eye on the house, and pass word along the other sentinels. If a young man enters it, as soon as the signal reaches me, I shall take a corporal and 4 men, and," said Corentin, interrupting the old soldier, "if the young man is not the Marquis, or if the Marquis doesn't go in by the front door, or if he is already there, if, what then?" Corentin looked at the commandant with so insulting an air of superiority that the old soldier shouted out, "God's 1,000 thunders! Get out of here, citizen of hell! What have I got to do with your intrigues? If that cockchafer buzzes into my guardroom, I'll shoot him. If I hear he is in a house, I shall surround that house, and take him when he leaves it, and shoot him. But may the devil get me if I soil my uniform with any of your tricks. Commandant, the order of the ministers states that you are to obey Mademoiselle de Verneuil."
Let her come and give them to me herself, and I'll see about it." "Well, citizen," said Corentin haughtily, "she shall come. She shall tell you herself the hour at which she expects the ci devant. Possibly she won't be easy till you do post the sentinels round the house." "The devil is made man," thought the old leader, as he watched Corentin hurrying up the queen's staircase, at the foot of which this scene had taken place. "He means to deliver Montauran, bound hand and foot, with no chance to fight for his life, and I shall be harassed to death with a court-martial. However," he added, shrugging his shoulders, "the Gar certainly is an enemy of the Republic, and he killed my poor Gerard, and his death will make a noble the less. The devil take him." He turned on the heels of his boots and went off, whistling the Marseillaise, to inspect his guard-rooms. Mademoiselle de Verneuil was absorbed in one of those meditations, the mysteries of which are buried in the soul, and proved by their thousand contradictory emotions to the woman who undergoes them, that it is possible to have a stormy and passionate existence between four walls, without even moving from the ottoman on which her very life is burning itself away. She had reached the final scene of the drama she had come to enact, and her mind was going over and over the phases of love and anger which had so powerfully stirred her during the 10 days which had now elapsed since her first meeting with the marquis. A man's step suddenly sounded in the adjoining room, and she trembled. The door opened. She turned quickly and saw Corentin. "You little cheat," said the police agent. "When will you stop deceiving? Ah, Marie, Marie, you are playing a dangerous game by not taking me into your confidence. Why do you play such tricks without consulting me? If the marquis escapes his fate, it won't be your fault, will it?" She replied sarcastically. "Monsieur," she continued in a grave voice, "by what right do you come into my house?" "Your house?" he exclaimed. "You remind me," she answered coldly, "that I have no home. Perhaps you chose this house deliberately, for the purpose of committing murder. I shall leave it. I would live in a desert to get away from—" "Spies, say the word," interrupted Corentin. "But this house is neither yours nor mine. It belongs to the government. And as for leaving it, you will do nothing of the kind," he added, giving her a diabolical look. Mademoiselle de Verneuil rose indignantly, made a few steps to leave the room, but stopped short suddenly as Corentin raised the curtain of the window and beckoned her with a smile to come to him. "Do you see that column of smoke?" he asked, with the calmness he always kept on his livid face, however intense his feelings might be. "What has my departure to do with that burning brush?" she asked. "Why does your voice tremble?" he said. "You poor thing," he added in a gentle voice, "I know all. The marquis is coming to Fougères this evening, and it is not with any intention of delivering him to us that you have arranged this boudoir and the flowers and candles." Mademoiselle de Verneuil turned pale, for she saw her lover's death in the eyes of this tiger with a human face, and her love for him rose to frenzy. Each hair on her head caused her an acute pain she could not endure, and she fell on the ottoman. Corentin stood looking at her for a moment, with his arms folded, half pleased at inflicting a torture which avenged him for the contempt and the sarcasms this woman had heaped upon his head, half grieved by the sufferings of a creature whose yoke was pleasant to him, heavy as it was. "She loves him," he muttered. "Loves him?" she cried. "Ah, what are words, Corentin? He is my life, my soul, my breath." She flung herself at the feet of the man, whose silence terrified her. "Soul of vileness!" she cried. "I would rather degrade myself to save his life than degrade myself by betraying him. I will save him at the cost of my own blood. Speak, what price must I pay you?" Corentin quivered. "I came to take your orders, Marie," he said, raising her. "Yes, Marie, your insults will not hinder my devotion to your wishes, provided you will promise not to deceive me again. You must know by this time that no one dupes me with impunity." "If you want me to love you, Corentin, help me to save him." "At what hour is he coming?" asked the spy, endeavoring to ask the question calmly. "Alas, I do not know." They looked at each other in silence. "I am lost," thought Mademoiselle de Verneuil. "She is deceiving me," thought Corentin. "Marie," he continued, "I have two maxims. One is never to believe a single word a woman says to me. That's the only means of not being duped. The other is to find what interest she has in doing the opposite of what she says, and behaving in contradiction to the facts she pretends to confide to me. I think that you and I understand each other now." "Perfectly," replied Mademoiselle de Verneuil. "You want proofs of my good faith, but I reserve them for the time when you give me some of yours." "Adieu, mademoiselle," said Corentin coolly. "Nonsense," said the girl, smiling. "Sit down, and pray don't sulk, but if you do, I shall know how to save the Marquis without you. As for the 300,000 francs, which are always spread before your eyes, I will give them to you in good gold as soon as the Marquis is safe." Corentin rose, stepped back a pace or two, and looked at Marie. "You have grown rich in a very short time," he said in a tone of ill-disguised bitterness. "Monterin," she continued, "will make you a better offer still for his ransom. Now then, prove to me that you have the means of guaranteeing him from all danger, and can't you send him away the moment he arrives?" cried Corentin suddenly. "Hulot does not know he is coming, and—" He stopped as if he had said too much. "But how absurd that you should ask me how to play a trick," he said, with an easy laugh. "Now listen, Marie, I do feel certain of your loyalty. Promise me a compensation for all I lose in furthering your wishes, and I will make that old fool of a commandant so unsuspicious that the Marquis will be as safe at Fougères as at St. James." "Yes, I promise it," said the girl, with a sort of solemnity. "No, not in that way," he said. "Swear it by your mother." Mademoiselle de Verneuil shuddered. Raising a trembling hand, she made the oath required by the man whose tone to her had changed so suddenly. "You can command me," he said. "Don't deceive me again, and you shall have reason to bless me tonight." "I will trust you, Corentin," cried Mademoiselle de Verneuil, much moved. She bowed her head gently towards him, and smiled with a kindness not unmixed with surprise, as she saw an expression of melancholy tenderness on his face. "What an enchanting creature," thought Corentin, as he left the house. "Shall I ever get her as a means to fortune and a source of delight? To fling herself at my feet? Oh yes, the Marquis shall die. If I can't get that woman in any other way than by dragging her through the mud, I'll sink her in it. At any rate," he thought as he reached the square, unconscious of his steps, "she no longer distrusts me. 300,000 francs down. She thinks me grasping. Either the offer was a trick, or she is already married to him." Corentin, buried in thought, was unable to come to a resolution. The fog which the sun had dispersed at midday was now rolling thicker and thicker, so that he could hardly see the trees at a little distance. "That's another piece of ill luck," he muttered, as he turned slowly homeward. "It is impossible to see 10 feet. The weather protects the lovers. How is one to watch a house in such a fog? Who goes there?" he cried, catching the arm of a boy who seemed to have clambered up the dangerous rocks which made the terrace of the promenade. "It is I," said a childish voice. "Ah, the boy with the bloody foot. Do you want to revenge your father?" said Corentin. "Yes," said the child. "Very good. Do you know the Gare?" "Yes." "Good again. Now don't leave me except to do what I bid you, and you will obey your mother and earn some big sous. Do you like sous?" "Yes." "You like sous, and you want to kill the Gare who killed your father? Well, I'll take care of you. Ah, Marie," he muttered after a pause, "you yourself shall betray him as you engaged to do. She is too violent to suspect me. Passion never reflects. She does not know the Marquise's writing. Yes, I can set a trap into which her nature will drive her headlong. But I must first see Hulot." Mademoiselle de Verneuil and Francine were deliberating on the means of saving the Marquis from the more than doubtful generosity of Corentin and Hulot's bayonets. "I could go and warn him," said the Breton girl. "But we don't know where he is," replied Marie. "Even I, with the instincts of love, could never find him." After making and rejecting a number of plans, Mademoiselle de Verneuil exclaimed, "When I see him, his danger will inspire me." She thought, like other ardent souls, to act on the spur of the moment, trusting to her star, or to that instinct of adroitness which rarely, if ever, fails a woman. Perhaps her heart was never so wrung. At times she seemed stupefied. Her eyes were fixed, and then, at the least noise, she shook like a half-uprooted tree, which the woodsman drags with a rope to hasten its fall. Suddenly a loud report from a dozen guns echoed from a distance. Marie turned pale and grasped Francine's hand. "I am dying," she cried. "They have killed him." The heavy footfall of a man was heard in the antechamber. Francine went out and returned with a corporal, the man making a military salute to Mademoiselle de Verneuil. produced some letters, the covers of which were a good deal soiled. Receiving no acknowledgment, the Blue said as he withdrew, "Madame, they are from the commandant." Mademoiselle de Verneuil, a prey to horrible presentiments, read a letter written apparently in great haste by Hulot. "Mademoiselle, a party of my men have just caught a messenger from the Gare, and have shot him. Among the intercepted letters is one which may be useful to you, and I transmit it," etc. "Thank God it was not he they shot," she exclaimed, flinging the letter into the fire. She breathed more freely, and took up the other letter, enclosed by Hulot. It was apparently written to Madame Dugois by the Marquis. "No, my angel," the letter said, "I cannot go to-night to La Vivetière. You must lose your wager with the Count. I triumph over the Republic in the person of their beautiful emissary. You must allow that she is worth the sacrifice of one night. It will be my only victory in this campaign, for I have received the news that La Vendée surrenders. I can do nothing more in France. Let us go back to England, but we will talk of all this tomorrow." The letter fell from Marie's hands. She closed her eyes and was silent, leaning backward with her head on a cushion. After a long pause, she looked at the clock, which then marked 4 in the afternoon. "My lord keeps me waiting," she said with savage irony. "Oh, God grant he may not come!" cried Francine. "If he does not come," said Marie, in a stifled tone, "I shall go to him. No, no, he will soon be here. Francine, do I look well?" "You are very pale. Ah," continued Mademoiselle de Verneuil, glancing about her, "this perfumed room, the flowers, the lights, this intoxicating air, it is full of that celestial life of which I dreamed. Marie, what has happened? I am betrayed, deceived, insulted, fooled. I will kill him. I will tear him bit by bit. Yes, there was always in his manner a contempt he could not hide, and which I would not see. Oh, I shall die of this. Fool that I am," she went on laughing. "He is coming. I have one night in which to teach him that. Married or not, the man who has possessed me cannot abandon me. I will measure my vengeance by his offense. He shall die with despair in his soul. I did believe he had a soul of honor, but no, it is that of a lackey. Ah, he has cleverly deceived me, for even now it seems impossible that the man who abandoned me to Pillemiche should sink to such backstair tricks. It is so base to deceive a loving woman, for it is so easy. He might have killed me if he chose, but lie to me who held him in my thoughts so high. The scaffold, the scaffold, ah, could I only see him guillotined. Am I cruel? He shall go to his death, covered with caresses, with kisses, which might have blessed him for a lifetime." "Marie," said Francine gently, "be the victim of your lover like other women, not his mistress and his betrayer. Keep his memory in your heart. Do not make it an anguish to you. If there were no joys in hopeless love, what would become of us, poor women that we are? God, of whom you never think, Marie, will reward us for obeying our vocation on this earth, to love and suffer." "Dear," replied Mademoiselle de Verneuil, taking Francine's hand and patting it, "your voice is very sweet and persuasive. Reason is attractive from your lips. I should like to obey you, but you will forgive him? You will not betray him?" "Hush! Never speak of that man again. Compared with him, Corentin is a noble being. Do you hear me?" She rose, hiding beneath a face that was horribly calm the madness of her soul and a thirst for vengeance. The slow and measured step with which she left the room conveyed the sense of an irrevocable resolution. Lost in thought, hugging her insults, too proud to show the slightest suffering, she went to the guard-room at the Porte Saint Léonard and asked where the commandant lived. She had hardly left her house when Corentin entered it. "Oh, Monsieur Corentin," cried Francine, "if you are interested in this young man, save him. Mademoiselle has gone to give him up because of this wretched letter." Corentin took the letter carelessly and asked, "Which way did she go?" "I don't know." "Yes," he said, "I will save her from her own despair." He disappeared, taking the letter with him. When he reached the street, he said to Galop Chopin's boy, whom he had stationed to watch the door, "Which way did a lady go who left the house just now?" The boy went with him a little way, and showed him the steep street which led to the Porte Saint Léonard. "That way," he said. At this moment 4 men entered Mademoiselle de Verneuil's house, unseen by either the boy or Corentin. "Return to your watch," said the latter. "Play with the handles of the blinds, and see what you can inside. Look about you everywhere, even on the roof." Corentin darted rapidly in the direction given him, and thought he recognized Mademoiselle de Verneuil through the fog. He did in fact overtake her just as she reached the guard-house. "Where are you going?" he said. "You are pale. What has happened? Is it right for you to be out alone? Take my arm." "Where is the commandant?" she asked. Hardly had the words left her lips when she heard the movement of troops beyond the Porte Saint-Léonard, and distinguished Hulot's gruff voice in the tumult. "God's thunder!" he cried. "I never saw such fog. Is this for a reconnaissance? The Guard must have ordered the weather." "What are you complaining of?" said Mademoiselle de Verneuil, grasping his arm. "The fog will cover vengeance as well as perfidy. Commandant," she added in a low voice, "you must take measures at once, so that the Guard may not escape us." "Is he at your house?" he asked, in a tone which showed his amazement. "Not yet," she replied. "But give me a safe man, and I will send him to you when the Marquis comes." "That's a mistake," said Corentin. "A soldier will alarm him, but a boy, and I can find one, will not." "Commandant," said Mademoiselle de Verneuil, "thanks to this fog, which you are cursing, you can surround my house. Put soldiers everywhere. Place a guard in the church to command the esplanade on which the windows of my salon open. Postmen on the promenade, for though the windows of my bedroom are 20 feet above the ground, despair does sometimes give a man the power to jump even greater distances safely. Listen to what I say. I shall probably send this gentleman out of the door of my house. Therefore see that only brave men are there to meet him, for," she added with a sigh, "no one denies him courage. He will assuredly defend himself." "Gudin," called the commandant. "Listen, my lad," he continued in a low voice when the young man joined him. "This devil of a girl is betraying the Guard to us. I'm sure I don't know why, but that's no matter. Take 10 men and place yourself so as to hold the cul-de-sac in which the house stands. Be careful that no one sees either you or your men." "Yes, commandant, I know the ground." "Very good," said Hulot. "I'll send Beaupied to let you know when to play your sabres. Try to meet the Marquis yourself, and if you can manage to kill him, so that I shan't have to shoot him judicially, you shall be a lieutenant in a fortnight, or my name's not Hulot." Gudin departed with a dozen soldiers. "Do you know what you have done?" said Corentin to Mademoiselle de Verneuil in a low voice. She made no answer, but looked with a sort of satisfaction at the men who were starting under command of the sub-lieutenant for the promenade, while others, following the next orders given by Hulot, were to post themselves in the shadows of the church of Saint-Léonard. "There are houses adjoining mine," she said. "You'd better surround them all. Don't lay up regrets by neglecting a single precaution." "She is mad," thought Hulot. "Was I not a prophet?" asked Corentin in his ear. "As for the boy, I shall send with her. He is the little Gar with a bloody foot. Therefore—" He did not finish his sentence, for Mademoiselle de Verneuil, by a sudden movement, darted in the direction of her house, whither he followed her, whistling like a man supremely satisfied. When he overtook her, she was already at the door of her house, where Galop, Chopin's little boy, was on the watch. "Mademoiselle," said Corentin, "take the lad with you. You cannot have a more innocent or active emissary. Boy," he added, "when you have seen the Gar enter the house, come to me, no matter who stops you. You'll find me at the guard house, and I'll give you something that will make you eat cake for the rest of your days." At these words, breathed rather than said in the child's ear, Corentin felt his hand squeezed by that of the little Breton, who followed Mademoiselle de Verneuil into the house. "Now, my good friends, you can come to an explanation as soon as you like," cried Corentin, when the door was closed. "If you make love, my little Marquis, it will be on your winding sheet." But Corentin could not bring himself to let that fatal house completely out of sight, and he went to the promenade, where he found the commandant giving his last orders. By this time it was night. 2 hours went by, but the sentinels posted at intervals noticed nothing that led them to suppose the Marquis had evaded the triple line of men who surrounded the 3 sides by which the tower of Papegotte was accessible. 20 times had Corentin gone from the promenade to the guard-room, always to find that his little emissary had not appeared. Sunk in thought, the spy paced the promenade slowly, enduring the martyrdom to which 3 passions, terrible in their clashing, subject a man: love, avarice, and ambition. 8 o'clock struck from all the towers in the town. The moon rose late. Fog and darkness wrapped in impenetrable gloom the places where the drama planned by this man was coming to its climax. He was able to silence the struggle of his passions as he walked up and down, his arms crossed and his eyes fixed on the windows which rose like the luminous eyes of a phantom above the rampart. The deep silence was broken only by the rippling of the Nanson, by the regular and lugubrious tolling from the belfries, by the heavy steps of the sentinels, or the rattle of arms as the guard was hourly relieved. "The night's as thick as a wolf's jaw," said the voice of Pillemiche. "Go on," growled Marcheterre, "and don't talk more than a dead dog." "I'm hardly breathing," said the Chouan. "If the man who made that stone roll down wants his heart to serve as the scabbard for my knife, he'll do it again," said Marcheterre in a low voice scarcely heard above the flowing of the river. "It was I," said Piamiche. "Well then, old money-bag, down on your stomach," said the other, "and wriggle like a snake through a hedge, or we shall leave our carcasses behind us sooner than we need." "Hey, Marcheterre," said the incorrigible Piamiche, who was using his hands to drag himself along on his stomach, and had reached the level of his comrade's ear. "If the Grand Garce is to be believed, there'll be a fine booty to-day. Will you go shares with me?" "Look here, Piamiche," said Marcheterre, stopping short on the flat of his stomach. The other Chouans, who were accompanying the two men, did the same, so wearied were they with the difficulties they had met with in climbing the precipice. "I know you," continued Marcheterre, "for a jack-grab-all, who would rather give blows than receive them, when there's nothing else to be done. We have not come here to grab dead men's shoes. We are devils against devils, and sorrow to those whose claws are too short. The Grand Garce has sent us here to save the Gare. He is up there. Lift your dog's nose and see that window above the tower." Midnight was striking. The moon rose, giving the appearance of white smoke to the fog. Piamiche squeezed Marcheterre's arm, and silently showed him on the terrace just above them the triangular iron of several shining bayonets. "The Blues are there already," said Piamiche. "We shan't gain anything by force." "Patience," replied Marcheterre. "If I examined right this morning, we must be at the foot of the Papegaut tower, between the ramparts and the promenade, that place where they put the manure. It is like a feather bed to fall on." "If Saint Labre," remarked Piamiche, "would only change into cider, the blood we shall shed tonight the citizens might lay in a good stock tomorrow." Marcheterre laid his large hand over his friend's mouth. Then an order muttered by him went from rank to rank of the Chouans, suspended as they were in mid-air among the brambles of the slate rocks. Corentin, walking up and down the esplanade, had too practised an ear not to hear the rustling of the shrubs and the light sound of pebbles rolling down the sides of the precipice. Marcheterre, who seemed to possess the gift of seeing in darkness, and whose senses continually in action were acute as those of a savage, saw Corentin. Like a trained dog he had scented him. Fouché's diplomatist listened but heard nothing. He looked at the natural wall of rock and saw no signs. If the confusing gleam of the fog enabled him to see here and there a crouching Chouan, he took him no doubt for a fragment of rock, for these human bodies had all the appearance of inert nature. This danger to the invaders was of short duration. Corentin's attention was diverted by a very distinct noise coming from the other end of the promenade, where the rock wall ended and a steep descent leading down to the Queen's staircase began. When Corentin reached the spot, he saw a figure gliding past it as if by magic. Putting out his hand to grasp this real or fantastic being, who was there, he supposed, with no good intentions, he encountered the soft and rounded figure of a woman. "The devil take you!" he exclaimed. "If any one else had met you, you'd have had a ball through your head. What are you doing, and where are you going at this time of night? Are you dumb? It certainly is a woman," he said to himself. The silence was suspicious, but the stranger broke it by saying in a voice which suggested extreme fright, "All my good man, I am on my way back from a wake." "It is the pretended mother of the Marquis," thought Corentin. "I'll see what she's about." "Well, go that way, old woman," he replied, feigning not to recognize her. "Keep to the left if you don't want to be shot." He stood quite still. Then, observing that Madame de Groix was making for the Papegaut tower, he followed her at a distance with diabolical caution. During this fatal encounter the Chouans had posted themselves on the manure towards which Marcheterre had guided them. "There's the Grand Garce," thought Marcheterre as he rose to his feet against the tower wall like a bear. "We are here," he said to her in a low voice. "Good," she replied. "There's a ladder in the garden of that house about 6 feet above the manure. Find it, and the Gare is saved. Do you see that small window up there? It is in the dressing room. You must get to it. This side of the tower is the only one not watched. The horses are ready. If you can hold the passage over the Nanson, a quarter of an hour will put him out of danger, in spite of his folly. But if that woman tries to follow him, stab her." Corentin now saw several of the forms he had hitherto supposed to be stones, moving cautiously but swiftly. He went at once to the guard-room at the Porte Saint Léonard, where he found the commandant fully dressed and sound asleep on a camp bed. "Let him alone," said Beaupied roughly. "He has only just lain down." "The Chouans are here," cried Corentin in Hulot's ear. "Impossible." "But so much the better," cried the old soldier, still half asleep. "Then he can fight." When Hulot reached the promenade, Corentin pointed out to him the singular position taken by the Chouans. "They must have deceived or strangled the sentries I placed between the castle and the Queen's staircase. Ah, what a devil of a fog! However, patience. I'll send a squad of men under a lieutenant to the foot of the rock. There's no use attacking them where they are, for those animals are so hard they'd let themselves roll down the precipice without breaking a limb. The cracked clock of the belfry was ringing too, when the commandant got back to the promenade after giving these orders, and taking every military precaution to seize the Chouans. The sentries were doubled, and Mademoiselle de Verneuil's house became the centre of a little army. Hulot found Corentin absorbed in contemplation of the window which overlooked the tower. "Citizen," said the commandant, "I think the ci devant has fooled us. There's nothing stirring." "He is there," cried Corentin, pointing to the window. "I have seen a man's shadow on the curtain, but I can't think what has become of that boy. They must have killed him or locked him up. There, commandant, don't you see that? There's a man's shadow. Come, come on." "I shan't seize him in bed. Thunder of God, he will come out if he went in." "Gudin won't miss him," cried Hulot, who had his own reasons for waiting till the guard could defend himself. "Commandant, I enjoin you, in the name of the law, to proceed at once into that house." "You're a fine scoundrel to try to make me do that." Without showing any resentment at the commandant's language, Corentin said coolly, "You will obey me. Here is an order in good form, signed by the Minister of War, which will force you to do so." He drew a paper from his pocket and held it out. "Do you suppose we are such fools as to leave that girl to do as she likes? We are endeavoring to suppress a civil war, and the grandeur of the purpose covers the pettiness of the means. I take the liberty, citizen, of sending you to, you understand me, enough, to the right about March, or it will be the worse for you." "But read that," persisted Corentin. "Don't bother me with your functions," cried Hulot, furious at receiving orders from a man he regarded as contemptible. At this instant Galop, Chopin's boy, suddenly appeared among them, like a rat from a hole. "The Guard has started," he cried. "Which way?" "The Rue Saint Léonard." "Beaupied," said Hulot in a whisper to the corporal who was near him, "go and tell your lieutenant to draw in closer round the house, and make ready to fire. Left wheel forward on the tower. The rest of you," he shouted. To understand the conclusion of this fatal drama, we must re-enter the house with Mademoiselle de Verneuil, when she returned to it after denouncing the Marquis to the commandant. When passions reach their crisis, they bring us under the dominion of far greater intoxication than the petty excitements of wine or opium, the lucidity then given to ideas, the delicacy of the high-wrought senses, produce the most singular and unexpected effects. Some persons, when they find themselves under the tyranny of a single thought, can see with extraordinary distinctness objects scarcely visible to others, while at the same time the most palpable things become to them almost as if they did not exist. When Mademoiselle de Verneuil hurried, after reading the Marquise's letter, to prepare the way for vengeance, just as she had lately been preparing all for love, she was in that stage of mental intoxication which makes real life like the life of a somnambulist. But when she saw her house surrounded by her own orders with a triple line of bayonets, a sudden flash of light illuminated her soul. She judged her conduct, and saw with horror that she had committed a crime. Under the first shock of this conviction, she sprang to the threshold of the door, and stood there irresolute, striving to think, yet unable to follow out her reasoning. She knew so vaguely what had happened that she tried in vain to remember why she was in the antechamber, and why she was leading a strange child by the hand. A million of stars were floating in the air before her like tongues of fire. She began to walk about, striving to shake off the horrible torpor which laid hold of her, but like one asleep, no object appeared to her under its natural form or in its own colors. She grasped the hand of the little boy with a violence not natural to her, dragging him along with such precipitate steps that she seemed to have the motions of a mad woman. She saw neither persons nor things in the salon as she crossed, and yet she was saluted by 3 men, who made way to let her pass. "That must be she," said one of them. "She is very handsome," exclaimed another, who was a priest. "Yes," replied the first, "but how pale and agitated." "And beside herself," said the third. "She did not even see us." At the door of her own room, Mademoiselle de Verneuil saw the smiling face of Francine, who whispered to her, "He is here, Marie." Mademoiselle de Verneuil awoke, reflected, looked at the child whose hand she held, remembered all, and replied to the girl, "Shut up that boy. If you wish me to live, do not let him escape you." As she slowly said the words, her eyes were fixed on the door of her bedroom, and there they continued, fastened with so dreadful a fixedness that it seemed as if she saw her victim through the wooden panels. Then she gently opened it, passed through, and closed it behind her without turning round, for she saw the Marquis standing before the fireplace. His dress, without being too choice, had the look of careful arrangement, which adds so much to the admiration which a woman feels for her lover. All her self-possession came back to her at the sight of him. Her lips, rigid, although half open, showed the enamel of her white teeth, and formed a smile that was fixed and terrible rather than voluptuous. She walked with slow steps toward the young man, and pointed with her finger to the clock. "A man who is worthy of love is worth waiting for," she said with deceptive gaiety. Then, overcome with the violence of her emotions, she dropped upon the sofa which was near the fireplace. "Dear Marie, you are so charming when you are angry," said the Marquis, sitting down beside her and taking her hand, which she let him take, and entreating a look which she refused him. "I hope," he continued in a tender, caressing voice, "that my wife will not long refuse a glance to her loving husband." Hearing the words, she turned abruptly and looked into his eyes. "What is the meaning of that dreadful look?" he said, laughing. "But your hand is burning. Oh, my love, what is it?" "Your love," she repeated in a dull, changed voice. "Yes," he said, throwing himself on his knees beside her, and taking her two hands, which he covered with kisses. "Yes, my love, I am thine for life." She pushed him violently away from her, and rose. Her features contracted. She laughed as mad people laugh, and then she said to him, "You do not mean one word of all you are saying, base man, baser than the lowest villain." She sprang to the dagger which was lying beside a flower vase, and let it sparkle before the eyes of the amazed young Marquis. "Bah!" she said, flinging it away from her. "I do not respect you enough to kill you. Your blood is even too vile to be shed by soldiers. I see nothing fit for you but the executioner." The words were painfully uttered in a low voice, and she moved her feet like a spoilt child impatiently. The Marquis went to her and tried to clasp her. "Don't touch me," she cried, recoiling from him with a look of horror. "She is mad," said the Marquis in despair. "Mad, yes," she repeated, "but not mad enough to be your dupe. What would I not forgive to passion, but to seek to possess me without love, and to write to that woman?" "To whom have I written?" he said, with an astonishment which was certainly not feigned. "To that chaste woman who sought to kill me." The Marquis turned pale with anger, and said, grasping the back of a chair until he broke it, "If Madame Dugois has committed some dastardly wrong, Mademoiselle de Verneuil looked for the letter. Not finding it, she called to Francine. 'Where's that letter?' she asked. 'Monsieur Corentin took it.' 'Corentin! Ah, I understand it all. He wrote the letter. He has deceived me with diabolical art, as he alone can deceive.'" With a piercing cry, she flung herself on the sofa, tears rushing from her eyes. Doubt and confidence were equally dreadful now. The Marquis knelt beside her and clasped her to his breast, saying again and again the only words he was able to utter: "Why do you weep, my darling? There is no harm done. Your reproaches were all love. Do not weep. I love you. I shall always love you." Suddenly he felt her press him with almost supernatural force. "Do you still love me?" she said amid her sobs. "Can you doubt it?" he replied in a tone that was almost melancholy. She abruptly disengaged herself from his arms and fled, as if frightened and confused, to a little distance. "Do I doubt it?" she exclaimed, but a smile of gentle meaning was on her lover's face, and the words died away from her lips. She let him take her by the hand and lead her to the salon. There an altar had been hastily arranged during her absence. The priest was robed in his officiating vestments. The lighted tapers shed upon the ceiling a glow as soft as hope itself. She now recognized two men who had bowed to her, the Comte de Bovin and the Baron du Genic, the witnesses chosen by Montauran. "You will not still refuse," said the Marquis. But at the sight she stopped, stepped backward into her chamber, and fell on her knees. Raising her hands towards the Marquis, she cried out, "Pardon, pardon, pardon!" Her voice died away, her head fell back, her eyes closed, and she lay in the arms of her lover and Francine as if dead. When she opened her eyes, they met those of the young man, full of loving tenderness. "Marie, patience! This is your last trial," he said. "The last?" she exclaimed bitterly. Francine and the Marquis looked at each other in surprise, but she silenced them by a gesture. "Call the priest," she said, "and leave me alone with him." They did so, and withdrew. "My father," she said to the priest so suddenly called to her, "in my childhood an old man, white-haired like yourself, used to tell me that God would grant all things to those who had faith. Is that true?" "It is true," replied the priest. "All things are possible to him who created all." Mademoiselle de Verneuil threw herself on her knees before him with incredible enthusiasm. "Oh, my God!" she cried in ecstasy, "my faith in thee is equal to my love for him. Inspire me, do here a miracle, or take my life." "Your prayer will be granted," said the priest. Marie returned to the salon, leaning on the arm of the venerable old man. A deep and secret emotion brought her to the arms of her lover, more brilliant than on any of her past days, for a serenity like that which painters give to the martyrs added to her face an imposing dignity. She held out her hand to the Marquis, and together they advanced to the altar and knelt down. The marriage was about to be celebrated. Beside the nuptial bed, the altar hastily raised, the cross, the vessels, the chalice, secretly brought thither by the priest, the fumes of incense rising to the ceiling, the priest himself, who wore a stole above his cassock, the tapers on an altar in a salon. All these things combined to form a strange and touching scene, which typified those times of saddest memory when civil discord overthrew all sacred institutions. Religious ceremonies then had the savor of the mysteries. Children were baptized in the chambers where the mothers were still groaning from their labor. As in the olden time, the Savior went, poor and lowly, to console the dying. Young girls received their first communion in the home where they had played since infancy. The marriage of the Marquis and Mademoiselle de Verneuil was now solemnized, like many other unions, by a service contrary to the recent legal enactments. In after years, these marriages, mostly celebrated at the foot of oaks, were scrupulously recognized and considered legal. The priest who thus preserved the ancient usages was one of those men who hold to their principles in the height of the storm. His voice, which never made the oath exacted by the Republic, uttered no word throughout the tempest that did not make for peace. He never incited, like the Abbé Gudin, to fire and sword, but like many others, he devoted himself to the still more dangerous mission of performing his priestly functions for the souls of faithful Catholics. To accomplish this perilous ministry, he used all the pious deceptions necessitated by persecution, and the Marquis, when he sought his services on this occasion, had found him in one of those excavated caverns which are known even to the present day by the name of the priest's hiding place. The mere sight of that pale and suffering face was enough to give this worldly ruin a holy aspect. All was now ready for the act of misery and of joy. Before beginning the ceremony, the priest asked in the dead silence the names of the bride: Marie Nathalie, daughter of Mademoiselle Blanche de Castron, abbess deceased of Notre Dame d'Assise, and Victor Amadé, Duc de Verneuil. Where born? At La Chasterie, near Alençon. I never supposed, said the baron in a low voice to the count, that Montaron would have the folly to marry her, the natural daughter of a duke. Horrid! If it were of the king, well and good, replied the Comte du Bavant, smiling. However, it is not for me to blame him. I like Charette's mistress full and well, and I shall transfer the war to her, though she's not one to bill and coo. The names of the Marquis had been filled in previously, and the two lovers now signed the document with their witnesses. Their ceremony then began. At that instant Marie, and she alone, heard the sound of muskets and the heavy tread of soldiers, no doubt relieving the guard in the church, which she had herself demanded. She trembled violently, and raised her eyes to the cross on the altar. A saint at last, said Francine in a low voice. Give me such saints, and I'll be devilishly devout, added the count in a whisper. When the priest made the customary inquiry of Mademoiselle de Verneuil, she answered by a yes, uttered with a deep sigh. Bending to her husband's ear, she said, You will soon know why I have broken the oath I made never to marry you. After the ceremony, all present passed into the dining room, where dinner was served, and as they took their places, Jeremy, Marie's footman, came into the room, terrified. The poor bride rose and went to him. Francine followed her. With one of those pretexts which never fail a woman, she begged the Marquis to do the honours for a moment, and went out, taking Jeremy with her before he could utter the fatal words. Ah, Francine, to be dying 1,000 deaths and not to die, she cried. This absence might well be supposed to have its cause in the ceremony that had just taken place. Towards the end of the dinner, as the Marquis was beginning to feel uneasy, Marie returned in all the pomp of a bridal robe. Her face was calm and joyful, while that of Francine, who followed her, had terror imprinted on every feature, so that the guests might well have thought they saw in these two women a fantastic picture by Salvator Rosa of life and death holding each other by the hand. Gentlemen, said Marie to the priest, the baron, and the count, you are my guests for the night. I find you cannot leave Fougères. It would be dangerous to attempt it. My good maid has instructions to make you comfortable in your apartments. No, you must not rebel, she added to the priest, who was about to speak. I hope you will not thwart a woman on her wedding day. An hour later she was alone with her husband, in the room she had so joyously arranged a few hours earlier. They had reached that fatal bed where, like a tomb, so many hopes are wrecked, where the waking to a happy life is all uncertain, where love is born or dies according to the natures that are tried there. Marie looked at the clock. 6 hours to live, she murmured. Can I have slept? She cried toward morning, wakening with one of those sudden movements which rouse us when we have made ourselves a promise to wake at a certain hour. Yes, I have slept, she thought, seeing by the light of the candles that the hands of the clock were pointing to 2 in the morning. She turned and looked at the sleeping Marquis. lying like a child with his head on one hand, the other clasping his wife's hand, his lips half smiling as though he had fallen asleep while she kissed him. Ah, she whispered to herself, he sleeps like an infant. He does not distress me, me to whom he has given a happiness without a name. She touched him softly, and he awoke, continuing to smile. He kissed the hand he held, and looked at the wretched woman with eyes so sparkling that she could not endure their light, and slowly lowered her large eyelids. Her husband might justly have accused her of coquetry, if she were not concealing the terrors of her soul by thus evading the fire of his looks. Together they raised their charming heads, and made each other a sign of gratitude for the pleasures they had tasted. But after a rapid glance at the beautiful picture his wife presented, the Marquis was struck with an expression on her face which seemed to him melancholy, and he said in a tender voice, "Why sad, dear love?" "Poor Alphonse," she answered, "do you know to what I have led you? To happiness, to death." Shuddering with horror, she sprang from the bed. The Marquis, astonished, followed her. His wife motioned him to a window and raised the curtain, pointing as she did so to a score of soldiers. The moon had scattered the fog, and was now casting her white light on the muskets and the uniforms, on the impassible Corentin, pacing up and down like a jackal waiting for his prey, on the commandant standing still, his arms crossed, his nose in the air, his lips curling, watchful and displeased. "Come, Marie, leave them and come back to me. Why do you smile? I placed them there." "You are dreaming." "No." They looked at each other for a moment. The Marquis divined the whole truth, and he took her in his arms. "No matter," he said, "I love you still." "All is not lost," cried Marie. "It cannot be, Alphonse," she said after a pause. "There is hope." At this moment they distinctly heard the owl's cry, and Francine entered from the dressing-room. "Pierre has come," she said with a joy that was like delirium. The Marquise and Francine dressed Montaran in Chouans clothes, with that amazing rapidity that belongs only to women. As soon as Marie saw her husband loading the gun Francine had brought in, she slipped hastily from the room with a sign to her faithful maid. Francine then took the Marquis to the dressing-room adjoining the bedchamber. The young men, seeing a large number of sheets knotted firmly together, perceived the means by which the girl expected him to escape the vigilance of the soldiers. "I can't get through there," he said, examining the bull's-eye window. At that instant it was darkened by a thick-set figure, and a hoarse voice, known to Francine, said in a whisper, "Make haste, General, those rascally Blues are stirring." "Oh, one more kiss," said a trembling voice beside him. The Marquis, whose feet were already on the liberating ladder, though he was not wholly through the window, felt his neck clasped with a despairing pressure. Seeing that his wife had put on his clothes, he tried to detain her, but she tore herself roughly from his arms, and he was forced to descend. In his hands he held a fragment of some stuff which the moonlight showed him was a piece of the waistcoat he had worn the night before. "Halt! Fire!" These words, uttered by Hulot in the midst of a silence that was almost horrible, broke the spell which seemed to hold the men and their surroundings. A volley of balls, coming from the valley and reaching to the foot of the tower, succeeded the discharges of the Blues posted on the promenade. Not a cry came from the Chouans. Between each discharge the silence was frightful. But Corentin had heard a fall from the ladder on the precipice side of the tower, and he suspected some ruse. "None of those animals are growling," he said to Hulot. "Our lovers are capable of fooling us on this side and escaping themselves on the other." The spy, to clear up the mystery, sent for torches. Hulot, understanding the force of Corentin's supposition, and hearing the noise of a serious struggle in the direction of the Porte Saint Leonard, rushed to the guard-house, exclaiming, "That's true, they won't separate." "His head is well riddled, Commandant," said Beaupied, who was the first to meet him. "But he killed Gudin and wounded 2 men. Ah, the savage! He got through 3 ranks of our best men, and would have reached the fields if it hadn't been for the sentry at the gate, who spitted him on his bayonet." The commandant rushed into the guard-room, and saw on a camp bedstead a bloody body which had just been laid there. He went up to the supposed Marquis, raised the hat which covered the face, and fell into a chair. "I suspected it," he cried, crossing his arms violently. "She kept him, cursed thunder, too long." The soldiers stood about motionless. The commandant himself unfastened the long black hair of a woman. Suddenly the silence was broken by the tramp of men, and Corentin entered the guard-room, preceding 4 soldiers who bore on their guns, crossed to make a litter, the body of Montaran, who was shot in the thighs and arms. They laid him on the bedstead beside his wife. He saw her, and found strength to clasp her hand with a convulsive gesture. The dying woman turned her head, recognized her husband, and shuddered with a spasm that was horrible to see, murmuring in a voice almost extinct, "A day without a morrow. God heard me too well." "Commandant," said the Marquis, collecting all his strength, and still holding Marie's hand, "I count on your honor to send the news of my death to my young brother, who is now in London. Write him that if he wishes to obey my last injunction, he will never bear arms against his country, neither must he abandon the king's service." "It shall be done," said Hulot, pressing the hand of the dying man. "Take them to the nearest hospital," cried Corentin. Hulot took the spy by the arm with a grip that left the imprint of his fingers on the flesh. "Out of this camp," he cried. "Your business is done here. Look well at the face of Commander Hulot, and never find yourself again in his way, if you don't want your belly to be the scabbard of his blade." And the older soldier flourished his sabre. "That's another of the honest men who will never make their way," said Corentin to himself when he was some distance from the guardroom. The Marquis was still able to thank his gallant adversary by a look marking the respect which all soldiers feel for loyal enemies. In 1827 an old man, accompanied by his wife, was buying cattle in the market-place of Fougères. Few persons remembered that he had killed 100 or more men, and that his former name was Marcheterre. A person to whom we owe important information about all the personages of this drama saw him there leading a cow, and was struck by his simple ingenuous air, which led her to remark, "That must be a worthy man." As for Cibot, otherwise called Guillaumiche, we already know his end. It is likely that Marcheterre made some attempt to save his comrade from the scaffold. Possibly he was in the square at Alençon on the occasion of the frightful tumult, which was one of the events of the famous trial of Riffaut-el-Briand and La Chanterie. End of section 17. End of The Chouans by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Catherine Wormley.